Our main character, Su Hong, launched a powerful strike, while his opponent blocked and countered with equal force. Their fists met in midair, creating a shockwave that echoed through the hall. As the bout ended, Su Hong's opponent stumbled back, clutching his chest in pain. He winced and muttered that it hurt like hell. Around them, other students continued their own sparring sessions, the sound of hits filling the large, brightly lit training hall. That classmate called out to Su Hong, praising his progress. He said that Su Hong's diamond fist had improved again, and asked if he had reached the level of subtlety. Su Hong adjusted his stance and calmly replied that he had reached subtlety 2 days ago. Subtlety was one of the martial arts realms in this world. Mastery of any martial art could be divided into 5 levels: entry, proficiency, subtlety, great accomplishment, and perfection. Each stage represented a new depth of understanding and power. Hearing Su Hong's answer, the classmate's eyes widened with admiration. Giving a thumbs up, he said that in terms of diamond fist, nobody in their class could match Su Hong's level. Su Hong then turned toward his classmate and asked with determination if he had rested enough, suggesting they continue their training. His words carried a sense of tireless drive that made the other student freeze in surprise. His expression changed to irritation as he yelled that Su Hong was a training maniac. He grabbed his bag and declared that he was leaving to go home and eat instead. Su Hong was surprised as he watched his classmate dash toward the exit. At the door, the classmate waved and cheerfully said goodbye to Teacher Lee, who was just entering the hall. The teacher, looking calm but slightly exasperated, reminded him to put his clothes on properly before leaving. The student laughed awkwardly and hurried off, still half-dressed. Teacher Lee then looked around the hall until his eyes settled on Su Hong. His tone became serious as he said that he had finally found him. He asked Su Hong if he was applying for the martial division, his voice firm and expectant. As Su Hong wiped sweat from his neck, the teacher continued, asking why he hadn't yet paid the 30,000 yuan registration fee, warning that registration would close next Monday. Hearing that, Su Hong paused, looking slightly tense. Lowering his head, he asked in a quiet tone if the teacher could give him a few more days. The teacher sighed and softened his expression. He told Su Hong that he understood his family was struggling, but there was nothing he could do about it. The rules were strict, and exceptions weren't allowed. Hearing that, Su Hong fell silent, his eyes showing a trace of worry and determination mixed together. Late at night, the training hall was silent, except for the sound of fists cutting through the air. The bright lights reflected off the polished wooden floor, while the moon shone faintly through the glass ceiling. In the center of the hall stood Su Hong, alone, his duffel bag nearby. He moved tirelessly, practicing his techniques again and again. Each punch echoed sharply, showing his frustration and determination. As he exhaled heavily, his thoughts focused on the words from earlier: 30,000 yuan for the registration fee. The number repeated in his mind over and over. Sweat ran down his body, his breathing heavy as he struck the air with even more force, whispering to himself, 30,000 yuan, 30,000 yuan. His mind drifted back to his childhood. He remembered a time when he was only 3 years old, crying amidst rubble and smoke. His parents had died during a ferocious beast disaster, leaving him all alone among the ruins. The memory of loss and helplessness still lingered vividly in his heart. After that tragedy, his uncle and aunt had taken him in, raising him as part of their family. He looked at a photograph showing all of them smiling together, a happy family that had supported him through everything. Once they discovered his talent in martial arts, they encouraged him wholeheartedly, helping him pursue training even when times were tough. Because in this era where the world was plagued by monstrous beasts, martial artists were considered the top earners, protectors, and symbols of hope. It was a path of both glory and survival. Yet as Su Hong looked down, his fists tightened. He whispered bitterly that he had trained in martial arts so his family could live better lives, but instead he was making things harder for them. His expression turned heavy with guilt and frustration, his body trembling under the weight of his own ambition and helplessness. Late at night, the quiet street was lit by a single street lamp, its light spilling across the narrow road. The small apartment building stood still under the calm blue sky, with the faint glow of indoor lights showing signs of life within. Su Hong returned home, his steps slow and tired. He stopped outside the door, his hand resting on the handle as he heard voices coming from inside. His aunt and uncle were talking about money again. His uncle asked how much they were short on rent since the payment date was approaching. But his aunt replied softly that rent could wait. They should focus on paying Su Hong's registration fee first. His uncle agreed, saying that Hong's talent was exceptional and that he would surely become someone great one day. He added that they couldn't afford to hold him back, no matter what it took. Su Hong's expression darkened as he listened. His aunt and uncle's voices softened again. His aunt suggested stopping her medication to save money, saying they didn't help anyway. But his uncle quickly refused, insisting he would take on an extra job so she could rest and not worry about anything. Standing silently outside, Su-hong clenched his fists. The sound of their kind words weighed heavily on him. He pressed his hands against his ears, unable to bear hearing any more of their sacrifices. Moments later, he pushed open the door with a forced smile and called out, "Uncle, Aunt, I'm home." His aunt smiled warmly, telling him he must be exhausted from practicing so late again. Su-hong tried to step forward and help, offering to take over her chores, but his aunt waved him off with a proud grin, saying couldn't she handle this little thing. His uncle firmly told him to go rest. His aunt chuckled and gently reminded him to listen and get some sleep. Su-hong looked at them both, his chest tightening with a mix of gratitude and guilt. The warmth of their home contrasted deeply with the struggle behind it. The night moonlight filtered through the window, casting soft patterns across the small room. Su-hong lay awake on his bed, staring quietly at the ceiling. Thoughts of his uncle and aunt filled his mind. They had already sacrificed so much for him. Clenching his fists under the blanket, he silently promised himself that he wouldn't let them suffer any longer. In his mind, he spoke to them, saying that they had done more than enough for him, and that from now on he would handle his own problems. His eyes hardened with resolve, as a plan began to form. He knew that for a martial practitioner to earn tens of thousands in just a few days, there was only one place to go. The next day, sunlight gleamed on a tall building surrounded by trees. It was the entrance to the underground fight club. Inside, an electrifying atmosphere filled the air as the announcer's voice echoed across the arena. "Folks in the crowd, welcome to the Martial Disciple Guard Challenge. No holds barred, life or death. Victory is all that matters." In the center of the brightly lit ring stood a tall man wearing a red bull mask, his body covered in muscle. The announcer's tone rose with excitement as she introduced him, saying that today, holding down the stage, was the one and only Mr. Minotaur. The crowd roared as the rules were announced. Anyone who could win 4 matches in a row would walk away with 60,000 in prize money. Lose even once and they'd get nothing. Among the audience, whispers began to spread. Some people noticed a masked newcomer stepping into the arena. One guy asked who that guy was, saying he had never seen him before. Another crossed his arms and said he was a newbie. A third spectator leaned forward, frowning, saying a newbie jumping straight into the guard challenge was just asking to die. As the lights focused on the stage, the tension thickened. Su-hong, hidden beneath the bull mask, was about to risk everything. Under the blinding lights of the arena, the announcer nudged Su-hong, who was wearing the bull mask. With a confident smile, she told him to liven things up and get the crowd excited. Su-hong tilted his head in confusion, scratching his mask. He asked how he was supposed to hype up the crowd. She rolled her eyes slightly, waving her hand dismissively. She explained that he should provoke them, throw some trash talk, stir them up. She muttered under her breath about how troublesome newbies could be. Hearing that, the masked Su-hong nodded firmly and gave a thumbs up. Then, stepping forward to the center of the stage, he clenched his fists and shouted with full confidence, declaring himself invincible against anyone below a martial artist. He challenged all weaklings to come and face him. Hearing that, the crowd immediately burst into noise. Some were shocked at his arrogance, whispering among themselves. One man frowned and said he was too cocky, while another laughed and called him a badass. Others muttered that he wouldn't even know how he died later. Excitement filled the air as people began chanting loudly, calling for his defeat, urging the fight to start. The announcer raised her microphone high and shouted, "Let's begin the match." As the crowd's cheers echoed through the arena, Su-hong stood tall behind his bull mask. His eyes sharpened with focus. He could feel the killing intent surrounding him. It was far stronger than anything he had felt before. But he wasn't surprised. This was the underground fight club, where life and death were always close. Taking a deep breath, he thought to himself that this was the only way to earn the tuition money quickly. He tightened his fists and murmured in determination, hoping that his diamond fist would bring him the victories he needed. The moment the match began, one of the fighters, a man wearing a mouse-shaped mask, stepped forward and shouted angrily at Su-hong, "Cocky punk, I'll play with you," he yelled, his body already in motion as he lunged forward with sharp momentum. Standing calmly in the center of the ring, Su-hong watched the opponent's movements with a steady gaze from behind his bull mask. His sharp eyes analyzed the man's form in an instant. He noticed the speed and aggression, but also saw the weakness in the man's footing. His lower stance was unstable, his balance off. Su-hong smirked slightly, thinking to himself that this opponent would be easy to handle. The mouse-masked fighter closed in on Su Hong fast, shouting, "What are you daydreaming about?" He swung his fist towards Su Hong's head with a burst of power, but before the strike could land, Su Hong's arm moved like lightning. Energy gathered around his hand, swirling with bright blue force. With precise control, he unleashed his martial technique, the floating light palm. His glowing hand slammed straight into the attacker's face, the impact echoing across the arena. The mouse-masked man's eyes rolled back as his body was lifted off the ground and sent crashing into the floor with tremendous force. The crowd erupted in shock as Su Hong stood over his fallen opponent, the air around him still trembling from the energy of his strike. Under the blinding lights of the arena, Su Hong, wearing the bull mask, stood tall over his fallen opponent. Raising his fist high toward the ceiling, he shouted loudly, demanding the next challenger. The crowd erupted into cheers, as the announcer's excited voice echoed through the speakers. "Minotaur, 1 win," she declared, her tone filled with energy. The audience roared in approval. Shouts of "badass" and "unbelievable" filled the air, the tension in the arena growing thicker with excitement. Soon after, another fighter stepped onto the stage. He was a tall man, with curly blonde hair and a red mask covering his face. His muscular frame and confident smirk made it clear that he wasn't a rookie. The man taunted Su Hong, calling it a lucky break. Cracking his knuckles, he told Su Hong that his luck had run out now that he was facing him. Su Hong, still wearing his bull mask, stood calmly, his eyes narrowed as he observed the new opponent. Then, in a steady voice, he gestured for the man to make the first move. He analyzed his opponent's physique and aura, noting that the man seemed skilled and experienced, just the right kind of fighter to test the true strength of his diamond fist technique. The air grew still for a moment before the blonde fighter roared, charging forward with incredible speed. "Incoming!" he shouted, as his massive frame blurred into motion. The two fists collided in a flash of blue energy, the shockwaves spreading across the stage. Both men gritted their teeth as their power clashed violently. The masked opponent widened his eyes, shocked by the strength he felt. It was the powerful fist wind that made him realize the impact behind Su Hong's strike. But Su Hong, calm and unshaken, analyzed the exchange with precision. His opponent's punch was strong, but still weaker than his. As the clash of fists echoed through the arena, Su Hong punched his opponent with his other hand. His punch landed squarely on the opponent's face. The masked man's mind raced as he felt his opponent's overwhelming strength. Su Hong's eyes sharpened beneath the bull mask. His analytical gaze focused on the fighter's movements. After taking the punch, his opponent's upper body was overcommitted, and his waist was left wide open with flaws. Taking advantage of that instant, Su Hong's body twisted sharply, and he kicked his opponent with explosive power. The impact sent the opponent flying across the ring, the force blasting through the air like thunder. The audience gasped in disbelief. "Holy crap! He's strong!" someone shouted from the stands. Dust and shattered flooring marked where the opponent had crashed, lying motionless. Su Hong straightened his back, his voice echoing through the silent arena. "Next," he said firmly. The announcer jumped with excitement, raising her microphone. "Minotaur, 2 wins in a row," she shouted, her voice filled with awe and energy as the crowd erupted once again. Inside the underground fighting arena, the crowd roared as Minotaur stood victorious once again in the center of the ring. In a luxurious viewing room above the ring, several men in black suits stood guard around an older man dressed sharply in a black suit. He watched the scene below with calm interest, his tone low and assessing. Looking at Su Hong, the man murmured that he wasn't even a quasi-martial artist, yet his strength was far above that of average disciples. That kid was no joke. Just then, the announcer's voice echoed through the loudspeakers. "Minotaur, 3 wins in a row," she shouted, excitement filling the air. "That man in the suit said Su Hong was not elite, but solid enough," he commented with a smirk, saying he was perfect for throwing matches. From behind him, a younger man wearing a fox-like mask spoke with determination. He called the old man in the suit teacher, and said he would recruit him. The older man turned slightly, his tone calm but commanding. He told his disciple not to let on that he had already advanced to martial artist. Meanwhile, down in the arena, Su Hong wiped the sweat from his face. His eyes remained sharp and focused as he analyzed his situation. He thought that his subtlety-level diamond fist had no trouble dealing with these regular disciples. As the defeated fighters were carried away, Su Hong clenched his fist, his expression steady and confident. A faint smirk crossed his lips, as he thought that with one more win, he would get that 60,000. But the crowd suddenly erupted in excitement. their voices echoing through the arena. Someone shouted from the stands that it was White Fox. Su Hong, wearing his bull mask, froze for a moment and turned his gaze toward the entrance. Everyone's eyes widened slightly when they realized that White Fox was challenging too. From the opposite end of the stage, the man known as White Fox walked calmly onto the platform. The crowd murmured, whispering among themselves. Someone asked if he wasn't Quasi. One person said a Quasi fighting against disciples was a total cheat. Su Hong's expression hardened as he assessed the situation. Hearing that his opponent this time was Quasi, he muttered under his breath that this one was tricky, but he couldn't lose. Determination gleamed in his eyes as his stance lowered, ready for battle. Across from him, the white-haired man in the fox mask smiled faintly. A confident glint flashed in his golden eyes. Stepping forward with composed elegance, he adjusted his white suit and spoke in a calm, steady tone. He told Su Hong not to fear, saying he knew his limits. Under the bright arena lights, the announcer raised her hand and shouted across the stage, declaring the start of the guard challenge final round. Both fighters stood ready, Minotaur with his fists clenched, and White Fox calmly standing tall in his white suit. The crowd held its breath as tension filled the air. Then, with a sharp cry, the announcer commanded, "Begin." In an instant, both figures burst forward, moving so fast that their afterimages trailed behind. The ground cracked beneath their feet as they collided in the center of the stage. Su Hong's eyes focused sharply beneath his bull mask. He thought to himself that his realm was lower, so his first move had to be all in. His muscles tightened, and with a roar he launched a powerful punch straight at White Fox. The impact tore through the air like thunder. A wave of force spread outward, shaking the ring. But as the shock cleared, Su Hong's expression changed. Something felt off. He staggered back slightly, his eyes widening. After feeling his opponent's power, he realized that he was no Quasi. Sweat rolled down Su Hong's face as his thoughts raced. He realized that his opponent was a real martial artist. He was holding back his chi and blood on purpose. Su Hong's opponent wasn't just strong, he was far beyond the level of an ordinary challenger. White Fox's golden eyes gleamed from behind his mask as he drew in a deep breath. His voice was calm yet filled with restrained power. As he inhaled, a faint red aura began to rise around him, swirling like flames. Then, in a blur of movement, he stepped forward. His fist crackled with energy as he roared, rushing thunder fist, striking Su Hong in the face. The impact hit like a lightning bolt. Su Hong's body was sent flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth. He struggled to regain his balance, disbelief flashing across his eyes. He thought in shock if this was the strength of a true martial artist. The sheer force of the punch left the crowd stunned. In the audience, several people recognized the technique instantly. One guy shouted that it was triple ringing thunder fist. Another laughed, saying Minotaur was toast. On the stage, White Fox didn't stop. His fists moved like a storm, every strike heavy and precise. He taunted Su Hong between blows, asking if he was just going to defend. He told Su Hong to fight back and show him what he had. Su Hong, in the Minotaur mask, blocked with both arms, his muscles trembling under the continuous barrage. The sound of fists colliding echoed like thunderclaps across the arena. Inside, he gritted his teeth, thinking desperately that if this kept up, it was over. His mind raced as he struggled to stay on his feet. Gotta find a counter chance, he thought, scanning for an opening through the blinding flurry of punches. White Fox, surrounded by a red aura, advanced relentlessly. Each blow carried the weight of a storm, forcing Minotaur further back. White Fox's movements were sharp, precise, and merciless. Suddenly White Fox found an opening. Minotaur raised his fists to block an incoming strike, but the force behind it still tore through his defense. His eyes widened as the impact exploded against his guard. With a roar, White Fox swung his fist, colliding against Su Hong's face with all his strength. The arena shook from the clash as Su Hong was sent flying backward. He hit the ground hard, his vision blurring as pain coursed through his body. His consciousness started fading fast, his body refusing to move. White Fox stood tall, brushing the dust off his white suit. Calmly, he stepped forward and placed his foot on Minotaur's chest. His voice was cold yet casual as he said, "Brother, this match is prize money, 0 for you." A faint mocking smile curved beneath his mask as he spoke calmly. He said that his teacher had invited Minotaur to join them, to throw fights in their favor from now on. If he agreed, they would pay him the prize money regardless of today's outcome. Su Hong, in the Minotaur mask, glared up at him through the pain. his breathing heavy but his resolve unbroken. With a strained voice, he spat out his answer, saying that he would never do that kind of dirty work. Hearing that, White Fox's expression darkened. His tone dropped as he leaned closer, warning Minotaur to think it over carefully, because refusing them was something he couldn't handle. But even while lying bloodied on the floor, Minotaur's voice carried defiance. He shouted that people like them dared to call themselves martial artists while doing such disgraceful things. White Fox let out a small laugh and straightened up. "Guess no deal then," he said coldly. In the next moment, his expression turned vicious. His aura flared red as he charged forward, shouting that he would end Minotaur right there, and that from now on he could dream of being a martial artist only in his sleep. He raised his leg to attack. At that moment, Minotaur's eyes widened, blood dripping down his face, as fury and determination burned within them. White Fox lunged in to deliver the finishing blow, but Su Hong moved swiftly and dodged his attack. White Fox's golden eyes widened in shock as something unexpected happened. Minotaur's body trembled, flames of determination burning around him as he rose to his feet. His breathing was heavy, but his voice carried unshakable resolve. He muttered to himself that he couldn't fail here. He couldn't fail at all. Step by step he forced his battered body forward, his fiery aura growing brighter with each breath. White Fox froze in disbelief as he watched. His eyes widened behind the mask, and his mind screamed in shock. He couldn't believe it. Minotaur had taken a direct hit from his rushing thunder fist and was still standing. As memories flashed before his eyes, Minotaur's expression hardened. He remembered his family, the uncle and aunt who had sacrificed so much for him. He whispered that he wanted them to live good lives, that he couldn't let their years of effort go to waste. But another thought tore through him. Could he really abandon the martial artist's code just to survive? The question burned inside his heart. A vision of his family appeared before him, but the image shattered like glass. His voice rose in defiance as he shouted, "No, that future, hell no." At that moment, a glowing system screen flickered before him, its cold light forming words. "Then, for your family, for your faith, what price will you pay?" Minotaur's eyes blazed red. Lightning crackled around his body as he clenched his fists. His voice erupted with power and conviction as he shouted that he would give everything. In an instant, his aura exploded outward, engulfing the arena in a storm of fire and electricity. His eyes glowed fiercely as he stood tall once again, reborn through sheer willpower. A glowing screen appeared above Su Hong, asking what he was willing to give. Su Hong's body burned with red flames as he stood firm, and he answered with a powerful shout that he would give everything. Just as he said that, the scene in front of him shifted. His bull mask disappeared as he opened his eyes in a strange digital-looking space filled with vertical blue lights. His expression showed confusion as he looked around. He stood alone inside a large hall, and a huge dark shadow stretched behind him, forming monstrous shapes on the ground. He whispered a question, asking where this place was. A burst of golden light filled the hall. A towering radiant figure appeared in front of him, its body shining like a golden statue with long flowing limbs. Facing the blinding glow, Su Hong looked up as the figure asked who he was. The glowing figure leaned forward and said it would give him a chance. Its light began to scatter around the hall. Golden energy circled Su Hong. Rings of light wrapped around his body as the power gathered around him, swirling faster and brighter. The next second, a golden tablet appeared in front of him, with a loud shattering light. Su Hong stumbled back, staring at the shining screen, forming before his eyes. The tablet displayed his information. Su Hong looked at it in confusion as the words formed clearly. His name, Su Hong. His blood energy, 85. His spirit, 23. His physique, mortal body at 3%. His first quest, Path of the Arena. His diamond fist subtle mastery at 7%. Floating light palm proficient at 35%. Void step proficient at 56%. And his martial Dao points at 0%. He raised his hand toward the tablet, tapping it carefully. He wondered if the strange thing was touch-operated. The glowing screen continued to float before him, listing his quest. Su Hong saw the description telling him to train his martial arts and face White Fox outside. The quest objective was to hone his skills, raise Diamond Fist to Grand Achievement, and raise Floating Light Palm and Void Step to Subtle Mastery. For the quest reward, the system told him that this was a beginner tutorial, so there was no reward. Current progress showed his Diamond Fist Subtle Mastery at 7%. Floating Light Palm proficient at 35%, and Void Step proficient at 56%. It also noted that this quest could unlock a beginner tutorial. Su Hong read through it with narrowed eyes, quietly repeating the words beginner tutorial as he tried to understand. While he was thinking about that, something suddenly appeared behind him, forming from the blue light. The next second, Su Hong's head snapped sharply as a fast blow came toward his head from behind, cutting off his thoughts in an instant. It was a clone of Su Hong. It rushed toward him with a fierce strike, forcing Su Hong to lower his body and dodge. The two figures moved at high speed, their motions blurring as their blows passed each other by inches. Su Hong's eyes widened in shock. He realized the attacker looked exactly like him. He understood that the figure was his clone, and the clone was using Diamond Fist just like he did. As he watched the movements, he noticed that the clone's technique looked even more polished than his own, clean and precise, like a perfect demonstration. Su Hong's breathing steadied as he analyzed the fight. Seeing such a refined example in front of him, he thought it was a chance he could not waste. He tightened his stance and moved forward, deciding to learn from the flawless execution displayed by the clone. The two clashed again, their arms striking in a clean collision. Suddenly the clone grabbed Su Hong's arm and moved to attack. Su Hong watched every detail, thinking that the clone seemed to be showing the technique step by step, but before he could react properly, the clone's attack came too fast. Su Hong's expression changed in panic as the punch hit him squarely in the torso. His body bent from the impact, and he cried out as the force blasted him backward. Su Hong slid across the floor, coughing lightly as he steadied himself. His clone stood firmly on the other side, the force of its last attack still rippling through the air. For a moment, Su Hong glanced at the golden panel glowing beside him. The progress bar under Diamond Fist showed a new number. He stared in surprise, remembering it had been 7% before. Now it displayed 10%. He wondered how he had improved so quickly. He tightened his stance again, realizing that fighting here really did allow him to raise his martial skills at an incredible speed. Both he and the clone rushed forward at the same time, their steps carving sharp lines across the floor as they closed the distance in an instant. Their fists clashed again and again. Each collision sent out shockwaves, and with every exchange, the mastery numbers on the floating panels increased. One panel showed Diamond Fist reaching 15%. Another panel flashed as Su Hong's level climbed to 23%. The two continued moving, their bodies blurring as they shifted positions. The Void Step progress bars rose as well. Su Hong's Void Step reached 59%, then climbed to 70%. The battle continued, the room filled with streaks of motion and rising skill levels as the two figures pushed each other forward. They clashed again and again, their fists and palms striking with blinding speed. Each impact sent shockwaves through the air as their movements grew sharper, faster, and more refined. As they exchanged blows, glowing system panels appeared around them. The panels showed the progress of their skills. Floating Light Palm rose from 39% to 47%. Diamond Fist, Subtle Mastery increased to 62%. Void Step, Proficient climbed from 82% to 88%. Diamond Fist, Subtle Mastery surged to 88%. Floating Light Palm, Proficient reached 95%. Void Step, Proficient pushed even higher to 97%. Their movements grew even more explosive as their mastery continued rising. Then, one panel flashed brightly. Floating Light Palm, Proficient hit 100%, and the technique evolved into Floating Light Palm, Proficient Subtle Mastery. The fighter unleashed the newly mastered technique, striking forward with overwhelming force. Another panel lit up. Void Step, Proficient reached 100%, changing into Void Step, Proficient Subtle Mastery. His body blurred as he stepped through the air with perfect precision. A final golden panel filled the screen. Diamond Fist, Subtle Mastery reached 100%, transforming into Diamond Fist, Subtle Mastery Grand Achievement. He threw a crushing punch, the blow landing cleanly and sending his clone flying. With this, the battle ended. He stood alone in the quiet hall, breathing heavily, as golden fragments of the clone drifted around him. He lowered his fists and exhaled with exhaustion. He breathed out softly. A moment later, a system window appeared in front of him. The notification congratulated player Su Hong, telling him that he had completed the quest Path of the Arena. The quest rewards had been issued, and the system asked if he agreed to return to reality. He looked at it and whispered with a faint smile, "Thanks a lot." The next second, he returned to reality, where not even a second had passed. Wearing the bull mask, Su Hong stood calmly as flames rose around his body. His eyes glowed through the bull mask, and he gave a short reply, saying that he agreed. Across from him, White Fox watched the transformation with narrowed eyes. White Fox suddenly rushed forward. He called Su Hong a show-off and shouted for him to take his attack. His body shot across the arena in a straight line, wind trailing behind him. He attacked with explosive force and launched a fierce technique, his punch cutting through the air at high speed. But Su Hong moved even faster, and dodged all his attacks easily. He then tilted his head slightly, and answered in a low voice that White Fox's attack was too slow. Hearing that, White Fox's eyes widened. Before he could react, Su Hong's counterpunch smashed into him. The impact shattered the fox mask into pieces, sending fragments flying and knocking him backward. Su Hong rushed forward with fierce determination, his eyes sharp as debris scattered around him. The crowd in the stands gasped in shock as they watched the impact unfold. In the ring, the Minotaur-masked Su Hong stood tall and unmoving. His dark silhouette and glowing eyes loomed over his fallen opponent, who lay unconscious at his feet. The arena fell silent. A moment later, Su Hong looked toward the side of the ring where the announcer was standing. He spoke calmly, saying he had won the fourth match, and asked when he would receive his prize money. The announcer nearby blinked in surprise, before answering in a flustered tone. Inside the VIP viewing room, Fox Mask's teacher watched as the announcer announced the victory. She declared that Minotaur had successfully defended the arena and won the 60,000 yuan grand prize. The old man stared ahead in disbelief, as he questioned how a martial apprentice could reach grand achievement in Diamond Fist, something even trained warriors struggled to do. He ordered his subordinates to follow the Minotaur and find out who he really was. The two men in suits bowed and replied that they understood. Sometime later, the night was quiet as Su Hong walked alone down a narrow street, his hands in his pockets and his steps echoing softly between the buildings. His expression remained calm, but his eyes shifted slightly, sensing something behind him. Farther back in the alley, two men in black suits hid in the shadows, watching him carefully. When Su Hong glanced over his shoulder, the two men stiffened. A moment later, he suddenly disappeared from their view, leaving them confused. They rushed farther into the alley, whispering anxiously. One of them complained that the boss had ordered them to uncover Su Hong's identity. Yet they had already lost him. Above their heads, Su Hong clung effortlessly between the walls, suspended high above the alley. He watched them with a relaxed expression and muttered that they were still trying to tail him. The night sky hung quietly above Su Hong's neighborhood. 1 hour after escaping from the men tailing him, Su Hong returned home. Inside the house, Su Hong's family stared in shock at the huge stack of cash on the table. His uncle leaned forward with trembling hands and asked if he had robbed a bank, wondering where all that money came from. His aunt looked equally stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Su Hong sat across from them with a calm smile. He explained that he had been working as a sparring partner at a dojo. He said the dojo master thought he had potential, so he decided to sponsor Su Hong's training. His father frowned, and reminded him that he had once said the dojo was extremely stingy. Su Hong reached out and held their hands, smiling brightly as he asked if they still didn't trust him. Hearing that, both his uncle and aunt softened. His aunt smiled with relief, and his uncle sighed happily. They said Xiao Hong would never do anything wrong, and praised him for finally making something of himself. Later that night, Su Hong moved quietly across the rooftop. Under the night sky, he sat beside a large round water tank. He looked relaxed as he thought about his situation. He noted to himself that the martial exam registration fee was settled, and the rent was also settled. He added that his aunt's medical expenses would no longer be a problem either. A glowing system screen appeared in front of him. As he looked at it, he said that getting through this crisis was all thanks to the system. The screen displayed his name, Su Hong, along with his talent and stats. It showed his blood energy, spirit, and physique levels, along with 3 martial skills. Diamond Fist at Grand Achievement, 5%, Floating Light Palm at Subtle Mastery, 8%, and Void Step at Subtle Mastery, 9%. His martial Dao points were listed as 67. Su Hong observed that aside from his martial skill levels, the other stats didn't seem to have changed. Another notification appeared. It explained that he had gained 67 martial Dao points for defeating an opponent at a higher level. It said that martial Dao points could enhance blood energy and martial skills, and reminded him to allocate them wisely. Su Hong looked at the screen and said he should try it right now. He reached forward to adjust the numbers. A system sound followed, and the screen showed his blood energy rising to 90. Su Hong's eyes widened as energy surged through him. His entire body filled with heat and power. Flames of aura rose around him as he stood with a sharp, awakened expression. His clothes fluttered from the force of the energy as he felt the change taking place. Su Hong looked at the glowing screen in front of him. He whispered that a blood energy value of 90 was already equal to a quasi-warrior. Sweat slid down his face as he breathed out slowly. He then moved his hand across the transparent panel and said that he would pour all the remaining martial Dao points into blood energy. As he confirmed the action, lines of text appeared one after another, showing blood energy increasing by small amounts. As the numbers rose, he lifted his shirt slightly and examined his body. He noticed that his physical toughness had clearly improved, and even his injuries were almost healed. A strong wind swirled around him as he stood on the rooftop under the night sky. He could feel endless power gathering inside him. He realized he needed to find a place to test his current strength. He looked out across the rooftops, then leapt away from the building, moving quickly toward his next destination. He decided to go to the school's martial arena because they had a combat power tester there. Soon, he arrived at the outdoor martial arena of Star City No. 1 High School. His figure landed at the center of the wide circular platform under the moonlit sky. A Tier 1 combat power tester stood alone at the center. Su Hong walked toward the machine with steady footsteps. He stopped in front of it and prepared himself. He said that for his first punch, he would use 70% of his strength. Red energy flames rose around his body as he took his stance. His eyes sharpened, and a bright red glow flashed in one of them. He swung his fist forward with force. The punch landed on the tester, sending a powerful shockwave through the arena. Su Hong froze for a moment and let out a tense sound. He looked at the damaged machine with sweat on his face. He said the tester was too flimsy and wondered if they would make him pay for breaking it. Steam and sparks leaked from the machine as it continued to shake. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from behind, complaining that it was noisy, and asking what he was doing in the middle of the night. Hearing that, Su Hong quickly turned and sprinted away, thinking it was time to run. A few minutes later, an old man in pajamas stood beside the broken combat tester. He yelled angrily, asking which bastard had smashed the tester in the school's martial arena. He looked around and complained that in this school, only two little brats, Chen Shan and Li Tu, would dare to do something like that. The old man grew even more furious. His face turned red as he shouted that when school started he would definitely teach those two a good lesson. The next day, inside the gymnasium of Star City No. 1 High School, students gathered in a large group, while two people stood on the stage. The students talked among themselves as the gym filled with noise. Among the students, Chen Shan stood with a bandage on his head. Su Hong behind him looked confused and wondered why Chen Shan had been beaten up. Another student leaned closer and whispered that he heard Chen Shan had smashed the tester in the outdoor drill ground in the middle of the night and refused to admit it, so the principal punished him. Hearing this, Su Hong beside him sweated nervously, realizing that they had made Chen Shan take the blame. While they were talking, the two men stood by the microphone, one in a brown suit and the other in blue martial clothing. The man in the suit was the principal of Star City No. 1 High School. He told the students to quiet down. He explained that he had invited his old comrade, Chen Tian, a Tier 3 martial artist, to teach them a C-rank martial art called Thunder Rush Fist. He told the students that everyone must learn it well. Hearing that, the students reacted with excitement. One student whispered that it was his first time seeing a Tier 3 martial artist. Another pointed out that C-rank martial arts usually cost hundreds of thousands to learn at outside dojos. When Su Hong heard that it was Thunder Rush Fist, he immediately remembered that the white fox he fought had also used Thunder Rush Fist. The move created a punch that burst out with the impact of 3 punches at once. He thought about how expensive it would be to learn this martial art outside. He clenched his fist and decided that he must seize this opportunity. From the stage, Chen Tian then told the students there was no need for more talking. He announced that he would demonstrate the technique 10 times from start to finish, and how much they learned would depend on themselves. He prepared to begin and first adjusted his footsteps on the gym floor. Instructor Chen Tian demonstrated the Thunder Rush Fist. His body twisted sharply as he threw a powerful punch forward, wind swirling around his arm. He explained that the Thunder Rush Fist carried fierce and domineering momentum, and even at the basic level, a punch would produce the sound of thunder. The students watched as he continued. He said that at the proficient level, a person could strike out 3 sounds. He added that at the micro level, 5 sounds could be produced. He then moved into another stance and declared that at the mastered level, 7 sounds could be struck. Bright energy burst around him as he performed the technique and announced that this was his current realm. He faced the students again and stated that once someone reached the perfect realm, they would be able to strike out 9 sounds. But he told them not to aim too high, saying that reaching the basic level today would be good enough. He then prepared for another round and told everyone that he would start the second demonstration and that they should try to follow along. The students lined up and shouted while copying the movements. Hours passed. The gym floor was now filled with exhausted students, sitting or lying down. Some said they couldn't learn it at all, while others complained about being tired. The instructor looked at them and asked if any of them had figured out the trick. A student who was Su Hong's friend sat on the floor trembling. Sweat dripped down his face as he cried out that C-rank martial arts were too hard to learn. He looked around beside him in confusion. He asked Su Hong if he had managed to learn it, but when he turned his head, Su Hong's spot was already empty. But before he could panic, a short distance away, Chen Shan stood proudly in a martial arts stance. Flames of energy rose faintly around him as he shouted that he had successfully reached the basic level. The other students stared in shock. Su Hong's friend wondered how Chen Shan's brain was built to learn it so quickly. He muttered that no wonder people called Chen Shan a genius. Across the gym, the principal stood with Chen Tian. The principal told him that the boy showing off was their school's #1 genius, Chen Shan, and asked if Chen Tian was interested in guiding him. Chen Tian watched calmly and replied that this level was only considered basic in other cities. Then a few minutes later, outside the gymnasium, sunlight fell across the stairs. Chen Tian walked beside the principal. He said that this batch of students wasn't impressive, and that coming here was pointless. The principal answered that having even one student reach the basic level was already good enough. He asked if Chen Tian really expected them to find a top-tier genius. In the courtyard, as they walked side by side, Chen Tian told the principal that martial Dao cultivation was extremely cruel, and that talent was simply too important. The principal nodded, and replied that relying only on hard work without any opportunity was absolutely impossible. Just as they were talking, suddenly both of them stopped. Their eyes widened as loud explosive sounds echoed around them. They turned and saw that a burst of lightning appeared on the training grounds. Su Hong stood there with lightning wrapped around his body. Seeing him, Chen Tian shouted in shock, saying it was the 7-sound Thunder Rush Fist and that the school actually had such an expert. The principal beside him said it was impossible because he had never heard of it. As he stared through the fence, he pointed at Su Hong and shouted that it was a student, based on the clothes. In front of them, Su Hong struck out repeatedly, each punch releasing powerful sounds in the air. Instructor Chen Tian looked stunned and said he had only taught for half a day, yet a student had already reached mastery. The principal rested his face against the fence and asked if he had heard wrong, repeating that the student had made 9 sounds. But Instructor Chen Tian stood frozen, trembling slightly. Seeing that, the principal asked him what was wrong. Instructor Chen Tian then lowered his head slightly. Sweat rolled down his face as he shouted that he understood everything now. The next second, lightning gathered around Instructor Chen Tian's hand. He clenched his fist as bright sparks wrapped around it. In the next moment, the instructor swung his arm forward with force. He shouted the name of the move, while lightning and impact lines burst around his punch, releasing 8 sounds. After punching, Instructor Chen Tian looked excited. Sparks circled his fist as he smiled proudly. The principal beside him was shocked, shouting that the instructor had reached 8 sounds. Instructor Chen Tian explained that watching the Thunder Rush Fist from that student earlier had inspired him, allowing him to break through. Then both of them rushed forward in panic. Instructor Chen Tian said it was not the time to talk and told the principal to quickly find the student who used that move. But when they reached the field, they looked around in confusion. The outline showed that someone had just been there, but the person was now gone. On the other hand, Su Hong, not knowing he was being watched, walked through the street at sunset. He rubbed his shoulder tiredly and said he didn't expect training a C-rank martial skill to be this exhausting, far harder than the D-rank Vajra Fist. Su Hong then opened his system status window. The system screen showed his information. It displayed his name, Su Hong, along with his vitality, spirit, and physique. It listed his martial skills: Thunder Rush Fist, at the perfect level; Vajra Fist, at 5% mastery; Floating Light Palm, at micro level 8%, and Void Step, at micro level 9%. Below that, the martial value was shown as 0. Su Hong looked at the glowing system screen and said that his Thunder Rush Fist had already reached the perfect realm. He explained that he now needed to find a way to earn martial values and try to break through to martial artist soon. He said that unlike last time, he did not need a life-and-death battle. He wondered if sparring normally with someone could also let him obtain martial values. While thinking all that, Su Hong arrived at the entrance of the Raging Thunder Dojo, his workplace. He stood before the open gate and looked inside. Annoyed, he thought to himself that he had finally arrived. Inside the dojo, many students practiced with spears. They moved quickly across the training hall, clashing their weapons against each other as they trained. One of the students noticed Su Hong and walked over. He asked Su Hong why he had come today. Su Hong smiled lightly and answered that nothing special was happening. He had simply come over to practice. While they were talking, suddenly, a man with purple hair stepped violently on a student's head, slamming him into the floor. The student's body shook from the impact. The purple-haired man looked down coldly. He shouted, asking how someone dared to say his teacher taught badly. He said that if the student's comprehension was poor, he should admit it. He demanded to know why excuses were being made. When Su Hong saw that purple-haired man, he asked his friend about the situation nearby. His friend explained that Su Hong hadn't been around lately, so he didn't know what had happened. He said the aggressive instructor was a newly arrived teacher who was very strong. He added that the instructor looked down on common students like them and taught his classes carelessly. He continued explaining that this purple-haired man was that instructor's disciple, a man named Li Yan, who was also very strong. As he said this, Li Yan stepped forward with a confident, arrogant expression. He threw a punch and mocked the person he was fighting, asking how someone of that level dared to challenge him. But before the punch landed, a hand suddenly grabbed Li Yan's wrist, stopping the attack. It was Su Hong who grabbed his hand. Su Hong calmly told him that they should stop here. Li Yan pulled back and angrily demanded to know who Su Hong was. He shouted that if Su Hong had the guts, he should fight him one-on-one in the arena. Su Hong answered without hesitation that he would oblige. Just then, the instructor walked in with an angry expression and shouted, asking why there was so much noise when class was starting. Seeing him, purple-haired Li Yan backed down and glared at Su Hong angrily, saying that Su Hong was lucky. Su Hong looked at him calmly and thought to himself that this person was a bit too arrogant. The instructor then stood before all the students and announced that it was the last day he would be teaching the Raging Sea Spear technique. He said he would follow the old rule and demonstrate it only once. The students watched as he performed the technique with a spear, swinging it sharply across the room. After finishing the move, the instructor narrowed his eyes and said that he was only demonstrating it once because he did not believe they could learn it. But Su Hong stood with a spear in his hand. Blue light wrapped around the weapon as he stepped forward. His expression stayed calm, and his sharp blue eyes focused ahead. In the next moment, a reflection appeared in his eye. The silhouette of the instructor performing the spear technique could be seen clearly inside his pupil. Then, after showing it once, the instructor threw his spear onto the wooden floor with a sharp impact. The instructor then walked toward the doorway with Li Yan. He looked back and said that how much the students learned now depended on themselves. As he left, the students complained loudly. They said that demonstrating it only once was unfair, and that the students in the back could not see anything clearly. But it was different for Su Hong. He lowered his gaze to the spear in his hand. Flames rose behind him as he remembered the explanation. The technique's core was that the spear moved like a flood dragon crossing the sea, with momentum like endless waves. Su Hong held the spear tightly as blue energy wrapped around his arms. His body lowered slightly, and his eyes focused with a calm and determined expression. His body moved. Blue currents flowed around him, while he twisted his stance and swung the spear with powerful force. He stepped forward, spinning the spear as the blue energy followed each movement. The watching students widened their eyes in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Some students shouted in surprise, saying that Su Hong seemed to have learned the technique. Others wondered what kind of martial arts prodigy he was, and questioned if they were too stupid to learn it. Hearing the commotion, purple-haired Li Yan rushed out, asking why they were making noise and who they thought had learned the technique. He came forward and saw Su Hong swing the spear again, his movements sharp and smooth as the blue energy trailed behind him. Li Yan watched silently, his expression turning serious. He admitted to himself that Su Hong seemed to have really learned it. He thought that he needed to test Su Hong further, wondering if he truly was a genius. As Su Hong stood with his spear lowered, Li Yan called out to him, saying he would give Su Hong some pointers. Su Hong listened quietly and answered, saying okay. Hearing that, everyone moved back, leaving space in the center. Li Yan stepped forward and spun his spear with force. Seeing that, a student beside Su Hong warned him not to be impulsive. He said that Li Yan had a bad personality, but very high strength. Su Hong told him not to worry. Su Hong then stepped out. He lifted his spear and asked Li Yan to enlighten him. Li Yan's expression turned sharp. He swung his spear fiercely and shouted that Su Hong was arrogant. He asked Su Hong to watch as he used the Raging Sea Spear technique at the micro level, releasing waves of energy. Su Hong closed his eyes for a moment, then focused. Water-like energy swirled around his spear. In the next moment, his whole body moved like flowing waves. His spear technique became smooth and powerful. Blue energy burst out as Su Hong performed the Raging Sea Spear technique at the proficient level. His movement formed a huge water-like arc across the room. Li Yan stared in shock. He could not believe what he was seeing. He shouted in disbelief, saying it was impossible for Su Hong to reach the proficient level in the Raging Sea Spear technique. Su Hong swung his spear as blue energy wrapped around his arms. He used the Rage Sea Spear technique at proficient level. Water-like light spiraled around him as he stepped forward with sharp movements. The spears crashed with a heavy impact, sending shockwaves across the arena. Across from him, Li Yan was forced back by the collision. Shock flashed in his eyes as he watched the blue aura lash forward. He couldn't understand how Su Hong had reached the proficient level so quickly. He wasn't even a warrior yet. Yet his mastery had already grown at an unbelievable rate. Just then, Su Hong's eyes glowed gold for a moment, shining with intense determination. He pushed forward again, driving the spear straight toward Li Yan. A powerful impact exploded between them. Blue energy burst outward as Li Yan's spear was knocked back across the room. A glowing system message appeared in front of Su Hong, displaying that he had defeated a higher-level warrior. His martial Dao points increased by 35. Su Hong looked at the screen in shock, realizing that ordinary sparring matches also earned martial Dao points. He decided that he should spar with people more often. On the other hand, Li Yan fell to his knees, trembling as he stared at the floor. He muttered that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. He could not believe that Su Hong had trained the Rage Sea Spear technique to proficient level so quickly. His frustration rose, and he grew furious. He asked what would happen to him. He wondered what all his years of effort had meant. In the next moment, he shouted and rushed forward, swinging his fist toward Su Hong. He yelled, demanding to know what all his hard training had been for. But before the punch could land, a voice echoed, telling Li Yan to stop. Immediately, Li Yan's attack froze inches from Su Hong's face. The angry Li Yan turned his head and saw his teacher standing there. The teacher walked forward, slapped Li Yan, and scolded him. He said that if Li Yan could not even face defeat, then he was not worthy of being a martial artist. That slap struck Li Yan to his core, and his eyes widened in shock. The teacher looked at Li Yan's fallen spear in disbelief. He couldn't believe that just by watching his demonstration once, Su Hong had learned the Rage Sea Spear technique to proficient level. He admitted that even the geniuses from the imperial capital couldn't be this exaggerated. The teacher grabbed Li Yan by the head and bowed slightly towards Su Hong, thinking that Li Yan had talent but was far too arrogant, and that being beaten by someone like Su Hong was good for him. He apologized to Su Hong, saying it was his own failure for not disciplining his student properly. Su Hong watched silently and thought that this teacher had changed his attitude very quickly. Later that night, Su Hong walked alone down a quiet street. He felt that the day had worn him out, but he had gained a lot. As he looked at the glowing status window beside him, he noted that he had learned Thunder Rush Fist and the Rage Sea Spear technique, and had also earned martial Dao points. On the screen, his information appeared. Name, Su Hong. Blood energy, 91.7. Spirit, 23. Physique mortal body, 3%. Martial skills, Rage Sea Spear technique, subtle mastery, 28%. Thunder Rush Fist, perfect. Diamond Fist, grand achievement, 5%. Floating Light Palm, subtle mastery, 8%. Void Step, subtle mastery, 9%. Martial Dao points, 35 points. Su Hong fell deep in thought. He noted that the school exam was only a few days away, and students with money had already prepared high-grade alloy weapons. He thought that he needed to prepare his own weapon for the exam as well. He tested the feeling of the spear in his hand, and said that it felt comfortable. He thought that he might as well stick with using a spear from now on. He decided that he needed to buy an alloy spear, but remembering the price he frowned. He admitted that his savings weren't even enough for his aunt's medical treatment, let alone buying an alloy weapon. Walking alone on the street, he wondered quietly what other ways he could make money. Just then, inside a convenience store, he overheard a broadcast. The announcement said that fierce beasts outside Star City were increasing every day, and the city lord was gathering warriors to hunt them. The rewards were described as generous. Hearing this, Su Hong looked up in surprise as an idea formed in his mind about leaving the city to hunt fierce beasts. Meanwhile, at Su Hong's house, his aunt stood behind his injured uncle, placing warm pads on his back as she scolded him. She asked why he was still working so hard when Su Hong had already given them money last time. His uncle, tired but firm, replied that Su Hong was still young, and they couldn't place all the household burdens on him. He said that as long as he could still work, he needed to save more for the kids. Just then, the door opened, and Su Hong stepped inside, calling out that he was home. Both his uncle and aunt turned in surprise before greeting him warmly. Su Hong walked over with a smile and offered to take over the chores. His aunt reminded him that they had told him to rest whenever he came home. Su Hong then turned to his uncle and gently placed a patch on his back. He told his uncle that he could earn money now and suggested that it would be better for him to stay home and take care of his aunt instead of working so hard. His uncle admitted that it sounded nice, but said he couldn't just sit still. With a confident grin and a thumbs up, he reassured Su Hong that he was only earning a bit for daily expenses and wouldn't push himself too hard. Su Hong's aunt smiled softly and told Su Hong that he would still need a lot of money for his martial arts training in the future. She said that both of them wanted to save as much as they could for him. Su Hong looked down at the hot patch in his hands and softly murmured to himself, calling out to his uncle and auntie. A determined look appeared in his eyes. He thought about how his uncle and auntie had always lived frugally. Unless he earned enough money to support them for a lifetime, they would never feel safe enough to retire and focus on their health. His expression hardened. He told himself that he absolutely could not miss the opportunity to hunt fierce beasts for the bounty. Sometime later, on his rooftop, Su Hong considered the idea of hunting down fierce beasts but remembered the dangers outside the city. The wilderness was unpredictable. To stay safe, he needed to raise his strength as much as possible. He decided to put all the martial Dao points he had earned into increasing his blood energy. That night, blue system panels appeared around him as he allocated his points. One by one, new notifications popped up, each showing his blood energy rising by small amounts. Eventually, a larger panel appeared before him, displaying that his blood energy was now 95.2. Su Hong sat cross-legged in a circle of burning red aura. Flames curled around his body as he checked his progress. He realized that he was now just one step away from becoming a warrior. 2 days later, at the school gymnasium late at night, Su Hong lay on the floor, drenched in sweat. System panels floated around him, displaying each of his martial skills. Rage Sea Spear Technique, Thunder Rush Fist, Diamond Fist, Floating Light Palm, and Void Step, all marked as perfect. After 2 full days of intense training, he had finally brought every martial skill to its peak. Breathing heavily, Su Hong stared upward. He told himself that all preparations were complete. It was finally time to leave the city. It was Saturday at the Star City Warrior base. Su Hong finally arrived and muttered that the place was really far away. As he walked through the gates, he looked around with curiosity. He thought that although he had seen the base many times on TV, this was his first time visiting it in person. Inside, he noticed warriors everywhere. Warriors who were rarely seen in daily life appeared all around him in the bustling streets. He opened a sheet of paper and read the bounty list silently. Unranked fierce beasts were worth 300 blue star coins each. Tier 1 lower stage fierce beasts were worth 1,000. Tier 1 middle stage fierce beasts were worth 3,000. Then he reached the line mentioning Tier 2 lower stage fierce beasts. Another line in the rules stated that after killing a fierce beast, its left ear must be cut off as proof. Without that, no payment would be issued. He stared at the rule with an awkward expression and wondered why it was so primitive. Nearby, a warrior walked up to the payment window and placed a bag on the counter. He asked the clerk to calculate how much everything inside was worth. Watching him, Su Hong thought that the bag must be filled with the left ears of fierce beasts. Just then, a loud shout echoed through the area as a group of people pushed forward. Someone at the front yelled for everyone to move aside. Su Hong turned his head and saw a group approaching. Among them was a blond young man walking confidently while others cleared the path for him. One of the men shouted that young Master Ye was coming. As Su Hong observed, he quietly noted that the blond man's outfit and attitude looked similar to White Fox from the underground arena. Nearby, a few warriors whispered among themselves. One of them complained that the blond man was always showing off, saying that if his uncle were not the base director, he would have been beaten up long ago. Another person added that the blond man had already been beaten by someone a few days earlier, and it had been satisfying to watch. A third person responded that this explained why he hadn't been seen recently. Hearing that, Su Hong looked back. The blond young man passed by and glanced in his direction. The large masked warrior beside him also turned slightly. The blond man wore a faint smile on his face as he looked towards Su Hong. Su Hong stood silently. his expression calm as he looked ahead. He thought to himself that the danger did not only come from fierce beasts, but also from humans. Because of that, he reminded himself that he needed to be extremely careful. As he walked through the warrior base, someone approached him and asked if it was his first time there and if he was planning to enter the wilderness alone. He answered quietly that he was. The staff member watched him walk further into the passage and sighed, thinking that he was just another ignorant and fearless kid. Su Hong took another step forward, his shoe pressing down on the grass as he exited the tunnel. A bright light shone ahead. He stepped out of the dark passage and into the wilderness, where tall trees stretched out in every direction and sunlight spilled through the leaves above him. Su Hong stood with determination in his eyes. He tightened his grip on his sleeve, and thought to himself that he must return with a full haul. 2 hours later, the forest around him was quiet. Sunlight filtered through the leaves as he walked deeper among the trees. He looked around and realized that he had not seen a single fierce beast. He wondered if all the beasts near the forest outskirts had already been hunted. He leaned against a tree with confusion on his face, holding his water bottle. Question marks hovered above him as he tried to figure out the situation. A moment later, he decided to head further inside. His body shot forward in a leap, speeding deeper into the forest. Su Hong rushed forward through the forest, his breathing sharp as the wind whipped past his face. Sweat formed along his cheek as he heard a sound ahead of him. A moment later, a white wolf, with glowing red eyes, burst through the trees. The beast lowered its body and growled, its claws digging into the dirt as it prepared to attack. Su Hong stopped and faced it cautiously. He looked at the creature and recognized it. According to his textbooks, this was a Tier 1 lower stage fierce beast, the Shadow Moon Wolf. He thought to himself that this was the first time he had ever seen a living one. The wolf suddenly roared loudly, saliva flying from its jaws as it lunged toward him with its fangs bared. Su Hong tightened his stance as the beast leapt at him. Its crimson eyes locked onto him while it howled. The attack came down from above, straight toward Su Hong. Su Hong stood still as the fierce beast lunged at him with its claws extended. The wolf's red eyes glowed with killing intent as it swung its massive paw toward him. The wolf's attack cut through the air, but Su Hong dodged it by leaning back. The beast missed its strike. Lightning gathered around Su Hong's fist. His hand glowed with bright golden energy as he clenched it tightly. He stepped forward and struck the wolf with a powerful blow. Lightning exploded across the wolf's body as the impact sent it flying backward. The wolf crashed into a tree, rolling across the forest floor while letting out a weak howl. Su Hong then stood over the fallen beast. Lightning still flickered around his arm as he looked down at the defeated wolf lying motionless on the ground. Su Hong then looked at his trembling hand with bright eyes. He wondered if this was what fighting monsters felt like. It was even more exciting than he had imagined. His fingers shook as he remembered the battle. The feeling made his heart race. He clenched his fist with confidence. He thought to himself that he could now kill a Tier 1 initial stage ferocious beast in a single move. He wondered how he would perform against a Tier 1 middle stage ferocious beast. While he was thinking that, 2 glowing red eyes appeared quietly in the forest behind him. The next second, a huge figure stepped out. The scene revealed a Tier 1 middle stage ferocious beast, a raging black bear. The bear roared from behind him as Su Hong stood calmly with his fist raised. A powerful strike flashed across the darkness. In the next moment, the raging black bear collapsed with its eyes rolled back, beaten in a single blow. Standing over the fallen beast, lightning still flickered around Su Hong's arm. He thought that with his current strength, as long as he didn't provoke a Tier 2 beast, he wouldn't face too much danger. Finally, he crouched beside the defeated bear with a smile. He held up the bear's ear and thought proudly that 3,000 prize money was secured. A blue system window appeared in front of him. It displayed a reminder saying that his accumulated martial value was now enough for him to break through into a martial artist, and he should upgrade as soon as possible. Su Hong looked at the screen with excitement. He thought that he could finally break through and become a martial artist. But suddenly he felt a very powerful aura behind him, shocking Su Hong completely. He turned quickly, sweat covering his face. He looked toward the forest and sensed the pressure coming from afar. He thought that the aura was extremely intense and wondered what kind of ferocious beast it was. He decided to go take a look and rushed through the forest at high speed. He landed on top of a large rock and looked down. His eyes widened in shock as he whispered that this was. Before him stood a massive creature. A glowing description appeared, explaining that it was a Tier 1 late-stage ferocious beast, black jade giant python. Below, 2 men were fighting the python with their weapons. The python struck them with its giant tail. The men used their shields to block, but the python's power was too much, making them spit out blood with just one attack. The python's massive tail smashed into both of them, sending them flying backward. Their bodies slammed into a rocky wall, breaking the stones on impact. From a distance, Su Hong watched the scene with widened eyes. Suddenly, shock flashed across his face as he stared ahead. The python lunged again. It swung its tail with incredible force, aiming straight at Su Hong. The ground cracked apart as the huge tail cut through the air. The beast's body twisted sharply. Its tail curved like a giant whip, moving faster than Su Hong expected. He gritted his teeth, thinking it was too fast, as the python's attack came crashing down. The giant python's body smashed into Su Hong, sending him sliding across the dirt as dust exploded everywhere. Nearby, dark blood splattered across the stone. A weak voice coughed again and again, the sound mixed with the shaking of the earth. Su Hong knelt down, covering his mouth as he coughed blood. In front of him, another man lay motionless, his body torn open and stained black with blood. He wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand. His expression stayed calm even though pain filled his body. Reaching forward, he grabbed the fallen man's spear and lifted it from the ground. He quietly said that he would borrow it for a moment. Then he stood up again and faced the enormous python. The python rose high into the sky, its golden eyes glowing fiercely. Wind whipped around them as it hissed loudly, towering over him. Su Hong held the spear tightly and stepped forward to face the beast. The giant python opened its jaws wide and rushed forward with a roar, its sharp fangs flashing as it dove down like a falling mountain. Su Hong dodged aside just in time. The creature's massive body slammed into the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. In that moment, Su Hong quietly recalled something. Normally, killing a Tier 1 late-stage ferocious beast required several martial artists working together. But he was different. All of his martial skills had already reached perfection. With that level of mastery, he had easily killed the Tier 1 middle-stage raging black bear before. Because of that, he believed he now had the strength to fight the black jade giant python directly. He dashed forward with incredible speed, his footsteps leaving white streaks behind him. His body spun through the air, avoiding another strike as the python whipped its tail, using void step. Perfect. He closed the distance in a blink. The massive python lunged again, jaws wide. But Su Hong's eyes stayed calm. Blue light burst around his spear as water-like energy gathered and wrapped around the weapon. He raised the spear and unleashed his technique. Raging Sea Spear technique. Perfect. A powerful wave of blue energy burst forward as his spear swung down, carrying the force of crashing tides straight at the python. The giant python's massive body twisted violently as the golden spearhead pierced deep into its scales. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, and the beast let out a furious roar. Its jaws opened wide in pain, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Su Hong moved swiftly, stepping across the python's body with quick, precise motions. Each step left a sharp mark on the ground as he moved toward the spear. His hand tightened around it, gripping it firmly while power surged along his arm. Blue energy swirled around him, wrapping his entire body in a flowing, water-like aura. He lowered his stance, spear ready, eyes sharp and focused. With determination burning in his expression, he whispered to himself that he would strike again, one more time. With full power, he threw his spear at the massive python. The weapon shot forward like a beam of light. The giant python whipped its massive body forward, but the blue energy slash cut straight through its attack. Su Hong's spear pierced the python's body as it roared in pain. Enraged, the giant python swung its massive tail to attack, but Su Hong moved at extreme speed, circling around the creature again and again as faint blue trails followed behind him. He thought that the difference in their size was too great. Landing a fatal blow in a single strike would be difficult. He decided he had to weaken the python as much as possible first, then wait for the right chance to finish it. Just then, the python's tail swept toward him. Seeing this, Su Hong raised his fist, and a surge of bright energy formed around it. He used his Thunder Rush fist, perfect technique, as his entire arm shone with crackling power. He launched himself forward, delivering a powerful strike that sent waves of lightning bursting across the battlefield. The ground shook as the giant python's tail whipped across the battlefield. After landing a successful strike, Su Hong quickly leapt back, widening the distance between himself and the massive creature. Dust rose behind him with each step as he prepared his spear again. He reminded himself that after every attack, he needed to back away fast. Only by keeping his distance could he avoid being crushed by the python's huge body. The python twisted angrily, its scales scraping against the ground. Su Hong stayed alert. He told himself to wait for an opening, attack again, and then retreat right away before the monster countered. The constant movement tired him. His breath grew heavy, and sweat rolled down his face. Still, he knew this method kept him safe. He exhaled as he steadied his stance. Across from him, the python trembled. Its growls grew weaker. It seemed to be nearing its limit too. Seeing this, Su Hong realized he only needed to circle it a few more times and strike carefully to bring it down. He gripped his spear and called out in determination, ready for another round. But just as he prepared to move, something caught his attention. A sudden sound behind him. Su Hong sharply turned his head, his eyes widening as he sensed something approaching. He demanded to know who it was. A large masked man suddenly leapt toward him from above, laughing loudly with a flaming fist raised. Su Hong quickly lifted his arm to block, gritting his teeth as the flaming punch crashed down on him. The force of the attack sent him flying across the ground, rolling until he came to a stop. He pushed himself up with difficulty, coughing as he tried to regain his breath. When he looked up, several figures were standing in front of him. He shouted, asking who they were. The man in the long coat stepped forward, surrounded by his group. It was the White Fox. He looked down at Su Hong with a confident smile and told him that they were meeting again. He then asked Su Hong to hand over the black jade giant python. The group of 5 stood together on the rocky path, watching the injured Su Hong kneel in exhaustion. His spear lay stuck in the ground beside him, its blade cracked from the earlier battle. White Fox stepped forward with a calm smile. His eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the moment he saw Su Hong leaving the city alone. He said that when he first witnessed that reckless decision, he was certain Su Hong would die somewhere outside the city walls. He spoke again, amused. He admitted he never expected Su Hong's luck to be so strong. Not only had he survived, but he had even managed to encounter a critically wounded black jade giant python, one that was already on the verge of death. Hearing that, Su Hong stared at him quietly, realizing that if they thought he had merely found the python, that meant these 5 had just arrived. He observed them carefully. All 5 were martial artists. He realized that they had the numbers advantage. Fighting them head-on was impossible. Suddenly, the large masked fighter stepped forward aggressively. He shouted at Su Hong, asking if he hadn't heard young Master Ye's words. He demanded to know why Su Hong was still standing there when young Master Ye wanted the giant python for himself. Hearing that, Su Hong lowered his head slightly. His fists clenched. His jaw tightened. He said nothing, but his body trembled with anger. Su Hong glared forward, electricity crackling around his fist as he spoke. He said that they had only pushed him back earlier because of a sneak attack, and he asked if they really thought he couldn't defeat them. In the next moment, he shot forward and slammed his glowing fist into the masked brute's punch. The impact exploded outward, sending the large man flying. The brute's eyes widened behind his mask as he felt the force of the blow. Shock filled him as he thought about the terrifying power striking him. Su Hong didn't stop. He rushed in again, his fist flashing with red light, and struck the brute hard enough to knock him into the ground. The remaining group stood in the distance, watching their fallen companion lying in the grass. None of them moved. Then White Fox stepped forward slightly, looking at the scene with interest. With a slight smile, he commented on the attack. He said it was an excellent Vajra fist, and confirmed that Su Hong was indeed the Minotaur. Hearing that, Su Hong turned his head sharply, his expression tightening when he confirmed that it really was the White Fox mask. White Fox stood calmly, with his hand covering part of his face. His voice was smooth as he spoke. He said that Su Hong was the first person to humiliate him in front of so many people. He then dropped his hand and gave an order. His voice was cold as he commanded his subordinates to kill Su Hong. All 4 men around him rushed forward at once. Their weapons drew streaks across the ground as they charged towards Su Hong. Su Hong reacted instantly. His hand tightened around the spear, and his body shot upward in a single motion. Behind him, White Fox's group shouted to chase him. They sprinted after him as he leapt away from the rocky cliff. Deeper in the forest, the group slowed down, scanning their surroundings. Dense trees and scattered sunlight surrounded them as they searched the area. One of them shouted, asking where he went. Another warned that the woods ahead were thick and easy to ambush in, telling everyone to stay alert. The masked man with brown hair looked ahead as he walked through the forest. He scoffed and said there were so many of them, wondering if they were really afraid of just one man. Just as he said that, suddenly, a blur shot past him. Su Hong moved at incredible speed. The masked man's eyes widened as Su Hong dashed forward. Su Hong's eyes glowed with a sharp blue light as he closed the distance. In the next moment, he struck. The masked man was smashed into the ground with overwhelming force. From Su Hong's punch, 9 continuous sounds echoed in the air. Blood splattered across the man's mask as he lay motionless on the forest floor. Farther back, White Fox watched in shock. Sweat slid down his face as he stared at the settling dust clouds left behind by Su Hong. He cursed under his breath, unable to hide his disbelief. He wondered how Su Hong could possibly be this fast. White Fox's remaining 3 men stood together. One of them suddenly shouted in shock. He told young Master Ye that the technique being used by Su Hong was the Thunderclap Fist, specifically the 9 Echo Thunderclap Fist. He added that even rank 3 martial artists couldn't train the Thunderclap Fist to perfection. Hearing that, White Fox's expression twisted in frustration. He snapped at them to shut up. Sweat slid down his cheek as he stared ahead in disbelief. He couldn't understand how Su Hong had perfection in the Verara Fist, and now perfection in the Thunderclap Fist. He questioned how any of this was even possible. Up in the trees, Su Hong watched them from above, staying calm as he observed the group below. He quietly thought to himself that if he hadn't just fought the giant python and consumed so much vitality, he could have crushed all 3 of them head-on. Since he couldn't confront them directly now, he decided on a different approach. He decided that he would have to defeat them one by waiting for the right moments. Thinking that, he threw his spear, but he didn't attack them directly. He threw his spear onto the ground right behind White Fox's group. It was meant to distract their attention. And it worked. As everyone turned to look at the spear, Su Hong made his move. Before White Fox's men could react, Su Hong appeared right in front of one of them. Blue light flashed in his eyes as he reached forward with a swift, precise motion. The man facing him froze, shock spreading across his expression as he realized he had been targeted. Su Hong kicked the man in the face. His strike landed with explosive force, sending blood scattering as the man's head snapped back violently. The impact launched the man's body into the air before it crashed onto the ground. Nearby, the remaining attackers turned in shock. One of them stared at the fallen body with fear spreading across his face, while another looked nervously toward his leader. One man shouted that Su Hong was too strong and urged White Fox to retreat, but White Fox refused. He glared ahead and demanded whether they were joking, insisting that he would kill the boy today. A blur of motion cut through the forest as Su Hong dashed between the trees. His speed left streaks of blue light trailing behind him. The attackers could barely react as Su Hong appeared again and rushed straight toward them. In the next moment, another attacker was struck so hard that his body flipped upward and slammed into the ground, shaking the forest floor. White Fox clenched his teeth in frustration. Sweat slid down his face as he stared ahead. He cursed under his breath, wondering how Su Hong had grown so much stronger in just a few days. Just then, a blur shot past him. Su Hong rushed forward with incredible speed, closing in from behind. White Fox immediately spun around, eyes wide, but Su Hong was already gone. Leaves scattered in every direction as the ground shook from his steps. White Fox shouted in anger, repeating his frustration again and again. In the next moment, Su Hong appeared behind White Fox again, saying it was finally his turn. But little did he know, White Fox had already detected him. White Fox immediately turned and raised his arm, blue light gathering around it. Energy sparks shot outward as he charged forward, shouting and telling Su Hong not to think he had already won. White Fox thrust his glowing finger upward, shouting the name of his technique, Void-Shattering Finger. Seeing that, Su Hong raised his spear to attack, but his senses warned him that it was dangerous. He bent down and dodged as the blue arc of energy sliced across the forest with incredible force. The blast struck a nearby tree, instantly blowing a massive hole through its trunk. Bark and dirt exploded outward as the tree shook from the impact. The entire tree burst apart, collapsing under the force of the attack. Across the forest, White Fox thrust both hands forward, using the same void-shattering finger technique again and again. Blue beams shot from his glowing fingers in every direction, filling the air with intersecting streaks of light. Su Hong jumped around the forest, dodging all of it. He watched White Fox with a sharp gaze. Sweat slid down his cheek as he assessed the attack's power. He noted that the martial skill wasn't weak, its level seemed high, possibly Class B. Then White Fox glared back with rage twisting across his face. He screamed that he had memorized Su Hong's face. He shouted that if he was injured today, he would kill Su Hong's entire family once he returned. This was White Fox's biggest mistake. Hearing the threat, Su Hong's expression darkened instantly. Blue light flashed across his eyes as White Fox's words rang in his mind. Su Hong sprinted through the forest. He zigzagged through the trees, leaving trails of destruction in his path. Ahead of him, White Fox glared nervously. He held up his glowing finger and shouted that his uncle was a supervisor at the martial artist base, and that his father held even higher status. But before he could finish, Su Hong appeared behind him. White Fox's eyes widened with fear as he sensed him closing in. Su Hong appeared behind him with lightning-like speed. Red light crackled around his fist as he spoke calmly, saying he preferred White Fox when he was acting arrogant a moment ago. His punch connected instantly. White Fox's face twisted as the blow sent him flying, blood spraying from the impact. Su Hong didn't stop. With one more sweeping attack, a red arc cut across the air and smashed into White Fox again, throwing him violently backward as his body spun out of control. White Fox was sent flying out of the forest. He fell from the cliffside and hit the ground with a violent impact, sending dust exploding into the air. Thick clouds of smoke rolled across the rocky ground. Through the haze, White Fox slowly pushed himself up. He coughed and panted heavily as the smoke began to clear. Su Hong, surrounded by a red aura, walked out of the shadows. His eyes were dark and cold. He looked straight at White Fox and said that he should never have used his family as a threat. Blood covered White Fox's face and clothes as he struggled to lift his head. He asked why Su Hong was so strong, and said it shouldn't be possible. He panted weakly and stared in disbelief, saying the other wasn't even a martial artist. White Fox screamed, asking Su Hong what he actually was. Just then, behind him, a massive black python rose from the ground, its eyes glowing and its tongue dripping blood. Terrified, White Fox's eyes widened as he turned around after sensing the black python. Just then, the black python slammed its tail onto the ground with tremendous force, cracking the earth. Seeing that, Su Hong got ready to face the giant python directly, gripping his spear. He said he had spent too much time fighting the others. As the monstrous snake coiled and lifted its head, he realized it had already regained its stamina. On the other hand, White Fox's 3 men whom Su Hong had knocked out before, stood in the forest, shaken and confused. One of them muttered that Su Hong, whom they had fought, was far too strange. Another looked around anxiously and wondered where young Master Ye had gone, asking if he had already finished off Su Hong. Suddenly, the man in the red jacket lifted his head, alerted by a sound. Before they could react, they saw Su Hong running toward them from behind. He sprinted straight at them with his spear in hand. One of the men shouted that he would not spare him, while another yelled that Su Hong had finally come out, but Su Hong ordered them to move out of the way. Just as he said that, a loud rumble burst from behind. All 3 men froze when a massive python erupted from the ground, lunging toward them. Their eyes widened in shock. As the python crashed forward, Su Hong dodged aside, causing the giant creature to slam into the 2 martial artists. One of them screamed as the monster struck. A notification appeared, stating that Su Hong had indirectly killed an opponent martial artist and earned 30 martial value. A moment later, the python whipped around again, knocking the man in red into a tree. The notice appeared once more. Another indirect kill, another 30 martial value. Su Hong stared at the scene in surprise. He hadn't expected to gain martial value this way too. But suddenly, the giant python's tail swung across the ground and came toward him. Seeing this, Su Hong was alerted, a bead of sweat sliding down his face as he reacted to the sudden movement behind him. He thought to himself that after so many battles, his martial value was finally enough for him to break through and become a martial artist. With a powerful leap, he spun into the air. He moved with lightning speed, jumping from tree to tree, until he made a large distance between himself and the python. He wished he could find a safe place to break through. His eyes sharpened when he spotted a cave in the distance, deciding that he would choose that spot. He shot straight down toward the cave entrance as the serpent followed. As he entered, the massive python crashed into the cave entrance, sending dust and rocks exploding upward upon impact. In the dim cave, Su Hong landed on one knee with his spear pressed against the ground. Dust and rocks fell around him as the giant serpent crashed down, its glowing eyes locked onto him. The python lurched forward, its jaws opening wide as it dove straight at him with a violent roar. But it couldn't enter. Inside the cave, Su Hong quickly pulled up his system status screen, while the serpent's body thrashed behind him. The python roared again as the system interface displayed Su Hong's information. Name: Su Hong. Vitality, 96, Spirit 23, Physique, Mortal Body 3%, Martial Skills, Raging Sea Spear Technique, Perfect Thunder Rush Fist, Perfect Vajra Fist, Perfect Floating Light Palm, Perfect Void Step. His martial value showed 504. Su Hong furiously tapped the vitality stat on his screen, shouting for it to increase faster. Numbers flashed rapidly as vitality rose by plus 0.1 again and again. A burning red aura erupted around him. Vitality surged through his body, making his entire frame tremble from the heat. Red light wrapped around him like flames as he gritted his teeth, thinking that it felt as if magma was flowing through his veins. The status screen flashed again, displaying that vitality had reached 100. Red energy burst outward. Seeing this, the serpent stopped, its eyes widening as a wave of crimson power surged across the cave. A red notification appeared above Su Hong, announcing his breakthrough and that he had become a Tier 1 martial artist. Flames of power burst around him as he stood in the center of the glowing circle. He looked at his own body, feeling the heat rising from within, and said that he had finally become a real martial artist. His fist tightened, energy crackling around it as bright light wrapped around his arm. In front of him, the giant serpent shrank back in fear, sensing the change in his strength. Su Hong stepped forward, flames burning around his body, and told the serpent that it was now his turn. His eyes sharpened, and with a swift motion, he launched himself forward. His glowing fist shot straight ahead, tearing through the air like a beam of light. The python was using its whole body to crawl out of the cave, but a loud impact echoed when Su Hong's punch struck the serpent's body. The python let out a furious roar as golden energy surged upward, launching the python high into the sky. The giant serpent's face filled the panel. Its scales cracked, and its fangs stained with blood. It let out a fierce hiss as fresh wounds covered its jaw. Su Hong charged forward with glowing eyes and a blazing fist. Energy sparked around his arm as he shouted the name of his technique, Vajra Fist. He leaped through the air, aiming straight at the serpent's open mouth. The enormous snake lunged upward, roaring as it extended its tail to attack Su Hong from behind. Su Hong met its tail attack head-on, blocking it with his burning fist. Red lightning surged around him as the impact exploded against the serpent's tail. Su Hong gritted his teeth. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he pulled back his arm. He tightened his grip on his spear and steadied himself. He then drove his spear downward with full strength. Blue energy burst outward as he slammed the attack straight into the serpent's stomach, forcing the massive creature down with overwhelming force. A blinding column of blue energy crashed down the python's body onto the ground. Lightning burst outward on impact, making the creature roar in shock and pain. From high above, Su Hong descended with flames wrapped around his arm. His fist burned like molten fire as he shouted the name of his technique, Thunder Rush Fist. He dove straight toward the thrashing serpent. Su Hong's fiery punch slammed into the creature's skull, sending waves of sound force rippling through the air. The impact echoed through the forest. The serpent's head recoiled violently, as golden lightning swallowed it. Su Hong's attack smashed it downward, driving its head deep into the ground. The earth cracked beneath the blow, and the forest shook from the impact. Smoke and dust rolled across the battlefield in thick waves. When the dust slowly cleared, Su Hong stood firmly on top of the python's massive head. His red aura flickered as he looked down at the defeated beast. He noted that although the giant python had already been heavily injured, he was now strong enough to withstand its attacks directly. A glowing panel appeared beside him, confirming that his martial value had increased by 94. The enormous serpent lay motionless beneath him. Its threat finally ended. Su Hong then sat on top of the giant python's severed head, holding a knife in his hand. As he looked at the huge corpse beneath him, he muttered that hunting ferocious beasts normally required cutting off their left ear to exchange for money. But then he paused. The thought trailed off into silence as he stared at the massive serpent. Snakes didn't have ears. He wondered helplessly what he was supposed to do in this situation. After a moment, he sighed and stood up. He said it was better to forget it and head back quickly. The scene shifted to a distant view of the cliffside where he had first fought that massive python and white fox. His footsteps echoed softly as he approached someone lying bloodied on the ground. It was White Fox, but he was already dead after being crushed by the giant python's tail. Su Hong looked down at him calmly. He said that ending up like this, White Fox had gotten off easy. Su Hong then crouched beside the fallen body and began searching through his belongings. While checking his pockets, he wondered if he might find the high-level martial technique White Fox had used earlier. His hand paused when he pulled out a small booklet. The cover was worn, but the words were clear. He read the title out loud, Void-Breaking Finger. Later that night, as the massive corpse of the giant python rested motionless, something shone nearby. It was a small fire flickering inside a cave, whose entrance was covered by a wall of stone. Inside the cave, The warm glow of the fire lit up the rocks. Su Hong sat cross-legged with the void-breaking finger manual open on the ground. He calmly stated that he had already memorized the entire introductory method of the void-breaking finger, and the next step was to use the system to master it quickly. Soon, the surroundings shifted into a dark, digital-like space. Su Hong sat in the center and called out for the system to begin. In front of him, a glowing blue projection of himself slowly appeared. Training began instantly. Light beams surged around him, and a sharp force shot past his body as he practiced. He narrowed his eyes and continued. One by one, streaks of blue energy burst from his fingertips as he repeatedly used the void-breaking finger. His voice echoed as he shouted the name of the technique. System panels floated beside him, showing the mastery level rising rapidly, 51%, 63%, and 93%. Blue light filled the entire space as he continued to train, pushing the technique closer and closer. Suddenly, a faint blue screen flashed before Su Hong's eyes, showing a message that void-breaking finger had reached the basic stage. But before Su Hong could celebrate, a sharp beam of blue light shot into his forehead, causing his body to tremble. His eyes widened in shock. He coughed weakly, holding his chest as he returned to reality. He looked at the manual in his hand, and thought that, as expected of a B-rank martial skill, even reaching the basic level put heavy pressure on him. While catching his breath, he decided he needed to find a monster to test the technique's power. 3 days later, deep in the forest, a massive bear with glowing red eyes burst through the trees. The beast roared furiously as it charged forward. Just then, Su Hong stepped in, raising his arm. Blue energy gathered at his fingertip. As he released his attack, he unleashed the void-breaking finger, sending a piercing beam of energy straight into the bear monster. The bear was struck violently, its body shaking under the force of the blow. Su Hong stood calmly with blue energy swirling around his finger. He realized he had finally reached the perfect realm of the technique. He felt satisfied, thinking that its power was truly worthy of a B-rank martial skill. Just then, a glowing notification appeared, displaying that he had mastered void-breaking finger to perfect void-breaking finger. With the skill perfected, he lowered his hand and said that it was time to go back. The scene shifted to a large fortified compound, the martial artist base, where countless martial artists were gathered within the wide courtyard. The martial artist base was lively that day. At the exchange counter, a startled clerk counted the rewards and announced loudly that the total came to 230,000. The surrounding hunters murmured in surprise. One of them praised the Thunder Squad, saying they were incredibly fierce for killing so many beasts. Another muttered that this single harvest equaled several months of his own hard work. Just then, a little distance away, new voices rose in excitement. Hunters pointed out that this guy didn't bring back a single non-ranked beast. Every corpse he carried was a Tier 1 ferocious beast, and some were even high-stage ones. Those voices attracted the Thunder Squad's attention. Those voices were for Su Hong. He stepped forward with a large bundle. The clerk checked the records and read out the numbers in disbelief. 72 initial stage beasts, 83 middle stage beasts, and 17 high stage beasts. The total reward reached 406,000 blue star coins. The hunters nearby stared at him in shock. Su Hong lowered his gaze slightly, sweat forming at his temple. He wondered if he had hunted too many beasts and become too noticeable. If he had known this would draw so much attention, he thought he should have killed fewer. Just then, loud noises echoed through the base. A burst of force shattered part of the plaza, catching everyone's attention. Hunters gathered and stared at the destroyed area. People shouted in confusion. Someone asked how the base could be attacked. Another questioned how this was possible when so many high-level martial artists were stationed there. Su Hong stepped forward among the crowd, gripping his spear as he looked toward the smoke rising from the damaged building. From the smoke, a pale hand pressed against the ground. A faint glint of light reflecting off several metal rings wrapped around its fingers. A man in a suit stepped forward from the smoke-filled ruins of the base. His expression twisted with fury as he shouted for the base to be sealed, ordering that not even a single fly be allowed to escape. This man was Ye Qi, the person in charge of the base, and White Fox Ye Feng's uncle. His subordinates responded instantly, shouting their acknowledgement. Seeing this, another supervisor hurried toward him, panic visible on his face. He asked Ye Qi what had happened. Ye Qi's eyes burned red with rage as he answered. He shouted that his nephew Ye Feng, along with the 4 martial artists accompanying him, were all dead. News of the death spread quickly among the crowd. Several martial artists whispered in shock. wondering how Ye Feng could possibly have been killed and how an entire group of 5 could be wiped out at once. Some people muttered bitterly. One man thought that if not for Ye Feng's background, he would have killed him long ago. Another person said that everyone there had been robbed by Ye Feng before. More voices joined, saying the scourge had finally been eliminated. Hidden among the crowd, Su Hong stood silently, listening to their reactions as the discussions grew louder around him. Ye Qi walked forward, announcing in a stern voice that a B-rank martial skill found on Ye Feng's body was missing. He declared that all martial artists had to be body searched and cleared of suspicion before they were allowed to leave. Amid the tense crowd, Su Hong stood quietly with his spear. He observed the situation calmly. As he listened, he thought to himself that based on the corpses, it was obvious White Fox had been killed by the giant python, so the incident should not be traced back to him. From across the open plaza, the officials and Ye Qi gathered in a group. Their eyes scanned the crowd in suspicion. Su Hong noticed their focused stares drifting toward him. He wondered silently if they were targeting him. Suddenly the people around him slowly stepped back, creating a clear path as the officials walked forward, led by Supervisor Ye. Their footsteps echoed as they approached directly toward Su Hong. Then Ye Qi, with a dark expression, stepped out from the group. His eyes glowed coldly as he spoke with a forced smile, addressing Su Hong as little brother. He said he had heard that Su Hong alone had killed ferocious beasts worth 400,000, and he claimed that Su Hong's skills were truly amazing. Ye Qi looked down at Su Hong and said he had heard that Su Hong had killed a ferocious beast worth 400,000 credits on his own. He called it impressive. A woman nearby stared at Su Bai suspiciously. She said he looked like a rank 1 early-stage fighter at best and questioned how he could possibly kill so many beasts. She insisted that he must have scavenged young Master Yi's belongings and ordered the guards to search him immediately. 2 suited enforcers stepped forward, flames burning around their arms. One of them warned Su Bai not to resist, saying things would get ugly if he did. But before they could touch him, Su Hong moved. In an instant, his spear was at one guard's face. The guard froze in shock. He asked Su Hong what he was doing. The guard was stunned because he couldn't even follow how fast the spear had been drawn. Su Hong then asked calmly if they truly wanted to search him. He reminded them that he was a student of Star City High No. 1. Hearing that, Investigator Ye Qi narrowed his eyes as he thought about the situation. He knew the principal of No. 1 High was fiercely protective of his students, someone no one wanted to provoke. But to him, Su Hong still seemed extremely suspicious. He walked forward with 2 guards beside him. He thought that if Su Hong truly hunted all those beasts by himself, then he was a genius. And if they accused the wrong person and offended him, it would become a big problem. Facing Su Hong directly, Ye Qi explained that his nephew had been attacked, and their family's secret technique had been stolen. He said he needed to find the culprit, and hoped Su Hong would cooperate. Su Hong replied calmly, saying he only hoped they weren't accusing the wrong person. Seeing Su Hong's attitude, Ye Qi got angry, but he offered 10,000 credits as compensation for the search. Su Hong raised his hand and countered with 30,000. In his mind, he reasoned that Ye Feng had been killed by a giant python, and as long as the technique wasn't found on him, they couldn't blame him. After thinking for a moment, Ye Qi agreed. He told the guards to search. Su Hong lifted his arms slightly, and told them to check carefully, saying he didn't want any false accusations. The guards began searching through his belongings, while the woman searched his bag. Ye Qi and the others watched closely. One of the guards finished checking, and reported that there was nothing on Su Hong. Hearing this, Ye Qi told his subordinates to give Su Hong the 30,000 credits and let him go. Hearing that, Su Hong let out a small sigh of relief. In his mind, he felt lucky that he had cleaned everything up earlier. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble today. As he walked away with his spear, Ye Qi, who was in charge, ordered the others to continue searching everyone. No one was allowed to leave until they were cleared of all suspicion. Su Hong left, thinking about his next steps. He planned to shower and change clothes first. After that, he wanted to go to the Martial Artists Association to register for the assessment. He needed to get a guidance technique as soon as possible. Later, he arrived at an underground hotel inside the martial artist base. Inside a quiet and bright room, he sat shirtless on the bed, with his status window open in front of him. He checked his stats and was surprised. He had accumulated 534 martial points. He realized he had been so focused on training the void-shattering finger and hunting beasts these past few days that he hadn't used any of his points. His status panel showed name, Su Hong, vitality, spirit, 23, and physique, Mortal frame at 6%. His martial arts were void-shattering finger at perfection, raging sea spear technique at perfection, thunderclap fist at perfection, vajra fist at perfection, floating light palm at perfection, and void step also at perfection. He also had 534 martial points. Su Hong remembered that a rank 1 early-stage martial artist usually had about 100 vitality, while a rank 1 mid-stage martial artist had around 200 vitality. He calculated quietly. If he used all his martial points on vitality, he could raise his vitality by 53.4 points, making him only about 40 points short of reaching mid-stage. He sat there, thinking carefully about what to upgrade next. He looked at his other stats and thought to himself that he still hadn't upgraded his spirit or mortal frame yet. He wondered what effects they might have. His screen displayed that he had 23 spirit and his physique, mortal frame was at 6%. He told himself that he had plenty of martial points anyway, so he decided to test it and see what would happen. He put some points into his spirit. Blue upgrade messages floated around him saying spirit increased by 0.1 again and again. As the light faded, he looked at his hands and admitted that he didn't feel much different after raising his spirit. Then he shifted his focus and began upgrading his mortal frame instead. Bright blue energy burst around him as new messages appeared. Mortal frame increased by 0.1, over and over. This time, he felt the strength increase clearly. He nodded to himself and decided to add even more. His status window updated again, showing that his spirit was now 26.5 and his physique mortal frame was at 36.1%. His martial arts list stayed the same: void-shattering finger, raging sea spear technique, thunderclap fist, vajra fist, floating light palm, and void step, all at perfection level. His martial points dropped to 0. He looked at his window and decided that his mortal frame level was enough for now. He planned to put 200 martial points into vitality next and the rest into spirit. A new wave of glowing panels swirled around him. Vitality increased by 0.1, filling the air, followed by more upgrades pouring into spirit. Suddenly, red energy exploded from his body. Su Hong clenched his fists as power surged through him. It felt as if an endless supply of strength was rising from deep inside, overflowing with unstoppable force. His body became very muscular. As the intense red aura around him faded, Su Hong's body slowly returned to normal. The overwhelming surge of power that had twisted his muscles settled down, leaving only a faint glow around him. He sat cross-legged on his bed, letting out a long breath. He was relieved that his body had returned to its usual shape. He thought to himself that if he had stayed in that bulky, muscle-bound form, he would have had no idea how to explain it to people he knew. Time passed, and an hour later, he arrived at the Star City Martial Artists Association. The tall building stood out among the surrounding structures. Inside the hall, Su Hong walked up to the front counter. He politely told the receptionist that he was there for the martial artist assessment. She nodded and told him that a staff member would guide him soon. As he followed her through the corridor, the guide glanced at him and commented that he looked quite young. She asked if it was his first time taking the assessment. She explained that to pass as a rank 1 martial artist, a person needed at least 100 vitality and over 1000 combat power. She wished him good luck. Su Hong simply thanked her and continued walking. Nearby, 2 martial artists noticed him. One of them wondered aloud why Su Hong had come alone, without even a master accompanying him. The other guessed that Su Hong was probably just testing things out, considering his age. Su Hong continued forward quietly as their voices faded behind him. But just as he entered, his eyes widened slightly. His attention locked onto the assessment area ahead. A staff member read out the results loudly. Panjia's vitality was 102, but his combat power only reached 992, so the assessment failed. Panjia yelled in frustration, saying he had been so close. The crowd murmured all around. Next, another candidate stepped forward. The staff read the numbers again. Li Ming, vitality 105, passed. The examiner then announced that the next stage would be the combat power test. Li Ming faced the testing machine while the examiner watched. He took a stance and struck with full strength. The room shook from the force as he shouted. A moment later, the screen displayed the result. Combat power 1763, passed. Seeing that, the crowd murmured that Li Ming's combat power was 1763, almost reaching the level of a mid-stage rank 1 martial artist. People whispered that Jiang Ming from the Raging Thunder Dojo had a disciple named Li Ming. They guessed he must be that disciple and praised his talent, noting that he even used the thunderclap fist. Su Hong listened quietly. He wondered to himself why they mentioned Jiang Ming's disciple. He recalled that Jiang Ming's disciple was Li Yan, and questioned how many disciples that dojo master actually had. While he was lost in thought, Li Ming stepped toward Su Hong and told him it was his turn. As Su Hong went inside, Li Ming smirked confidently. He thought to himself that he was taking the assessment at this age, because he was a genius. Watching Su Hong enter, he wondered if someone the same age could ever compare to him, but suddenly, shocked reactions filled the room. People stared at the screen and cursed in disbelief. They wondered if the vitality tester was broken. They couldn't understand how someone's vitality could be that high. Hearing this, Li Ming was stunned. He looked back in shock as the examiner announced the result. Su Hong, vitality, 123. Li Ming, who had mocked Su Hong earlier, shouted in frustration, saying it was impossible. He tried to steady himself. He told himself to calm down, repeating that high vitality meant nothing and that only combat power truly mattered. A moment later, the examiner announced that the combat power test was about to begin. Everyone watched as Su Hong stepped up in front of the machine. He thought about his progress. He had already advanced to a martial artist and strengthened his body, so his power had grown a lot. He guessed that using 40% of his strength should be enough for this test. But then he worried. If he held back too much, he might fail the requirement. To be safe, he decided to use 50%. He took his stance and focused. His eyes sharpened as he rushed forward, his fist glowing with power. In the next instant, he struck the machine with a powerful blue force, sending a huge shockwave through the entire room. The machine went flying back violently as his attack blasted straight into it, leaving the ground cracked behind him. The machine exploded into pieces the moment his punch landed, leaving behind streaks of motion as fragments of metal scattered across the floor. Everyone watching froze in shock. Li Ming's eyes widened as he saw that the tester had been sent flying with just a single punch, calling that level of power terrifying. But what was even more terrifying was that Su Hong didn't even use any martial arts. Then the results appeared. The broken machine displayed the number 3004. A combat power normally reached only by a rank 1 high-stage martial artist. The crowd was stunned. They said that number was unimaginable. Up on the balcony, an instructor pointed at the chaos below. He told his superior that the same kid had caused trouble again, calling him an absolute monster. The superior looked down and recognized Su Hong. That was the same man who had watched Su Hong's match in the underground arena. With a calm expression, he said that it all made sense now. Meanwhile, in a bright office filled with sunlight, the president of Star City's Martial Arts Association, Wu Linshen, sat at her desk. She complained that the Yang City branch next door kept producing geniuses and showing off every day. She worried that if Star City didn't produce any geniuses soon, she would lose her job. Suddenly, an assistant burst into the office in a panic. He yelled that a monster had appeared in the martial artist assessment. Wu Linshen was startled enough to nearly drop her phone. He quickly explained that a rank 1 early-stage youth had sent the testing machine flying using only raw physical strength, and his combat power had reached 3000. Hearing this, Wu Linshen's eyes widened. She stared ahead, shocked by the news. Meanwhile, the Martial Artists Association's central hall was busy, filled with people walking around and talking. Su Hong stood near the escalators, with a staff member dressed in a suit. The staff member told Su Hong that he would first take him to the second floor to register his martial artist identity. After that, they could go collect his allowance. Su Hong nodded and thanked him. As they spoke, someone walked down the escalator. A pair of high-heeled boots appeared at the top, and a woman's voice said that the staff member could leave because she would personally handle Su Hong. The staff member froze. Then the woman stepped fully into view. It was the president. Her long golden hair flowed behind her as she looked down at them from the escalator. The staff member called out in surprise. The president walked up to Su Hong and asked if he was Su Hong. She introduced herself as Wu Linshen, the president of the Star City branch of the Martial Dao Association, and told him to follow her. Su Hong replied politely, calling her president. At the same time, he thought to himself that this person was the president of Star City's Martial Artists Association. He had heard rumors that she was a Tier 5 martial artist. She looked different from what he had imagined. The scene then shifted to the president's office. A bright and spacious room filled with warm sunlight. Su Hong sat on a couch while the blonde president reclined casually on another seat. She looked at him with a relaxed smile and began speaking. She said she knew he was a student from Star City No. 1 High School, and mentioned that Principal Li Chengshan had complained to her before. According to him, the school had produced only 2 ordinary Tier 1 martial artists this year, yet Li Chengshan somehow hit a major genius like Su Hong. Su Hong looked confused and asked why she had brought him to her office. He explained that he only wanted to register as a martial artist and collect his allowance in guidance technique. The president waved her hand confidently. She told him not to worry, saying the people downstairs had already handled his martial artist ID and monthly allowance. As for the guidance technique, she said she would teach him personally. She stood before him and asked how much he currently understood about guidance techniques. Su Hong thought for a moment. He said the textbook mentioned that heaven and earth spiritual chi had different attributes, and that guidance techniques were methods to absorb those spiritual energies to strengthen the body. He also added that absorbing spiritual chi of different attributes required a matching guidance technique. The president lifted her hand, and a warm orange flame appeared in her palm. She explained calmly that the textbooks were not wrong, but guidance techniques were more than just cultivation methods. She gave an example. The heavenly flame guidance technique she practiced mainly absorbed fire attribute spiritual chi. While it strengthened her body, it also gave her attacks the power of fire. As she spoke, the flame in her hand burned brighter and sharper. She then released the flame outward. A stream of fire shot across the room like a blazing whip, lighting up the entire office. She said that if someone could release attribute attacks externally, it would also increase their attack range. But for a Tier 1 martial artist, even carrying a small trace of attribute power was already impressive. Su Hong stared in surprise. He asked if guidance techniques could actually be used for attacking. He thought they were only for absorbing spiritual chi to cultivate. The textbooks never mentioned this part. The president raised her hand again, and symbols representing different elements appeared beside her. She explained that heaven and earth spiritual chi had 7 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. Each had its strengths and weaknesses, but in pure attack power, thunder ranked first, metal second, and fire third. She added that the guidance technique someone could cultivate depended on their compatibility. As she spoke, she lifted a glowing red crystal ball from the table. Su Hong nodded slowly. He realized it wasn't possible to cultivate any guidance technique freely. One had to match their own compatibility first. The president held the glowing crystal ball in her hands. She explained that it was used to test a person's compatibility. The brighter and larger the glow, the higher the compatibility. She said that ordinary martial artists usually had only 20 to 30%. Her own compatibility was around 80%, which was already considered extremely high. She looked at Su Hong with confidence and told him that someone as talented as him would definitely go beyond 90%. As she spoke, the flame inside the crystal disappeared, and she handed the ball to him. Su Hong looked at the crystal ball quietly. He thought to himself that President Wu had become a Tier 5 martial artist at such a young age, and was already considered a genius, yet her compatibility was only 80%. If he reached 90%, it would be too unbelievable. When Su Hong placed his hands on the ball, a blinding light erupted instantly. President Wu's eyes widened in shock. The entire crystal ball burst with intense red light, filling the whole room. The president jumped in excitement and shouted that it was completely full. His fire attribute compatibility had reached 100%. She rushed to Su Hong and grabbed his shoulders, asking if he understood what this meant. He admitted that he didn't. She explained with great excitement that this meant he could absorb 100% of fire attribute spiritual chi from heaven and earth, without wasting even a single trace. She then explained calmly that her own compatibility was only 80%. Because of that, she lost 20% of the fire attribute spiritual chi every time she absorbed it. Even so, she had already reached Tier 5 as a martial artist, and had become the president of the Star City Martial Artists Association. Then she leaned closer to him. With a confident smile, she said that his future achievements would definitely be higher than hers. She admitted that she never expected a small place like Star City to produce someone as talented as him. Someone who was not weaker than geniuses from the Magic City Imperial Capital region. Su Hong looked at the crystal ball in his hands. He thought quietly to himself that the fire attribute was good, but he still preferred the thunder attribute. He wished he had the thunder spirit attribute instead. Just as he said that, the crystal ball suddenly burst with bright golden lightning. Thunder-like patterns flashed inside it, as powerful light filled the room. When he lifted the glowing sphere, President Wu stared at him in shock. He looked at her and said that his thunder attribute compatibility also seemed to be 100%. She stayed silent, unable to respond. President Wu stared at the test results in shock. She wondered if it was real or fake because the thunder and fire attributes both showed 100% compatibility. She felt overwhelmed and thought to herself that Su Hong was a monster, something far beyond normal. Just then, Su Hong, now holding a green crystal ball, spoke nervously. He told the president that the wind attribute also seemed to be 100%. Hearing this, the president looked even more stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. She quietly muttered that the situation was too outrageous. A few minutes passed. The room became calm. Sunlight spilled in through the windows, while the two of them sat on separate couches. The president leaned back weakly, still trying to process everything. She slowly sat up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She whispered that something was not right. All the attributes she tested were full. Every single one was at 100%. She wondered if she was dreaming. Her thoughts drifted back to her past. She once believed she was a top-tier genius. Becoming a 30-year-old Tier 5 martial artist was as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. But when she once faced an opponent beyond common sense, she realized she was just an ordinary person. She remembered standing before a massive monster. The ground cracked beneath her feet as the beast roared loudly. In that moment she understood that to defeat something beyond common sense she would need someone just as extraordinary. She then recalled a man standing atop that fallen creature, looking down with calm eyes. Only those who were also beyond common sense could fight such beings. Back in the room she looked at Su Hong, and thought that he was an existence ordinary people could never understand. On the other hand, Su Hong was lost in thought. Thinking seriously, he muttered that all 7 of his attributes were at 100%. If he focused only on thunder and ignored the other 6, it felt like a waste. He sighed, saying the situation was distressing. Then he turned to the president with a smile and asked if she could give him copies of the guidance techniques for all 7 attributes. The president stared at him speechlessly. She explained slowly that human energy was limited. No matter how talented someone was, it was recommended to cultivate only 1 or 2 attributes. She gave an example. In the past, someone had tried cultivating all 7 guidance techniques at the same time. Even after training for decades, that person remained only a Tier 1 martial artist. Hearing that, Su Hong told her that he could not choose a path yet, so he wanted to cultivate all attributes first and decide later which one to focus on. President Wu agreed, but warned him not to fool around and not to waste such rare talent. She then asked Su Hong if his school's monthly exam was coming soon. Su Hong nodded and asked why she suddenly mentioned it. President Wu explained that tensions on the All-Heavens battlefield were growing stronger. A huge war between the 10,000 races and the human race could break out at any moment. Because of this, nations had invested a lot of resources to create a genius training camp, and she wanted to recommend him. She said that if he could take first place in the school's monthly exam, she would give him a recommendation spot. Su Hong repeated her words softly, thinking about the war of the 10,000 races and the training camp. He then remembered the tragedy from over 10 years ago, the war that took the lives of all his relatives except his uncle and aunt. He clenched his fists and agreed, saying he would definitely work hard. Images of his past flashed in his mind, crying as a child, his uncle comforting him, and scenes of fear and chaos. He whispered to his uncle and aunt in his heart, promising that he would never let that tragedy happen again. Finally, Su Hong strengthened his resolve. He told himself that he must become strong enough to protect everyone around him. Late at night, Su Hong's home stood quietly under the dark sky. Inside, Su Hong sat at the table with a bright smile. He held an identification card in both hands and told his uncle and aunt that he had officially become a martial artist. His aunt wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, happy and emotional. His uncle trembled with excitement as he held the card, unable to believe that Su Hong had really succeeded. They both praised him, saying that he had become a capable young man. Su Hong explained that a Tier 1 martial artist received a monthly allowance of 10,000, so his uncle no longer needed to work with such difficulty. His uncle laughed happily, and said that Su Hong had now become the pillar of their family, and that they would listen to him from now on. Su Hong smiled gently, and promised that he would support the family from this day forward. Later that night, Su Hong sat alone on the rooftop. He crossed his legs and began cultivating. Orange energy flames burst out around him as he breathed steadily, focusing all his strength on training. Su Hong's eyes suddenly lit up with a bright fiery glow. Power surged inside him, and his stare turned sharp and intense. The next second, he punched the air with determination. Energy gathered around his arm, spinning wildly as flames wrapped around his fist. He punched out with full force, sending a wave of heat and wind across the rooftop. When the energy faded, Su Hong looked at his fist. It was smoking lightly. He stared at it in confusion and wondered why the technique felt so weak. He asked himself if this was really the basic level of the guidance technique and why it had no power at all. Then a glowing system panel appeared in front of him. It showed his name and different stats. It also displayed a new line for guidance technique. He realized that he had actually learned the Heavenly Flame guidance technique. But it was only at level 1 with 5%. Su Hong became even more surprised. He wondered since when guidance techniques had levels. President Wu had never mentioned anything like that. If techniques could be leveled up, she would have told him. He looked back at the panel, thinking deeply. Maybe this guidance technique was different. Then a thought struck him. Su Hong stared at the glowing screen in shock. He couldn't believe it. But excitement spread across his face as he realized the truth. Only he could level it up. Su Hong stood before the glowing blue panel and stared at it seriously. He asked himself how he was supposed to upgrade guidance techniques, wondering if they were improved the same way as martial value. Just as he touched his system window, a red warning screen flashed in front of him. The panel showed the message. Insufficient martial value. Seeing that, Su Hong sighed. He decided to first cultivate the rest of the guidance techniques. He told himself he would figure out how to earn more martial value later. He then sat cross-legged on the rooftop, surrounded by books. Flames of spiritual energy burst around his body, brightening the whole surrounding. Several hours later, Su Hong's inner view appeared, showing 7 glowing points of spiritual qi. Each point represented a different guidance technique. Thunder guidance technique, level 1. Water marsh guidance technique, level 1. Thick earth guidance technique, level 1. Spirit wind guidance technique, level 1, and others. The 7 different attributes of spiritual qi pushed against each other. Su Hong gritted his teeth as sweat rolled down his face. He understood why President Wu once said that a genius who cultivated 7 guidance techniques had stayed a tier 1 martial artist for decades. He continued to channel the power. Flames rose around him, and he tried to control the energy. He noticed that although all 7 types of spiritual qi existed in his body, he could only use one attribute at a time. A ball of fiery spiritual qi formed in his hand as he breathed heavily. That bright flame swirled in Su Hong's hand as he watched it closely. He had realized that if he forced himself to use a second attribute, the 2 glowing forces instantly collided, followed by a violent explosion. It was a huge explosion of spiritual energies that shook his rooftop. The clash made both attributes disappear. Su Hong narrowed his eyes. He wondered if thunder and fire really couldn't be combined. Their natures felt similar. So why did they keep rejecting each other? He tried again. Thunder light and fire sparks wrapped around his fingers. The 2 forces touched. Another explosion burst out, and the energy scattered into the air. Still sweating, Su Hong clenched his teeth. He refused to give up. He yelled in frustration, telling himself to try one more time. Flashes burst from the rooftop again and again through the night, as he repeatedly attempted to fuse the attributes. When dawn arrived the next day, the building still glowed faintly from the leftover sparks of Su Hong's non-stop training. He breathed heavily, sweat running down his face. He told himself he just needed a little bit more. In his hand the lightning and flame flickered and shook. He stared at it, insisting softly that he only needed a tiny bit more. He gritted his teeth and shouted for the power to fuse. Lightning and fire wrapped around his arms as he forced the 2 energies together. He raised his hand again and yelled, calling for fusion. A bright flame exploded in his palm. After trying through the whole night, he finally succeeded. He looked at the flame in his hand with relief and satisfaction. He then straightened his clothes and said it was time to go out and test the power. The scene shifted to Star City's Citizen Martial Arts Square, a large open plaza with a tall clock tower at its center. Training robots stood ready around the area. Su Hong stood in front of the spider-shaped combat tester. He pointed at it and said that he had switched to a Tier 3 combat power tester, hoping it wouldn't break this time. He remembered that 50% power had reached 3,000 combat power. So he decided to try 30% power first. He raised his glowing fist and struck. The machine displayed the result. The number went above 2,300. He looked surprised. At 30% strength, the power should have been around 1,800, but it had increased by 500 more. He looked at the lightning burning in his hand, and thought that just the power of thunder alone was already this strong. Then he clenched his hand again, and aimed. He wondered how strong the fused power of thunder and fire would be. He released the combined force, and the explosion of lightning and flames shot forward. His punch smashed into the combat tester with overwhelming speed and power. The screen flashed new numbers. Su Hong stared in surprise. It showed 3,041, far higher than he expected. He muttered in shock, wondering how it had passed 3,000. He stood beside the damaged tester, rubbing his hands. He thought about how, with only his physical strength and the fused thunder fire, 30% of his power already surpassed a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist. Then he glanced at his own status and sighed. His vitality was only 123 points, which made the result even more terrifying. He thought that if the power was already this strong with just 2 fused attributes, he wondered what kind of strength he would have if he could fuse all 7 attributes. The thought of combining them filled him with excitement. He looked at the flames and lightning dancing in his hand, and smiled. He decided to go back and try fusing 3 attributes next time. Later he was shown lying flat on the rooftop, exhausted. His shirt was gone, and his body was drenched in sweat. Small lights floated around him as he breathed heavily. He thought about the difficulty again. Fusing 2 attributes was already hard, but fusing 3 felt many times harder. He had rearranged and combined all 7 attribute patterns repeatedly, yet he still made no progress at all. Even so, he kept thinking about how powerful it could be if he finally succeeded. He looked at the system screen and wondered if increasing the level of his guidance techniques would help him succeed in fusing attributes. The screen listed the techniques he had. Thunder Guidance Technique, Level 1. Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique, Level 1. Water Marsh Guidance Technique, Level 1. Thick Earth Guidance Technique Level 1, and Spirit Wind Guidance Technique Level 1. He reminded himself that the monthly exam was tomorrow, and he needed to earn as much martial value as he could. The next day, all the students gathered at Star City No. 1 High School. Students stood on the field as the principal walked onto the stage. The principal told them that this monthly exam would be different. Because the front lines were under heavy pressure, a special training camp would now be held every year to select geniuses for focused training. He explained that the training camp had many resources, powerful martial arts, rare pills, and even grandmasters who would serve as instructors. The top 3 students in the monthly exam would be allowed to join Star City's training camp. Hearing that, the students became excited. Some shouted about wanting to enter the genius training camp. Others were shocked that a Tier 7 grandmaster might be an instructor, since even their principal was only Tier 3. Amid the noise, Su Hong stared ahead with a tired face as he remembered President Wu telling him that if he got first place, she would give him a spot. But didn't the top 3 all receive spots anyway? A friend of Su Hong told him that Chen Shan and Li Tu had already become Tier 1 martial artists. Beside them, several others had also reached the basic level of Thunder Rush Fist, and he felt they had no chance of winning. Su Hong looked confused. He thought about how he had only missed school for 10 days, yet those students had already broken through to martial artist. His friend explained that recently, the principal had asked Senior Chen Tian, the instructor of Thunder Rush Fist, to give private lessons to talented students. Because of this, Chen Shan and Li Tu's vitality had already exceeded 100, and their Thunder Rush Fist could echo 3 times. While they were talking, suddenly Chen Shan and Li Tu walked forward confidently. One of them said he wanted everyone to know who the real number 1 genius was. The other replied that when he beat him to the ground he hoped he would stay just as confident. Elsewhere, as Su Hong's principal came down from the stage, Instructor Chen Tian asked him if he had found the genius who performed the 9 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. Principal Li answered that he had searched everywhere recently, and didn't think that person was from his school. While they were talking, they suddenly heard some noise behind them and turned. A tall man in a black suit walked up with 2 others. It was Jiang Ming, who had taught Su Hong that spear technique. Along with him were Li Ming and Li Yan. Jiang Ming joked, calling Principal Li, Old Li, asking why he looked like his wife had run away. The principal looked at Jiang Ming and asked what he was doing at his school. Jiang Ming smiled and said that the quality of this year's students didn't seem very good. He then explained that he had brought 2 disciples with him. After the monthly exam, he suggested letting the first-place student come over for a spar. Hearing that, Principal Li's expression tightened. He knew that Jiang Ming had clearly come to embarrass him. He thought that if he refused, it would be like admitting that his school had no talented students at all. Jiang Ming continued speaking lightly. He said the students here looked weak anyway, so if the principal refused, he could understand. Hearing that, Instructor Chen Tian snapped back angrily, asking if Jiang Ming was looking for trouble on purpose. Nearby, one of Jiang Ming's students, Li Yan, pointed toward the crowd. He told his teacher there was bad news. The kid named Su Hong had appeared. Jiang Ming looked confused and repeated the name, asking which Su they meant. As he turned toward the group of students, he suddenly recognized Su Hong standing at the back. Jiang Ming shouted in surprise. He realized it was that same little monster he had seen before. Su Hong looked at them calmly. a faint smile on his face as the crowd blurred around him. Jiang Ming stared in shock as sweat formed on his face. He realized that the kid they had been talking about was actually from Gnome 1 High School. He looked at his two disciples and grew even more troubled. He thought that if Li Yan and Li Ming fought Su Hong, they would definitely lose. Rather than letting them lose face in front of everyone, he needed to avoid the match. He quickly put on a smile and waved his hand. He told Principal Li and Instructor Chen not to be angry. He said he had only been joking, and that there would be no competition. He even called his own disciples trash, saying they could never compare to the other school students. Li Yan and Li Ming immediately shouted that they conceded. Hearing that, both Principal Li and Instructor Chen were furious. Their faces twisted in anger as they thought about how these men dared to mock them so sarcastically. Soon after, the scene shifted to the arena. A loud announcement echoed across the stadium, calling for match number 666, Su Hong, to begin. From the stands, Su Hong's friend leaned forward anxiously. He told his colleague that Su Hong's first opponent was a quasi-martial artist, and that this was extremely unlucky. He then called out to Su Hong, telling him that he could try to fight but shouldn't push himself. Getting injured at the start of the tournament wouldn't be worth it. Su Hong's opponent, Chen Peng, stepped forward and pointed at Su Hong. He asked if Su Hong planned to walk down on his own, or if he should beat him down instead. He clenched his fist, and was about to charge straight at Su Hong with confidence. But before he could even react, Su Hong moved. He suddenly disappeared from his place, and the next second he appeared in front of Chen Peng. His figure flashed, and with one clean strike he sent Chen Peng flying through the air. The impact was so strong that Chen Peng flipped upside down and crashed hard onto the ground. Everyone watching stared in shock. One student shouted in disbelief, asking when Su Hong had become so fierce. The others were stunned into silence. Su Hong stood calmly in the center of the field, surrounded by rising smoke. His posture was relaxed, but the crowd trembled. They realized what had happened. Su Hong had defeated a quasi-martial artist in one single move. Su Hong stood calmly on the battlefield, while another opponent lay defeated at his feet. The crowd shouted in disbelief, saying that Su Hong had won again, and wondering how he had become so strong. Some even questioned if he had already reached the level of a Tier 1 martial artist. They announced that the next match would be the final battle. From the stands, Instructor Chen stared at Su Hong in confusion, wondering where this student had suddenly come from, and why he hadn't appeared when private tutoring was offered. Principal Li blamed himself, calling it a failure in his own duties. Both of them discussed Su Hong further. Principal Li wondered how he had never noticed such a promising student before. By not training him early, he felt he had wasted a real talent. Instructor Chen said he felt Su Hong looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. They then turned their attention to the ongoing semi-final match between Chen Shan and Li Tu, saying the winner would be decided soon. Watching their fight, they noted that the two fighters were evenly matched, making it difficult to tell who would win or lose. On the stage, Li Tu shouted at Chen Shan. He said that since they both used the same technique, the Three Echoes Thunder Rush Fist, Chen Shan would need to use his strongest move if he wanted any chance of winning. He then launched forward, using the Thunder Rush Fist with full force. Li Tu charged forward with a fierce expression, his fist slamming down with explosive force. Chen Shan answered with a sharp shout as he blocked, the impact blasting wind across the floor. Chen Shan's voice rose in anger as flames burst around his fist. He yelled at Li Tu to watch carefully, declaring himself the true number one of the school. From the sidelines, the students stared in shock. They shouted that Chen Shan was performing attribute externalization, unable to believe he had already mastered it. They recognized the blazing fist as the fire attribute, known for its immense power, second only to thunder. Li Tu stepped forward with a calm smirk as water-like energy flowed around his arm. He replied that attribute externalization was nothing special, and anyone could do it. The students gasped again. They shouted that Li Tu could also externalize attributes, and his was the metal attribute, a force even stronger than fire in combat. Li Tu dashed ahead, chains of metallic energy swirling around his fists. He announced that he also possessed this power as he launched his attack. His punches echoed with 5 sounds. Chen Shan, who charged forward, was shocked when he saw Li Tu unleash the 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. A violent impact followed as Li Tu's strike landed cleanly, blasting his opponent backward in a streak of motion and shockwaves that tore across the arena floor. From the viewing platform, Principal Li and Instructor Chen watched with widening eyes. Principal Li muttered that Li Tu had been hiding his strength deeply. Instructor Chen added that within just 10 days, Li Tu had managed to master attribute externalization and even bring the Thunder Rush Fist to the micro level. They agreed that Li Tu's talent was exceptional. Principal Li then said there was no need to watch the final match. With micro-level Thunder Rush Fist and the metal attribute, he believed Su Hong had no chance of beating Li Tu. Instructor Chen sighed that if Su Hong had learned a guidance technique and mastered Thunder Rush Fist as well, he might have stood a chance. Just then, Jiang Ming walked over and confidently placed a bet. He wagered 50,000 that Su Hong would take first place. Hearing that, Principal Li and Instructor Chen were shocked. Principal Li asked Jiang Ming if he was crazy. He said although Su Hong was good, how could he possibly win without a guidance technique? But Instructor Chen only laughed, saying that if Jiang Ming was delivering money to him, he would gladly take it. Soon, the announcer declared the final battle. Number 01, Li Tu, against number 666, Su Hong. The match began. Students shouted from around the arena. Some cheered for Su Hong to seize the championship. Others urged Li Tu not to lose face. The two fighters stepped onto the circular stage, facing each other as the final showdown began. Li Tu stood confidently, telling Su Hong that he was lucky. He said Su Hong had only reached the finals because he hadn't met him or Chen Shan earlier. Su Hong looked calm. After hunting so many ferocious beasts, he felt that the students here were too weak. Now he finally thought someone worth watching had appeared. Li Tu stepped forward with a grin. He said that since Su Hong reached the finals, he could call himself the second strongest in the school. Su Hong simply asked who the first was. Li Tu stomped on the ground and declared that the number one was himself. He rushed in with a fierce attack, saying he only needed one move to show how big the gap between them was. The students watching gasped in panic. One of them exclaimed that Li Tu was using the 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist right from the start, wondering if he was actually taking things this seriously. Another student nervously said it was already over. With the Thunder Rush Fist coming out, there was nothing left to fight. Su Hong was bound to lose. But Su Hong's eyes glowed with a sharp golden light, as power built up inside him. In the next moment, flames burst from his fist, and he shot forward. He said he only wanted to see where the limits of his physical body lay. The students panicked even more when they saw him rushing straight in. One shouted that Su Hong must be crazy, he didn't even dodge, choosing to meet the attack head-on. Another yelled that even if he wanted to die, this wasn't the way, urging the referee to save him quickly. The two fighters collided in the middle of the arena, their fists smashing together with explosive force. Shockwaves blasted outward as the impact shook the ground. They clashed again and again, their blows sending bursts of energy through the air. Su Hong met his opponent's thunderous attack directly, the impact scattering chains of water and sparks in every direction. Li Tu stared in shock, realizing that Su Hong had actually neutralized his 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist instantly with just 5 punches. The two fighters clashed again, their fists colliding in a storm of blows as chains of energy whipped around them. Li Tu gritted his teeth, wondering if Su Hong was a monster, because every punch Su Hong threw felt overwhelmingly heavy. Up in the stands, students watched with wide eyes. Su Hong's teacher exclaimed that Su Hong wasn't using any martial skills at all. Yet he was evenly matched with Li Tu, who was using the 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. Su Hong's friend shouted that Su Hong's strength was far too terrifying. Principal Li and Instructor Chen also looked stunned. Instructor Chen said that Su Hong must possess some kind of special physique, otherwise his strength wouldn't be this exaggerated. Principal Li burst into laughter, proud that his school had actually produced a genius with a special physique. But Instructor Chen beside him shook his head. He said that although Su Hong's strength was astonishing, Li Tu had already condensed an attribute, so Su Hong still held no real advantage. On the arena, the clash sent both fighters sliding back across the arena floor. Su Hong steadied himself as flames flickered around his fist, while Li Tu skidded several meters away, forced backward by the impact. Li Tu's eyes widened with anger and disbelief. He shouted that Su Hong shouldn't act arrogant, because the winner could only be him. Blue lightning surged around his arms as he powered up again. He then lunged forward, shouting for Su Hong to accept defeat. His fists, wrapped in chains of energy, tore through the air as he charged straight at him. Su Hong watched calmly. He thought to himself that he had originally planned to test how far he could fight Li Tu using only his physical body. But Li Tu had already stopped holding back and was now attacking at full power. Since Li Tu had gone all out, Su Hong decided he should also show some respect. Flames burst from his own fist as he sprinted forward to meet the attack head-on. Lightning burst across the arena as Li Tu shouted in shock. He looked at Su Hong with wide eyes as he recognized his technique. Realizing what he was seeing, he yelled that Su Hong could also use attribute externalization. Principal Li and Instructor Chen on the side trembled as golden lightning wrapped around the arena. Instructor Chen stammered in disbelief, unable to finish his sentence. Principal Li could only mutter in shock, saying he had no idea how this was even possible. Both of them were stunned that Su Hong possessed the thunder attribute and had mastered the thunder guidance technique. Instructor Chen explained that a special physique combined with the thunder attribute, which had the strongest attack power, made this talent terrifying. Inside the arena, Su Hong and Li Tu clashed again, lightning and chains exploding in all directions. Li Tu stared forward, realizing something alarming. He admitted that Su Hong's thunder attribute was even stronger than his own metal attribute. Su Hong looked back with a calm, confident expression. Lightning coiled around his body as he spoke. He told Li Tu that since he had revealed his ultimate move, he would now answer it properly. Su Hong narrowed his eyes as lightning flickered around him. He told Li Tu that he would show his ultimate move as well. Golden light burned in his eyes as thunder wrapped around his fists. He also used his Thunder Rush fist technique as he charged forward. In the next moment, his strike landed with explosive force. The scene shook as repeated impacts echoed, one after another, driving Li Tu backward. Su Hong's blows landed so quickly that 9 echo bursts exploded across the arena. Li Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. While falling, he shouted that 9 echoes were impossible. Blood burst from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Su Hong stood over him with a firm expression, thunder still crackling around his fists. The students in the stands fell silent for a moment. Shock spread across their faces. They were all speechless. A student finally spoke, stunned, asking if Su Hong had really won. Excitement erupted, as others shouted that Su Hong had reached the perfect realm. Thunder Rush Fist, 9 echoes. They cheered that his technique was even fiercer than the teacher who taught it. Instructor Chen and Principal Li stared in shock. Instructor Chen stuttered out that Su Hong had produced 9 echoes. He asked if Su Hong was the same genius who had disappeared from school that day. Principal Li trembled as he said that this wasn't just a genius. This was the dragon of Star City No. 1 High School. Instructor Chen wiped his sweat and said that once a monster like Su Hong entered the training camp, he couldn't imagine how devastated the other geniuses with powerful backgrounds would be. Not far away, Su Hong walked forward calmly in his school tracksuit. Looking at him, Instructor Chen spoke with admiration, saying that a golden carp was not meant to stay in the pond. Once it met wind and cloud, it would transform into a dragon. To him, Star City was nothing more than a small puddle for Su Hong. Principal Li nodded with confidence. He said that in the upcoming training camp, Su Hong was destined to be a dragon rising from the abyss, soaring into the sky. He added that the Magic City Imperial Capital, and even the battlefield of 10,000 races, were the true places where a monster like Su Hong would shine the brightest. The scene then shifted to evening at Su Hong's home. As he returned, he called out to his uncle and auntie, saying he was back. Su Hong stepped in with his school bag. His uncle looked up from the table filled with dishes and asked how the exam had gone. Su Hong smiled and said he got first place. Hearing that, his uncle became excited, repeating that Su Hong had ranked first in the monthly exam. Then he eagerly asked if that meant Su Hong could now attend the training camp he had mentioned before. Su Hong nodded lightly, but suddenly, there was knocking on their house door. Su Hong turned his head toward the sound. A woman stood outside, knocking firmly and calling out, asking if this was Su Hong's house. Su Hong opened the door slightly and looked at her. Behind him, his aunt and uncle peeked curiously from inside. Su Hong asked who she was. The woman stood at the doorway, addressing Su Hong. She introduced herself, saying she was the parent of Lin Nian, from his school. She explained that only the top 3 students in the monthly exam were allowed to attend the training camp, and since her son ranked 4th, she wanted to discuss Su Hong giving up his spot. She then held out money, offering 30,000 in exchange for Su Hong's place, so Lin Nian could go instead. Hearing her, Su Hong remained expressionless, while his uncle and aunt looked on from behind, surprised. The woman grew irritated at his lack of reaction. She raised her voice, saying the training camp existed to nurture geniuses for the future battlefield. She warned that the competition was extremely cruel, and that people could actually die. She continued, explaining that those in the camp consumed high-grade pills until they vomited, and practiced high-level martial skills freely. She added that, Given Su Hong's family circumstances, giving up early was for his own good. Hearing that, back inside the home, Su Hong's aunt looked worried, and asked him if what the woman said was true, and whether the camp was really that dangerous. Su Hong's uncle turned to his wife, and told her to calm down. The uncle then looked at Su Hong seriously, and asked if he could guarantee his own safety. Su Hong answered firmly that he could, a confident flicker in his eyes. Hearing that, the woman in the purple suit complained, saying they actually believed a child's promise. Su Hong's uncle replied that he trusted Su Hong. He said going to the training camp was Su Hong's own decision, and he believed his promise. He added that if he couldn't trust his own family, he wouldn't trust her instead. The woman shouted in anger, but the uncle slammed the door shut right in front of the woman's face, telling her to leave. The woman stormed out. As she walked away, she angrily muttered that they should wait to be eliminated from the training camp. Then inside the house, Su Hong stood in the room and looked at his uncle. He told his uncle that it was not like he had intentionally hidden the dangers of the training camp, but his uncle shook his head and told him it was fine. His uncle smiled and pointed at himself, saying he was just a rough man. He said Su Hong was more educated and understood the training camp better than he did. Since he had the resolve to face difficulties, they would support him. But his aunt suddenly slapped her husband's back and scolded him, asking what kind of talk that was. She stepped forward and told Su Hong that they did not ask for any ranking, they only wanted him to stay safe. Su Hong smiled gently and nodded. Night fell over the city. Lights from tall buildings glowed in the distance. Su Hong stood alone on the rooftop, looking over the skyline. He thought to himself that although his uncle and aunt supported him, they must still be worrying about him secretly. He told himself he absolutely could not let down their expectations. Standing under the night sky, he strengthened his resolve. He thought that to protect this hard-earned life, he had to become stronger. Su Hong looked at the glowing system panel in front of him. He said that he had fought more than a dozen matches in the monthly exam, and earned a total of 285 martial value points, but it still wasn't enough. The panel displayed his information: vitality, spirit, mortal body percentage, his guidance techniques, martial skills, and his total martial value. He tapped on the screen and increased his mortal body, which was currently at 36.1%. He said he didn't know what high-level skills or trump cards the geniuses in the training camp had. To fight against them, he needed to improve his physical combat power first. Immediately, red notifications floated around him one after another, showing that mortal body increased by 0.1. They appeared repeatedly as he pushed himself harder, sweat running down his face. A few minutes later, a new value flashed. His mortal body had reached 64.6%. Breathing heavily, he said he was still 35.4% away from reaching 100%. He wondered what kind of special physique would appear after the mortal body, but suddenly, he noticed something, and looked at the panel again. He asked himself when the Thunder Guidance Technique and Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique had reached level 2. The screen showed both techniques listed at level 2. He touched his chin, thinking. He said he had only cultivated the guidance techniques for a few days, and hadn't done anything else. He wondered if no special conditions were needed. Maybe simply cultivating the guidance techniques allowed them to level up naturally. Su Hong then activated his guidance techniques, thunder crackling in his left hand and flames rising in his right. He thought to himself that he would strive to level up one more time. The next morning, dawn broke across the city skyline as sunlight spilled between the tall buildings. Su Hong slowly opened his eyes after cultivating all night, sitting cross-legged with lightning and fire gathering in front of him. Notifications appeared showing that his Thunder Guidance Technique was now level 3, and his Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique had also reached level 3. He looked at the glowing panel beside him and realized that not only had his guidance techniques leveled up, but his vitality had increased by 3 points. He called it an unexpected harvest. The panel showed his stats. His vitality was at 126, spirit at 26.5, physique mortal body at 64.6%. In his guidance techniques, Thunder Guidance was at level 3, and Heavenly Flame Guidance was at level 3. His martial skills, Void Breaking Finger, perfect, Raging Sea Spear Technique, perfect, Thunder Rush Fist, perfect. His current martial value was 0. Finger, perfect, Raging Sea Spear Technique, perfect, Thunder Rush Fist, perfect. Then sometime later, on a quiet street outside their house, his uncle and aunt stood together, watching him prepare to leave. His aunt told him to pay attention to safety, and if things didn't work out, he should just come home. His uncle waved and told her not to say such depressing things. He encouraged Su Hong instead, telling him to go to the training camp and bring back another first place. Su Hong raised his hand in response, and said he was heading out now. Su Hong walked away down the empty street. His uncle's hand started shaking as he watched Su Hong's figure grow smaller in the distance. His wife looked at him and said he talked about her, but he was just as worried. His uncle sighed, and said he only spoke that way because he didn't want little Hong to worry. Meanwhile, Su Hong walked through the city with a calm expression, carrying a long bag over his shoulder. The morning sunlight followed him as he continued forward. Suddenly, he heard a loud sound and turned his head slightly, his eyes narrowing. A red sports car screeched into view, drifting across the pedestrian crossing. Its tires smoked as it came to a sudden stop. President Wu was confidently in the driver's seat of the red sports car. She looked toward Su Hong and told him to get in. The scene shifted to the highway as the red car sped across elevated roads, sunlight reflecting off its surface as it cut through the city. Inside the moving car, Su Hong sat beside her while the wind rushed past. Su Hong turned to her and asked what she needed from him. President Wu, still driving, explained calmly. She said that there were things about the training camp he needed to know. She told him that, as the president of the Martial Dao Association, she knew the profiles of several participants. She continued speaking as the car accelerated. She told him that, from what she knew, some of the martial artists entering the camp were already Tier 1 high-stage fighters. She added that a few of them weren't far from breaking through to become Tier 2 martial artists. She added that a few monsters in the training camp possessed martial skills that were at least B rank. Su Hong listened quietly. He thought to himself that a Tier 2 martial artist required 200 points of vitality, and some people in this batch were already close to that level. But he didn't feel afraid. He believed that with the system space, he could quickly learn even B-rank techniques. As the car sped forward, President Wu looked at him and continued speaking. She said that Su Hong's talent was the strongest she had ever seen, but he didn't have the same resources as the others. She told him not to worry even if he faced setbacks at the training camp, because with his talent, surpassing them was only a matter of time. Su Hong nodded and thanked her, calling her Sister Wu. Hearing that, President Wu glanced at him again. She thought to herself that even though his vitality and martial skills were lower than others, he still remained calm. She realized she didn't need to worry about his mental state causing problems. Then sometime later, Su Hong met with his principal, and went with him. Their vehicle drove along the winding road of the Tianlin mountain range. Snowy peaks and green slopes stretched far into the distance as the car made its way deeper into the mountains. Inside the car, Chen Shan and Li Tu were shocked and asked their principal why the training camp was located in the Tianlin mountain range, a place filled with fierce beasts. The principal, who was seated behind Su Hong, tried to calm them. He told them that there was nothing to worry about because grandmasters were guarding the training camp, so normally their lives wouldn't be in danger. Su Hong sat quietly while listening. He recalled information about the mountain range. The Tianlin mountain range spanned multiple cities, including Star City and Yang City. It was rich in spiritual energy and full of dangerous beasts. Some of those beasts were strong enough to rival Tier 7 grandmasters. Su Hong remembered that competition among the beasts was extremely brutal. Even the outer ring Tier 1 beasts there were far more vicious than beasts elsewhere. Normally, even Tier 2 warriors wouldn't dare enter lightly. While he was lost in thought, the car entered the forest and continued driving through the dense trees as they approached the training camp. As they moved through the dark forest, pairs of red eyes slowly appeared between the trees. Growling sounds echoed as many large beasts stepped out of the shadows, their eyes glowing brightly as they watched the road. Seated inside the vehicle, Li Tu started to shiver. He said he felt like something was watching them. Chen Shen frowned and asked if Li Tu thought a fierce beast might ambush them. Su Hong looked ahead calmly. He thought to himself that the competition in the training camp would probably be just as brutal as the beasts tearing each other apart in the mountains. A strange smile formed on his face as he admitted that he must be crazy because he was actually starting to enjoy the feeling. Their vehicle eventually arrived at a fenced-off training area. Groups of students were already gathered near a large tent. As Su Hong and his group approached, Li Tu laughed and wondered how strong the other people there were. Just as he said that, a crowd of students turned to look at them. Their expressions were mixed, some curious, some hostile, and some cold and confident, as they judged the newcomers walking into the camp. Seeing them, Chen Shen and Li Tu turned silent, their expressions stiff as they looked ahead. Su Hong stood calmly in front of them, holding his wrapped weapon while a relaxed smile rested on his face. He turned slightly and told them it was time to go. Chen Shan and Li Tu quickly agreed, following behind him as he led the way through the training camp. But suddenly, a hand reached out from an approaching supervisor, signaling them to stop. It was an instructor. He informed them that they would wait until everyone arrived. After that, the entrance assessment would begin. Su Hong was surprised to hear that, and asked if there was an entrance assessment as well. Just then, a sudden shout went up from the crowd, announcing that those rich kids had arrived. Whispered complaints followed. Some of the students muttered that the big clans always acted like they owned the place, making everyone else wait for them. Behind them, a line of luxury cars sped down the dirt road, engines roaring as they approached the training camp gates. When the vehicle stopped, several men in suits stepped out first, opening the doors for their young masters. From the red car, a white-haired man in elegant clothes appeared. From another car, a muscular man in a sleeveless shirt climbed out confidently. Nearby students began whispering. One of them admired how beautiful and cool Xiao Yan looked, calling spiritual mind masters enviable. That white-haired man scoffed at the surroundings, saying the place wasn't elegant. Someone pointed out Lin Xinghe, from the Lin family, saying he was almost tier 2, but far too flashy. The muscular man in front adjusted his gloves and told his group to move. Someone else in the crowd explained who he was, the city lord's son, Wang Tantuo. With 95% fire attribute compatibility and a special physique, he stood out even among geniuses. The three elites walked forward together, surrounded by bodyguards. Their arrival drew everyone's attention across the training grounds. Su Hong watched them calmly from the side. His classmates stood beside him, taking in the sight of the flashy newcomers. In his mind, Su Hong recognized the trio. They were the top Star City geniuses President Wu had mentioned. A faint smile appeared on his face as he wondered just how genius they really were. The instructor then stepped forward with a clipboard in hand. He announced that everyone had arrived and that he would now explain the rules for the entrance assessment. The crowd gathered around him in a wide circle. He told them that the actual training camp was located 30 kilometers deeper inside the Tianlin mountain range. He explained the next rule. Some of the fierce beasts in the mountains carried these tokens inside their bodies. Only those who obtained a token would be allowed to enter the training camp. Hearing that, Chen Shen and Li Tu grew worried. Chen Shen said that walking 30 kilometers in 8 hours might sound simple, but not in a place like the Tianlin mountain range. Li Tu pointed out that once they went deeper, they could run into high-level fierce beasts, and people could actually die. Su Hong listened quietly. He wondered if the task was really just to reach the camp within 8 hours. To him that meant he had plenty of time to kill extra fierce beasts and earn more martial Dao points. Just then, a black-haired student raised his hand. He asked the instructor what would happen if they ran into beasts far beyond their level. The instructor answered bluntly. If that happened, they would be eliminated, though someone would step in to save their life. Hearing that, the crowd erupted in complaints. Several candidates shouted that the rules were unfair. They argued that stronger people could be eliminated, while weaker ones might pass by pure luck. Others joined in, saying the assessment seemed too luck-based. Hearing them, the instructor's expression hardened. He told them that fairness didn't exist in this world. He explained that someone could train for more than 10 years and still die instantly to a passing powerhouse the moment they stepped onto the myriad heavens battlefield. He asked if they would call that unfair too. Facing the group, he continued with a cold voice. He told them that if they didn't want to encounter high-level fierce beasts, then they needed to act carefully. He reminded them that avoiding risks, bullying the weak, and ganging up on the few with the many, those were the laws of the battlefield. A boy in a black suit agreed, and stepped forward with a dismissive tone. He said that if they were scared of dying, they should quit early, instead of wasting everyone's time. He added that being afraid of everything made them nothing but trash. Hearing that, the black-haired student who asked that question got furious. He pointed at the black suit man and shouted back, demanding he repeat what he said. The man in the suit turned and told him directly that he was a coward and trash. If he wasn't convinced, he could hit him, and he would cripple him on the spot. Seeing them fighting, the instructor raised the clipboard to cover his face, and continued explaining the rules. He said there would be no fighting inside the camp, but once they entered the mountains, the instructors wouldn't interfere. Whether someone wanted to steal tokens, or beat someone up, just because they didn't like their face, it was all allowed. Hearing that, a spark of energy flashed in the crowd as tension rose. Both the black-haired boy and the boy in the suit looked at each other in anger. Off to the side, Su Hong watched the scene unfold. He noted that the training camp was far more brutal than he expected. The rules practically encouraged the candidates to fight one another. He guessed that with rules like these, at least half the people would end up eliminated. He gripped his staff tighter and looked back at all the participants. He thought that if fighting was allowed outside the camp, then defeating these people might let him earn a huge amount of martial Dao points. The instructor finally raised his voice. He announced that the talking was over, and the assessment officially began. He ordered everyone to start moving. The moment he gave the signal, the entire group burst into motion. Candidates sprinted out of the gate, shouting as they pushed forward. Some yelled that they had to pass no matter what. Others complained about being shoved aside. The crowd stampeded into the forest, kicking up dust as they ran. Moments later, the dense trees swallowed the runners one by one, their figures disappearing deeper into the mountain path. As the assessment began, the black-haired boy immediately chased after the boy in the suit. He shouted while charging forward. He pointed at the boy in the suit and yelled that he would send him packing back home immediately. The suited trainee responded coldly, saying that if the man was so eager to be eliminated early, he would be glad to help. The attacker lunged with a glowing fist, shouting that the other man was dead. The suited man countered with a burst of blue energy, releasing a sharp cry as their fists collided. The impact exploded outward, sending shockwaves through the forest. The two exchanged rapid blows. Yellow and blue streaks filled the air as their punches crashed again and again, each collision blasting white sparks around them. The force of their clash rattled the trees while the spectators watched from a distance. High above on a branch, another trainee calmly observed the fight. It was Su Hong. He rested his weapon on his shoulder and thought quietly. He had wanted to use this chance to test the combat strength of the so-called geniuses, but what he saw was disappointing. They were nowhere near as strong as the rumors had claimed. He sighed, concluding that even if he defeated every one of them, he probably wouldn't earn many martial Dao points. Su Hong turned and walked through the forest, deciding to move away from the noise behind him. He thought that it was better to spend his time hunting more high-level fierce beasts instead. But behind him, those two boys' loud arguing echoed in the woods. They clashed, their hands locked together, blue and yellow energy bursting between them. One of them shouted that poor trash would always be poor trash, and that no amount of training could compare to generations of his family's wealth. The other fighter yelled back, refusing to be grouped with what he called poor trash. Their voices carried through the trees, and hearing them, Su Hong stopped, stunned as the insults repeated, calling people working-class losers and insisting that hard work was pointless. His expression darkened. A faint smile curved on his face as he muttered that he couldn't waste a martial Dao points delivery that had walked right up to him. He stepped forward toward the fighting pair and told them to stop fighting. When they looked up, Su Hong stood there holding a thick wooden stick. Blue energy flickered faintly around him. He stared at the two brawling trainees and asked, almost casually, why they didn't play with him instead. The two arguing trainees turned toward Su Hong. One of them shouted angrily, calling him another poor trash and warning that he would beat him up as well. The other scoffed, asking how someone at his level dared to butt into their fight. Su Hong didn't react. Instead, he told them they were misunderstanding him. He clarified and said how about they stop fighting with each other and team up to fight him instead. Hearing that, both trainees froze, staring at him in disbelief. Then one of them snapped. He charged forward with a roar, shouting how dare Su Hong look down on him. He shouted that Su Hong was dead and lunged with full force, fist drawn back. Su Hong didn't move until the attack reached him. His leg shot forward like a bullet, the air distorting from the speed. He kicked the boy in the stomach, and the boy was hurled backward in a blur. Su Hong's eyes glowed red as the strike landed cleanly. The trainee's face twisted in shock before he let out a pained shout. The force of Su Hong's strike tore through the clearing, sending that trainee flying across the ground. Wind spiraled violently, as the impact carved a clean path through the forest floor. The second trainee staggered back, shocked by the display of power. He stared at his fallen companion slumped against a tree. Fear crept across his face as he wondered how someone with equal strength could be defeated in a single move. Before he could react, Su Hong disappeared and rushed toward him in a blur. Su Hong appeared instantly, moving at a speed the trainee couldn't follow. The boy in the suit was overwhelmed by how fast his opponent had suddenly become. Su Hong raised the wooden stick calmly and told him that it was now his turn. The trainee froze, sweat dripping down his face as he tried to brace himself. But Su Hong had already closed the distance. In the next instant, the wooden stick smashed into the trainee with overwhelming force. Blood burst outward, As the boy in the suit was launched back through the air, skidding violently across the ground, the man in the suit was sent flying through the air, crashing into a tree with a loud thud. His eyes rolled back as he screamed, unable to resist the force that overwhelmed him. On the ground, Su Hong stood calmly with the wooden stick resting on his shoulder. He looked down at the two defeated men, and said that this was what they got for looking down on ordinary cultivators. Inside the monitoring room, instructors watched the scene on a large screen. One of them pointed at the display, and wondered where this guy even came from. He complained that the two men had been having a normal duel, and the newcomer just walked in and one-shotted both of them. Another instructor asked if the two who got knocked down counted as eliminated. The supervisor shook his head, and explained that they hadn't called for rescue, so the assessment would continue. The staff member bowed slightly, and replied with a respectful acknowledgement. Back in the forest, the man in the suit slowly opened his eyes and groaned. He held his aching face and muttered that it really hurt. As he pushed himself up, his expression changed when he noticed the wooden bat beside him. He jerked back in panic, yelling for him to back off. His legs scrambled beneath him as the wooden stick rolled on the ground nearby. The man who had been beaten earlier screamed furiously, his face twisted with rage, and he shouted that he had never been humiliated like this in his life. He swore that Su Hong should never let him catch him again. Nearby, the other defeated man also woke up. He sat against a tree, clutching his chest. He muttered in frustration, blaming himself for underestimating Su Hong. He insisted that he never would have lost if he had taken the fight seriously from the start. The two men sat silently for a moment, looking at each other with awkward expressions. Neither spoke, but both shared the same bruised pride. Then one of them apologized. He said not to take his earlier words to heart and admitted that the other really was strong. The man in the suit nodded and apologized as well, saying he shouldn't have mocked him. They shook hands, the hostility between them fading. Before long, the two stood up and walked side by side through the forest, arms around each other like brothers. One of them urged the other to go find Su Hong and get their revenge. The man in the suit agreed, saying he absolutely had to hit Su Hong a few times with the stick to vent his frustration. On the other hand, Su Hong sprinted through the forest with incredible speed, a spear in his hand. Blue energy trails followed behind him as he dashed forward, ready for whatever came next. Suddenly, Su Hong's eyes narrowed as he sensed movement ahead. His expression remained calm, but he could already tell trouble was coming. Moments later, an entire herd of giant tusk boars burst through the trees. Their red eyes glowed fiercely as they charged forward, shaking the ground. Su Hong looked at them and complained that it was yet another Tier 1, lower stage giant tusk boar group. He muttered that the Tianlin mountain range was filled with fierce beasts, and wondered how many groups he had run into already. The boars snorted and kicked up dust, growing louder as they approached. Their massive tusks cut through the air with a heavy whooshing sound. The herd roared together and rushed straight at him, their steps thundering across the forest floor. Seeing them coming, Su Hong's eyes sharpened, a golden flash reflecting in them as his focus intensified. In the next instant, golden lightning burst out around him. His spear swung in a wide arc, and glowing lightning lines cut through the charging boars. The entire area lit up as his attack struck them head-on. Su Hong passed by quickly with golden light wrapped around his arm as he swung his spear. The force of his attack slammed into the giant tusk boars, sending them crashing to the ground. Dust and shockwaves rippled through the forest. When the fight ended, he stood quietly among the fallen beasts. System floating screens appeared around him, showing the martial Dao points he gained. He looked at them and said that before, defeating one beast would earn him several dozen points. But ever since he leveled up and became stronger, the rewards had been getting smaller and smaller. He let out a small sigh and said he should hurry up and find a token. He used his spear to cut open a boar's stomach. As he searched through the bodies, he muttered that the dozen or so Tier 1 lower stage beasts he killed earlier had no tokens at all. He wondered if this new batch might have one. Soon, he crouched beside each fallen boar and searched them one by one. Every corpse turned up empty. He stood up again and said that, as expected, not a single token appeared. It seemed like only higher-level fierce beasts would have tokens inside them. Then, half an hour later, he moved swiftly through the forest. His spear cut through the wind as he dashed between trees, leaving long streaks of motion behind him. As he ran deeper into the forest, he thought about how things used to be. When he moved 3 to 5 kilometers inside, he could encounter more than 10 low-level fierce beasts in just 1 hour. But now, no matter how far he went, he couldn't find even a single one. Just then, a sudden roar cut through the silence. A massive black tiger, its eyes glowing red, leapt out from the trees and pounced toward him with incredible speed. Wind tore through the air as its claws descended. Su Hong looked up sharply, his eyes glowing blue. A smile appeared on his face as he recognized the creature. He finally found one. This was a Tier 1 upper stage Dark Knight black tiger. Blue energy gathered at his fingertips. The power swirled and brightened until it burst outward. He thrust his glowing finger downward. A piercing blue beam shot straight into the tiger, splitting the ground beneath it. The Dark Knight black tiger roared in pain, its jaws wide open as blood sprayed from its mouth. The Dark Knight black tiger hit the ground hard, cracking the earth beneath its body. Dust scattered around it as it struggled, its body twitching from the impact. Su Hong didn't slow down. He gripped his spear tightly and lunged forward with incredible speed. His body spun through the air, and the spearhead glowed with bright light as he brought it down. He struck the tiger directly on the head. Blue energy exploded outward, shaking the ground again. The beast roared one last time before its strength faded. A screen appeared beside Su Hong, showing he earned 35 martial Dao points. He looked down at the fallen tiger and said that with his current strength, killing a Tier 1 upper stage fierce beast was as easy as breathing. He crouched beside the giant corpse and began searching. He said he hoped this high-tier black tiger would have a token inside. After cutting it open, he froze for a moment, then pulled out a blood-covered token. He laughed softly and said that, sure enough, it was inside the upper-tier beast's stomach. With the token in hand, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Searching for just one token had taken him nearly 3 hours. Looking at the token in his hand, Su Hong thought about the beasts he had encountered. Tier 1 lower stage boars appeared everywhere, while upper stage black tigers only showed up once every half hour. As he walked, he realized something. The deeper he went into the mountain range, the stronger the beasts became. But there were fewer of them. He glanced at the corpse of the black tiger at his feet. Tier 1 upper stage black tigers gave more martial Dao points, but seeing only one every 30 minutes made it inefficient. Hunting the low-level fierce beasts on the outer edges would actually earn him more martial Dao points overall. He gripped the token and smiled to himself. Instead of chasing quality, he decided he might as well make it up in quantity. He raised his head and continued forward. There were 5 hours left in the assessment. He needed to gather enough martial Dao points to max out his mortal body progress. As he walked deeper, the forest shifted from sunlight to shadows. A blood-soaked clearing came into view. Deer were torn apart, their bodies floating in pools of red. The ground was littered with the corpses of boars, their bodies piled up everywhere. Su Hong had killed them all. Just as Su Hong killed another boar with his bare hands, suddenly a massive bear with glowing red eyes lunged forward, roaring as it swung its claws down. Blood splashed across the ground as he moved to dodge the sudden attack. He spun to the side with incredible speed. Flames wrapped around Su Hong's fist as he charged at the bear. He said that after killing dozens of Tier 1 fierce beasts, he had finally run into another Tier 1 middle stage one. His fiery punch shot forward like a blazing cannon. The bear was blasted off the ground, flying through the forest as an explosion of light followed behind it. The bear hit a rock wall hard, roaring in pain. Blood poured from its mouth as it tried to raise its head. Su Hong appeared in the reflection of the bear's eye, already leaping toward it with another strike prepared. The bear's eye trembled as he closed in. Su Hong slammed his fist down with blazing force, driving a beam of fiery energy straight onto the bear's head. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground as the beast's body was pushed backward. The force continued dragging the bear across the forest floor until it crashed violently into a large tree. The tree snapped in half from the impact, leaves scattering through the air. When everything settled, Su Hong stood covered in blood and dirt. He looked at his fist and spoke calmly. He said that once his mortal body reached 60%, he could kill Tier 1 middle stage fierce beasts with physical strength alone. A system panel appeared in front of him, showing his stats. He noted that he had already earned 254 martial Dao points. With a little over 100 more, he could max out his mortal body progress. The panel listed his name, Su Hong, along with 120 blood energy, 26.5 spirit, and 64.6% mortal body physique. It also displayed his guidance arts, thunder guidance, and heavenly flame guidance, both at level 3, and his martial skills, such as void piercing finger, rage sea spear technique, and thunder rush fist, all in perfect state. Below it, his martial Dao points total was shown as 254. Su Hong then looked ahead and tightened his grip on his weapon. He said there were still over 3 hours left, and he absolutely had to gather all the martial Dao points he needed. But before he could do anything, suddenly a very loud roar echoed across the trees. Su Hong stopped and looked up as the noise echoed through the forest. With sweat on his face, he asked what that sound was. But suddenly, a massive shadow appeared above the trees. A gigantic golden bird descended from the sky, its wings glowing with bright light. Leaves and wind swirled everywhere as it hovered overhead. Su Hong stared in shock and asked what kind of fierce beast it was. As the creature spread its wings wider, golden feathers shined like fire. Su Hong's eyes widened, and he wondered if it was the legendary Golden Rock Beast King. Just then, the beast screeched loudly, diving downward with blazing energy around its body. The impact of its movement tore through the forest, sending violent shockwaves in every direction. Su Hong planted his feet and gripped his spear tightly. The wind roared against him. He said the Beast King's power was absolutely terrifying. He held on as the shockwave struck. He realized that the creature had only flapped its wings once. Yet the force was already this devastating. Just then, a violent crash echoed through the forest as a massive tree split apart, the trunk snapping cleanly under an immense force. Su Hong jumped back onto a broken slab of stone while the shockwave rushed past him. Wind roared around him as he tried to steady himself. He looked into the sky and asked what kind of ferocious beast could cause something like this. Pressed against a cliff wall, sweat ran down his face. He admitted to himself that he had recently grown a bit complacent about his strength. But now, faced with such overwhelming power, he realized that in front of true top-tier experts, he was nothing more than an ant. But his eyes suddenly widened. He saw something else approaching. High in the air, the Golden Rock Beast King hovered with its wings spread wide. A second figure approached, also shining with powerful golden light. Seeing that glowing sphere, Su Hong wondered if that figure could be rank 7 Grandmaster Qin Tianli. Wrapped in a fierce aura, Qin Tianli stepped forward, flames swirling around him. He called out to the Beast King, announcing himself as Qin Tianli. He said he was borrowing this territory, and demanded to know why the Golden Rock Beast King had returned. The Golden Rock Beast King swooped down with its wings spread wide, its claws reaching forward. It shouted that it never said it would lend its territory to anyone. Qin Tianli shot forward like a blazing golden firestorm. His aura erupted around him as he yelled that he would simply beat the Beast King until it agreed. The two forces collided mid-air. The rock's wings flashed with golden light as it twisted through the sky. Qin Tianli's punch exploded against its feathers, shaking the air. The golden rock beat its wings again with a sharp cry. Light spiraled around it as it forced Qin Tianli back with another powerful shockwave. Qin Tianli steadied himself, irritated by the noise. He rushed in again, yelling that the rock was too noisy. A rapid series of impacts followed. Explosions of golden force struck the rock's body again and again, lighting up the sky with bursts of energy as the two clashed violently in mid-air. Qin Tianli's punch smashed directly into the Golden Rock Beast King's head, sending feathers and blood scattering through the air. The explosive impact forced the massive beast backward. Qin Tianli floated calmly in the golden aura around him. With an icy voice, he warned the beast not to make him repeat himself. Qin Tianli declared that he was borrowing this land and ordered the Golden Rock Beast King to leave immediately. The rock screeched angrily as it pulled away into the sky, yelling that Qin Tianli should just wait. Qin Tianli waved it dismissively and told it to stop talking nonsense and get lost. As the beast disappeared, Qin Tianli took a slow breath, golden light swirling around his body. Then his voice echoed across the entire area. He introduced himself as rank 7 Grandmaster Qin Tianli, and told all trainees not to panic. The assessment would continue. Far below, Su Hong looked up in shock. Leaves drifted around him as he watched the golden rings of power spreading through the sky. He asked himself if this was truly the strength of a rank 7 human martial artist. Su Hong clenched his jaw as he looked upward. Determination filled his eyes as he told himself that sooner or later he would reach that realm too. High above the training grounds, Qin Tianli descended toward the base. The crater-like area below was filled with buildings arranged for assessment. Hovering above the officials, Qin Tianli complained that the golden-winged rock should have just agreed from the start. He said he only wanted to borrow the territory as a trial ground, but the beast forced him to smack it instead. The staff stood at attention as he floated in the air. Among them, Lin Zi and Bai Mu, both rank 5 martial artists, spoke in admiration. They said Grandmaster Qin was even more fearsome than the rumors, and they noted that the Golden Rock Beast King, famous for its powerful body, had gotten its temper knocked out of it. Qin Tianli brushed off the praise and ordered them to follow him to the monitoring room. He wanted to see which trainee had withstood the golden rock's pressure earlier. The staff answered him respectfully. Inside the surveillance room, Qin Tianli pointed at the screens. The monitors showed trainees collapsed on the ground during the earlier shockwave. Lin Zhe explained that most of them had been unable to move under the golden rock's aura. Qin Tianli stared at the surveillance footage with surprise. On the screen, a trainee knelt beside the corpses of several Tier 1 late-stage black tigers, still calm even under the golden rock's pressure. Qin Tianli asked who the boy was. Bai Mu checked the documents and explained. The trainee's name was Wang Tiantuo, a Tier 1 high-tier martial artist with blood chi 340 and a 95% fire attribute affinity. She added that he possessed the barbarian god-body physique, incredible strength, and was the son of the Star City Castellan. Hearing that, Qin Tianli raised an eyebrow. He said the Star City Castellan always compared having children to drawing lottery tickets. The man had fathered no less than 100 kids, and this time he finally produced a good one. Another playback appeared on the screen. Qin Tianli watched a different trainee slip out of the pressure zone using incredible speed. He commented that the boy's movement skills were impressive. Bai Mu reported his name, Lin Xinghe, Tier 1 high tier, blood chi 325, with a 96% wind attribute affinity from the Lin family of Star City. The footage switched again, showing a girl surrounded by a glowing protective barrier while rocks and trees shook around her. Qin Tianli noted that she was a spiritual telekinetic and praised her ability to use spirit power to counter the golden rock's pressure. Bai Mu identified her as Zhao Yan, a Tier 1 mid-stage spiritual telekinetic, with blood chi 290 and a 95% wood attribute affinity, from the Zhao family of Star City. Qin Tianli nodded, saying these three handled the golden rock's pressure with ease and clearly outmatched their peers. He then asked if there were any other talents worth noting. Bai Mu listed more names. Lin Po, a Tier 1 mid-stage martial artist from the Lin family, and another member of the Wang family, also Tier 1 mid-stage. She hesitated as she continued reading, noting that several more belonged to the famous families of Star City. Hearing that, Qin Tianli frowned. Bai Mu explained that the dozen or so students on the list all possessed Tier 2 mid-stage combat power, and none of them had fainted under the rock's aura. Qin Tianli questioned why every standout was from a major family, and asked what had happened to the school's students, especially those from number 1 high. Bai Mu continued reading the reports, explaining that the students from the various schools were only at Tier 1 early stage. She added that the 3 students from number 1 high had only broken through recently, and began listing their names. Qin Tianli waved his hand dismissively. He said he wouldn't bother looking, and commented that Star City number 1 high was unworthy of its reputation. But just then, Lin Zhe suddenly shouted in shock, asking what was happening with one particular person. All 3 of them looked up at the screen. The scene showed Su Hong cutting down a ferocious beast with a powerful strike. They were all shocked to see that even after experiencing the golden rock's pressure, he still had enough strength to continue hunting. Bai Mu trembled as she clutched the report. She stuttered that the boy was Star City number 1 high's monster. Hearing that, Lin Zhao scolded her, telling her not to make a fuss in front of the Grandmaster. Qin Tianli stood between them in silence. But after glancing at the report himself, Lin Zhao also began shaking. With wide eyes, he repeated the same word. Monster. Qin Tianli glanced at the 2 of them. He reminded them that both of them were rank 5 and should have seen countless geniuses before. He asked why they were making such a big fuss. He added awkwardly that they were still young and their temperaments weren't that steady. But when Qin Tianli looked at the report, his eyes widened in shock too. He stared at the report and screamed internally, asking if the boy they were looking at was even human. The report displayed Su Hong's profile. 18 years old, from Star City number 1 high, Tier 1 early stage, blood chi 123. It stated that he had perfected the C-rank martial art, Rushing Thunder Fist, and during the assessment, his physical strike alone produced 3,004 points of combat power, enough to rival a Tier 1 high-level martial artist. It also explained that he likely possessed a special physique and had 100% affinity for all 7 elemental guiding techniques. He was cultivating all 7 at the same time. Qin Tianli trembled as he read the file. He muttered in disbelief that such a freak could come from a backwater place like Star City. He compared the boy to a once-in-a-century talent, then corrected himself, calling him a once-in-a-millennium rarity. His expression shifted from shock to joy. Clenching the paper, his eyes glowed red with excitement. He shouted that he had struck gold. Then he suddenly paused. Something didn't add up. He demanded to know why someone with Su Hong's talent was still only at Tier 1 early stage, and why his blood chi was only 123. With a monster like this, that shouldn't be possible. Bai Mu quickly explained. She said that Su Hong was cultivating all 7 guiding techniques at the same time. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin erupted in frustration as he read Su Hong's details again. He said it was no wonder the boy's blood chi was so low. Anyone cultivating 7 guiding techniques at once would destroy themselves. Even an immortal would be doomed. With that kind of strain, Qin questioned how Su Hong's cultivation could rise at all. He growled that the president of the Star City Martial Arts Association, Wu Linxin, should have explained this to the child but hadn't. Just then, a staff member stepped into the room, reporting that trainees were now arriving at the training camp one after another. Qin nodded, and said they would go take a look. Outside, the first 3 trainees quickly greeted him. Wang Tiantuo stepped forward and saluted, addressing himself as a junior before Grandmaster Qin. Qin praised them, saying the 3 of them were very good. Then, 6 hours after the assessment began, more students staggered toward the camp. Some complained they thought they were going to die. Another reminded them they had faced the Golden Rock Beast King. At 7.5 hours, more trainees gathered. Qin stood above the group, while the students who arrived earlier said that there shouldn't be anyone left behind. One student suggested ending the assessment early. Another scoffed that anyone who still hadn't arrived after all this time must be incredibly weak. But Grandmaster Qin wondered why Su Hong, his newly discovered freak, still hadn't shown up. He worried that Su Hong might be lost somewhere in the forest. A hint of panic crossed his face as he thought that his precious treasure might get eliminated. Then, a few minutes later, Grandmaster Qin finally spotted a figure walking out of the forest. He let out a sharp snort. Thinking that the brat had finally decided to show up, Su Hong stepped into the light, dragging his spear behind him. Dirt and blood covered his clothes. He muttered to himself that he had made it in time. He admitted he had been so focused on earning martial value that he had almost forgotten the deadline. When he entered the camp, the other trainees looked at him in shock. One of them whispered that Su Hong was even more ruthless than he was. Another said he didn't see any injuries on Su Hong at all, and wondered how many beasts he had killed to end up so dirty. 2 men who had been embarrassed by Su Hong earlier glared at him from the ground. One shouted that he had finally waited long enough for Su Hong to arrive. The other stopped him, saying not to rush. Once they entered the training camp, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Nearby, the 3 elite trainees watched Su Hong approach. One commented that Su Hong had passed right at the deadline, and called him an expert. Another simply said it was interesting. Wang Tiantuo, resting with his eyes closed, only gave a short nod in agreement. As the sunset cast a warm glow over the camp, Instructor Lin Zi stepped forward. He announced that the 8-hour limit had ended. Anyone who hadn't arrived by now was completely eliminated. He then said he would begin introducing the facilities and rules of the training camp. Instructor Lin began introducing the major facilities inside the training camp. He explained that the camp contained a gravity training room, a movement skill training room, and even a ferocious beast combat room. He continued the tour, pointing toward a large traditional building and announcing the martial arts pavilion. Inside that pavilion, trainees could exchange contribution points for martial arts, movement skills, pills and weapons, some even reaching A rank. Hearing this, Su Hong sat among the other trainees, blood-covered but calm. He thought to himself that coming to this training camp had been the right decision. But then Instructor Lin shifted to the rules. He stated that all these facilities required contribution points to use. There was only one way to earn those points, by passing the various training subjects. Outstanding performance would bring extra rewards. With the sun setting behind him, he dismissed the group. He told those who still had energy to begin training immediately. Then he instructed the injured students to follow him to the dormitories so they could rest, saying he wouldn't allow anyone to die under his supervision. Su Hong entered his assigned dorm room and looked around. He was surprised to find that it was a single room. He thought to himself that from now on he could cultivate and level up without worrying about anyone seeing him. Then sometime later, he sat cross-legged on his bed, finally ready for the moment he had been waiting for. His status screen appeared before him, showing his stats. His blood chi was 126, spirit was 26.5, and his physique, mortal body, was at 64.6%. His guiding techniques were the thunder guiding technique, at level 3, and the heavenly flame guiding technique at level 3. His martial arts skills, void piercing finger, raging sea spear art, and rushing thunder fist were all at perfection. Currently, he had 354 martial value. With a calm breath, he decided to use all 354 points of martial value to completely upgrade his mortal body. A surge of power erupted around him. Red flames rose, and glowing notifications appeared one after another, showing that his mortal body increased by 0.1. Countless notifications appeared like this. His entire body strengthened continuously as the red energy washed over him. Finally, a new message appeared, showing that his mortal body had reached 100% and was now evolving. Su Hong's eyes snapped open, glowing with intense crimson light. His breath surged like a storm as the evolution began. A powerful change began inside Su Hong's body. Brilliant red light burst from the center of his forehead and chest. Lines of energy spread across his body like a glowing constellation, connecting different points as lightning-like power surged through him. Flames of red energy rose behind him while the transformation continued. The force of the evolution exploded outward. A violent shockwave spread through the room, spinning the air around him as the power gathered around his body. Moments later, the energy slowly settled. Su Hong opened his eyes, his body still glowing faintly with red power. Feeling the change in his strength, he realized that even the eruption of his physical body alone already possessed terrifying power. Then a new system panel appeared before him. It showed his new physique, talent, physique, overlord body. Spirit rank 0%. The system explained that the overlord body was an existence possessing the strongest strength among all physiques in the world. Su Hong stared at the information in surprise. He admitted he had never even heard of such a physique before. Looking at the panel again, he noticed that the spirit rank was still at 0%, which meant the overlord body could still continue to evolve. A curious thought appeared in his mind. If the overlord body kept evolving, what kind of heaven-defying physique would it eventually become? Su Hong looked at his body and felt the overwhelming strength flowing through it. The quality of this special physique was truly extraordinary. Wanting to know exactly how powerful the overlord body was, he decided to test its strength. He picked up his spear and casually gripped it. The moment he squeezed it slightly, the metal shaft began to bend and crack under the pressure of his hand. Su Hong stared at it in shock. The spear was made from C-rank alloy, and it was already about to snap just from him squeezing it. He quickly realized how terrifying his new strength had become. Then another thought crossed his mind. C-rank alloy spears were extremely expensive, and breaking one like this would cost a fortune. But a moment later, he remembered something. This spear had actually been picked up earlier in the Star City wilderness, so it hadn't cost him any money at all. Still, he understood that he would need a stronger weapon from now on. Su Hong decided that he should gather enough contribution points as soon as possible so he could exchange them for an A-rank alloy spear. As he thought about his next step, a new idea formed in his mind. He realized that contribution points could be earned simply by wearing a weight vest and training. With a determined expression, Su Hong wondered whether his new overlord body would allow him to carry several hundred kilograms of weight. Without wasting any more time, he prepared to begin training. On the other hand, inside the warehouse training area, many martial artists gathered around the testing equipment. Suddenly, someone shouted in shock. The weight being tested had reached 3,000 kilograms. The crowd stared in disbelief. In the center of the room, Wang Tiantuo, wearing a heavy training vest, stood calmly. Even under the enormous weight, he moved without much difficulty. After testing the load, he casually remarked that it was still a bit light. The surrounding trainees were stunned. One of them shouted in disbelief, asking if he really thought 3,000 kilograms was light. Another person looked at him jumping with the massive weight and exclaimed that he could still leap into the air despite carrying such a load. Everyone knew that a normal Tier 1 martial artist could only carry a few hundred kilograms at most. What they were witnessing completely broke their understanding. From the side, Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan watched the scene carefully. Xiao Yan commented that Wang Tiantuo's strength was as huge as a monster's. Lin Xinghe looked at him with a complicated expression and muttered that he was like a barbarian bull. Meanwhile, inside a monitoring room, Grandmaster Qin and staff members watched the training through a large screen. The footage clearly showed Wang Tiantuo carrying the enormous weight with ease. Grandmaster Qin spoke calmly, saying that Wang Tiantuo could easily carry a 3,000 kilogram load, a strength worthy of the barbarian god body. Nearby, Bai Mu, holding a report, asked Grandmaster Qin about Su Hong. She asked when they should find him to explain the matter of him simultaneously cultivating 7 guidance techniques. Grandmaster Qin shook his head slightly and said they could not approach him directly. He explained that geniuses always had strong pride. If they spoke to Su Hong too directly, it might only backfire. Instead, Grandmaster Qin decided they needed to use other methods, allowing Su Hong to understand the situation by himself and give it up voluntarily. Grandmaster Qin turned to Lin Zhe and asked if the night raiders he had arranged had finished assembling. Lin Zhe, standing beside him, replied that it would still take some time, since they had to match the combat power of different students. Arranging the personnel was a bit troublesome. Lin Zhe then smirked slightly and explained that the trainees had just finished the camp entrance assessment, so their mindset was probably very relaxed right now. Because of that, if they suddenly encountered a night raid, they would definitely panic and howl in misery. Grandmaster Qin then gave another order. He instructed them to arrange a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist to fight Su Hong, saying that he wanted Su Hong to be overwhelmingly defeated. After that, he planned to personally explain the disadvantages of simultaneously cultivating 7 guidance techniques. Once Su Hong experienced defeat, he believed that he would obediently listen and give it up. Hearing that, Lin Zhe hesitated and spoke carefully. He pointed out that a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist usually had more than 400 vitality and around 5,000 combat power points, while Su Hong's vitality was only a little over 100. Worried, Bai Mu said that this might not end well. If Su Hong were beaten too badly, his Dao heart might collapse from the defeat. Grandmaster Qin immediately rejected the concern. He said that he was doing this only to correct Su Hong's mistakes. With a cold expression, he added that if Su Hong's Dao heart collapsed so easily, then it would only prove that he was nothing but trash. Later that night, as Su Hong was going toward the warehouse, he heard someone shouting loudly that Wang Tiantuo was going to train in the gravity room, and everyone hurried over to watch the scene. Su Hong stood inside the training equipment room. When he heard that everyone had gone to watch Wang Tiantuo's training, he thought that he should also go take a look later. Before leaving, he noticed some equipment inside the room. On a nearby table was a box labeled scoring bracelets, pick up on your own. Su Hong picked up one of the bracelets and examined it carefully. He wondered if this was the smart bracelet used for calculating points. After putting it on, he walked further inside the room and looked at the training equipment arranged there. In front of him were several weight vests used for training. He stopped in front of a rack labeled 1,500 kilograms and looked at the heavy vests hanging there. Then he continued walking and eventually saw another rack with an even larger label, 10 tons. Su Hong stared at it in surprise. He wondered if the heaviest one really weighed 10 tons, and whether it was forged from some kind of super heavy alloy. Looking at the massive weight vest, he couldn't help but question who could possibly wear something like that. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong decided to try one. The moment he lifted it and held it in his hand, his body immediately trembled under the terrifying weight. He realized that the vest was extremely heavy. Even though he could still wear it, the weight greatly reduced his speed, and he knew he wouldn't be able to last very long under such pressure. He then removed his jacket and picked up 5 tons of weight. With the heavy vest strapped to his body, Su Hong began testing his movements inside the training room. Each step slammed heavily against the ground as he moved, the tremendous weight making every motion difficult. Despite the pressure, he quickly adjusted his posture and stabilized his breathing. After testing it for a moment, he concluded that the 5-ton weight load was the most suitable level for him right now. Standing there in the training room, Su Hong thought about the others. He wondered how much weight Wang Tiantuo and the other 2 had chosen for their training. Since they were already at the Tier 1 high stage, he guessed their strength should be around the same as his, or maybe even a little stronger. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong wore his jacket on top of the weight vest and decided he should go watch their training. Observing their cultivation methods might help him learn something useful. With that thought in mind, he quickly left the training room and headed toward the gravity training hall, hoping to gain some experience. Outside the massive building, many students had already gathered, watching the training inside through a large display screen. Some of them spoke in amazement. They said that Wang Tiantuo was truly unbelievable because he had entered the gravity room without even removing his 3-ton weight vest. Another person added that Wang Tiantuo had even set the gravity to double the normal level, which sounded completely absurd. Inside the gravity chamber, Wang Tiantuo could be seen struggling slightly while moving under the overwhelming pressure. But even so, everyone watching knew the terrifying truth. The weight he was carrying had already reached 6 tons. Standing outside the gravity training hall, Su Hong listened to the discussions around him. When he heard that Wang Tiantuo's weight vest was only 3 tons, he was slightly surprised. To him, that sounded unexpectedly light. Realizing this, Su Hong understood that he might have misjudged the true toughness of the overlord body. Nearby, several students were gathered together, talking quietly. Su Hong recognized them as Chen Shan and Li Tu. He walked over and asked them what was going on. He wondered why they were standing outside instead of entering the gravity room to cultivate. Chen Shan explained with a sigh that the people inside were far stronger than they had expected. Compared to them, the 3 of them were lagging far behind. Because of that, they didn't want to go inside right now. If they entered the training room, they would definitely be singled out for comparison, which would be extremely embarrassing. Su Hong listened to their explanation and simply sighed, wondering if that was really the only reason. Without hesitating, he began walking toward the entrance of the gravity room. Seeing this, the others called out to him in surprise. They asked if Su Hong was really planning to go in right now, warning him that he might embarrass himself. They suggested waiting until there were fewer people before entering. However, some of the students watching from a distance began mocking him. One person sneered, asking if Su Hong was missing a brain. Another guessed that he probably wasn't even wearing a weight vest and was simply trying to surpass Wang Tiantuo by increasing the gravity multiplier instead. Someone else mocked him further, saying that a person with no sense of shame could become invincible in the world. But Su Hong ignored them and walked straight into the gravity room without hesitation. He knew that gravity training rooms were extremely expensive to build, and usually only powerful aristocratic families could afford to use them. Ordinary martial artists rarely had the chance to train in such a place. Because of that, Su Hong was determined not to waste this rare opportunity. Inside the room, he quickly calculated the pressure he would face. Wearing a 5-ton weight vest, if the gravity were doubled, the pressure on his body would reach 10 tons. Under that level of force, he knew he would only be able to hold on for a little over 10 minutes. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong decided it would be better to start with 1.5 times gravity so he could last a bit longer. He reached out and adjusted the control panel. The screen immediately displayed the setting: Gravity 1.5x. The moment the gravity field activated, Su Hong's body trembled violently under the sudden pressure. The weight pressing down on him felt overwhelming. Outside the gravity room, the students watching through the screen began talking among themselves. Some of them mocked him, saying that he wasn't even wearing a weight vest, yet he only set the gravity to 1.5 times, which made no sense. Others laughed and pointed out that he had arrived last during the assessment, so they assumed his strength must be weak. To them, the situation looked ridiculous. But inside the gravity room, Su Hong ignored the outside voices. He sat down cross-legged and began circulating his energy, activating his guidance technique while enduring the heavy gravity. Under the crushing pressure, cultivating the technique became much more difficult than usual. Yet Su Hong quickly realized something important. Even though the difficulty had increased significantly, the speed of his cultivation had also accelerated greatly. 2 hours later, Su Hong was still inside the gravity room. Red energy flames surrounded his body as he continued circulating his guidance technique under the intense pressure. Sweat poured down his face, and his breathing became heavier, showing how exhausting the training was. After enduring the pressure for a long time, Su Hong finally stopped and checked his progress. Aside from the thunder guidance technique and the heavenly flame guidance technique, all of his other guidance techniques had leveled up by 1 level. A system panel appeared in front of him, displaying his updated status. His vitality had increased from 126 points to 130 points, and his other techniques had improved as well. The results clearly showed that training inside the gravity room had greatly boosted his cultivation progress. Su Hong realized that the gravity room's effect was far better than he had expected. If the gravity training could produce such results, then the movement technique room and the ferocious beast room would probably be just as effective. Feeling completely exhausted, Su Hong slowly stood up and reached toward the control panel. With trembling hands, he turned the gravity machine off. Even standing up was difficult under the lingering pressure, but he managed to walk toward the exit. Finally stepping out of the gravity room, Su Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead and admitted that he was completely exhausted. Outside, a few students noticed him leaving and immediately began whispering among themselves. They mocked him, saying that the student who ranked dead last in the assessment had come out of the gravity room very quickly. One of them laughed and said that Su-hong wasn't even wearing a weight suit, yet he still couldn't handle 1.5 times gravity and came out drenched in sweat. Another student arrogantly claimed that if it were him, he could easily sleep inside the gravity room overnight. Just then, Su-hong removed his jacket, revealing his weight suit, and complained about how uncomfortable it was. The suit had terrible breathability, and wearing it made him feel extremely hot. This caught the attention of the two students watching him. Their eyes widened in shock as they stared forward in disbelief. The two students stared at Su-hong with surprise as they realized that he had actually been wearing a weight vest before, and they wondered how heavy it was. In front of them, Su-hong slowly removed the heavy vest from his body. Watching him struggle, one of the students commented that for someone who ranked last, even 500 kilograms would already be hard to handle. However, since he managed to stay inside the gravity room for 2 hours, his strength could at least be considered acceptable. Another student added that even if Su-hong had some strength, he still couldn't be compared to Wang Tiantuo at all. Ignoring them, Su-hong carefully placed the weight vest on the ground. Meanwhile, the others continued talking, saying that comparing anyone to Wang Tiantuo was a joke, because no one among them could match that monster. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted that Wang Tiantuo was coming out. Everyone immediately turned their attention toward the gravity room. They were shocked as they realized that Wang Tiantuo had endured 6 tons of pressure for more than 2 hours. Wang Tiantuo then came out, sweating heavily. Seeing that, one student exclaimed that Wang Tiantuo's physical strength was incredible, and that he was clearly number one in the training camp. Another added that even with a 500-kilogram weight, they themselves could only last half an hour at most. Right then, the heavy vest Wang Tiantuo was wearing dropped on the ground with a loud impact. The ground cracked slightly under the force, and dust rose into the air. The surrounding students froze, their eyes widening in shock as they stared at the scene. At the same time, Wang Tiantuo stepped out, stretching his arm as sweat dripped down his body. He let out a breath, feeling relaxed after finishing his training. Looking at him, the students remarked that the weight was truly terrifying. After finishing the gravity training, Lin Xinghe approached him, admitting that in terms of raw strength he was indeed inferior to Wang Tiantuo. However, he suggested that they go to the movement technique room and compete there instead. Hearing that, Wang Tiantuo sighed and said that Lin Xinghe cultivated an A-rank movement technique, and it even had the wind attribute. Competing against him in that field would be nearly impossible. Hearing this, Su-hong was shocked because an A-rank movement technique was extremely rare and powerful. Su-hong smiled and acknowledged that although his overlord body granted him tremendous physical strength, he was currently lacking a high-level movement technique. Soon, everyone arrived at the movement technique training room. Someone recognized the technique being used, and exclaimed that it was the A-rank movement technique called Flying Swan, Startling Cloud Step. Its power was overwhelming. One of the students admitted that when he set the training difficulty to level 3, the room became densely packed with flying arrow projectiles. He couldn't even dodge them properly. And Lin Xinghe had actually set the difficulty to the maximum, level 10. Seeing this, all the students were stunned. They watched as Lin Xinghe moved inside the room, his figure flashing through the air like a streak of light. Arrows shot toward him from every direction, crisscrossing the space at terrifying speed. The attacks were so fast that the other students' eyes couldn't even keep up. One of them admitted that he wouldn't last even a single second under that level of speed and pressure. As Lin Xinghe moved gracefully through the training room, pink petals suddenly began to swirl around him. His figure looked almost unreal, like a scene from a dream. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but shout that he actually had spare energy to show off, wondering where those petals even came from. Another person immediately protested, saying it wasn't showing off at all. All they could think about was how handsome he looked. Watching from the side, Su-hong commented that it was a good movement technique. Immediately, a system screen appeared before him, showing that his understanding of Flying Swan's startling cloud step was at 1%. Su-hong's blue eyes sharpened as he focused carefully on Lin Xinghe's movements. Every step, every shift in balance, every subtle flow of force was reflected clearly in his eyes. He took a step forward. In the crowd, someone noticed him and shouted for the others to look quickly. Another person frowned in confusion. Soon, everyone noticed what Su-hong was doing. He began to move his body in the same rhythm he had just observed. Blue streams of light swirled around him as he mimicked the footwork. But seeing that, someone burst out laughing, saying they should look at what this guy was trying to do. Another mocked him. asking if he really thought he could learn the flying swan's startling cloud step just by watching Lin Xinghe's movements. Someone else laughed even harder, saying there was no way an A-rank movement technique could be so easy to learn. Su Hong's mind transferred to the digital space. Su Hong continued moving his body the same as Lin Xinghe, dodging flying arrows as his progress bar slowly started rising. It reached 8%, then 15%. His steps became smoother. His body began to follow the natural rhythm of the technique. Progress reached 30%. Blue light wrapped around him as he advanced rapidly, weaving through the complex grid of attacks. Inside the digital space, his progress continued to rise at an unbelievable speed. As it reached 43%, pink light swirled around his body. It went up to 78%, then 93%. Then a system notification appeared before him, congratulating him for officially reaching the basic level of the flying swan's startling cloud step. Blue energy surged around his body as he stabilized his stance. He realized that he had finally learned his first A-rank movement technique. However, as he thought about it, he felt a little awkward. Lin Xinghe's movements were too showy, they were flashy and overly dramatic. He admitted to himself that he had never seen a normal version of the flying swan's startling cloud step before. For now, he could only learn from Lin Xinghe. Just then, another system message appeared, saying that it was now sending Su Hong back to reality. When he returned, he clenched his fists with excitement. He thought that since he had already learned the movement technique, there was no need to continue training in the movement technique room in the future. Instead, he decided it would be better to go to the ferocious beast room, kill ferocious beasts, obtain martial value, and raise his vitality. But as he stood there, he suddenly noticed that everyone around him was staring at him. Confused, he wondered why they were all looking at him like that. Someone finally spoke up, telling him that his posture just now had been extremely showy. It perfectly captured the essence of Lin Xinghe. Another person admitted in amazement that they definitely couldn't imitate it. It was simply too flashy. Hearing that, he froze. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that he had also performed those showy movements in reality? Sweat formed on his forehead as he replayed the scene in his mind, realizing just how dramatic he must have looked. As he hurried away, frustration filled his mind. He swore to himself that he absolutely could not use Lin Xinghe as a learning template again in the future. Behind him, voices echoed loudly. Some girls shouted for him not to leave. Others begged him to perform that move again. Someone even yelled that he had been exploding with handsomeness just now. Hearing those words, he moved even faster, trying to escape the crowd. While running, he suddenly narrowed his eyes as he sensed that someone was following him. Not far away, those two men who had been beaten up by Su Hong in the forest watched him from the shadows. One of them said they had finally found him and that he should be heading to the ferocious beast room. The other smirked and suggested that they block the door. When he came out, they would give him a few vicious blows. Soon, Su Hong arrived at the ferocious beast room. It was a large building with crowds already gathered outside. Inside, Wang Tiantuo laughed loudly. He asked Xiao Yan if she had said she wanted to compete with him in killing ferocious beasts. Xiao Yan calmly replied that she only wanted to know between the two of them who was truly number one in the training camp. Hearing that, Wang Tiantuo raised an eyebrow and questioned whether she really thought she could defeat his barbarian god body by relying on spiritual telekinesis. He wondered aloud if he was being underestimated. Xiao Yan remained composed. She answered that it was actually he who had underestimated the power of a spirit master. Hearing the words spirit master, Su Hong paused because he had never actually seen a spirit master's fighting method before. He decided that he might as well go take a look first. He could always come back later to fight ferocious beasts and earn martial value. Inside the ferocious beast room, something shocking was happening. Xiao Yan suddenly floated into the air. Seeing this, Su Hong was stunned. He could not understand what was going on. She had actually floated out of thin air. Sweat formed on his face as he remembered that walking on air was a method only grandmasters possessed. He wondered if this was truly the power of a spirit master. In the next instant, Xiao Yan raised her hand. Golden light gathered at her fingertips. Streaks of flowing light shot forward at terrifying speed. Before anyone could react, 3 Tier 1 high-stage black tigers were pierced at the same time by that golden light. Blood splashed as the beasts collapsed instantly. Su Hong stared in disbelief. In just one moment, she had simultaneously killed all 3 of them. He could not understand what those streaks of flowing light were. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the arena. A massive ferocious beast appeared behind Xiao Yan, its eyes glowing red with killing intent. Red energy surged around it like flames. But suddenly, the massive beast's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Yan turned sharply, and using her telekinesis, she grabbed the beast's neck. Su Hong was shocked to see that Xiao Yan was actually using spiritual telekinesis to forcibly bind and control her enemy. Golden energy flared again. Xiao Yan made a simple motion with her hand. In the next instant, blazing streaks of light slashed forward. The attack tore through the beast with explosive force. As Su Hong observed closely, he finally understood. Those streaks of flowing light were daggers. He felt a chill run down his spine, walking on air, controlling objects from a distance, even controlling enemies directly. Now he truly understood why spirit masters were known to be ridiculously strong enough to easily crush ordinary martial artists. Suddenly, the crowd behind him erupted in shock. They stared at the battlefield in disbelief. Someone shouted in confusion, asking what that giant sword was. Golden light filled the entire ferocious beast room as a giant ferocious beast appeared there. Seeing that, Xiao Yan created a massive golden sword in the sky. Blazing light poured down like a pillar from the heavens. Xiao Yan raised one hand calmly. In the next instant, the enormous sword slammed straight down. The giant ferocious beast opened its mouth and roared, but the golden blade pierced through it with overwhelming force. The beast's massive body trembled violently as the attack tore through it from head to tail. Watching from the side, Su Hong felt his heart shake. He realized that it was a weapon, but just moments ago she had not been holding any weapon at all. He could not understand how such a huge weapon appeared out of nowhere. He also wondered how something that massive could possibly not weigh several tons. At that moment, Lin Xinghe appeared there and explained to everyone that this was a martial skill belonging to spirit masters, and it was even ranked as high as A rank. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. A martial skill belonging to spirit masters was already shocking enough, but A rank made it even more unbelievable. Some of them admitted they had never even heard of such a thing before. Then someone turned toward Lin Xinghe, questioning how they all seemed to know A rank martial skills. He asked Lin Xinghe whether Wang Tiantu might also possess one. Lin Xinghe casually waved his folding fan and calmly stated that Wang Tiantu indeed possessed an offensive A-rank martial skill. The others stared at him in disbelief. Someone muttered in shock, wondering if they were all monsters. Another voice questioned how they could be so heaven-defying. Sweat rolled down Su Hong's face when he heard that Wang Tiantu not only had an A-rank martial skill, but that it was also offensive. Inwardly, he exclaimed that this training camp was truly filled with A-rank martial skills, and felt that coming here had been the right choice. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from the testing area. A Tier 1 high-level ferocious beast was blown apart with a single punch from Wang Tiantu. Seeing that, all the students were stunned. They could not understand what kind of martial skill could destroy such a beast in one strike, but someone corrected them saying it was not a martial skill at all. It was purely Wang Tikuo's physical strength. The realization shocked everyone even more. He was this powerful without even using a martial skill. Watching quietly, Su Hong observed that Wang Tiantu did not seem to have any intention of using his martial skills at all. After a moment of thought, Su Hong decided he would find a chance to learn from him next time. For now, his goal was simple. He wanted to become a spirit master. However, his spirit stat was only 26.5. A system panel showed his current stats. His vitality was 130. His spirit was 26.5. His physique showed overlord body, profound rank at 0%. He had mastered several guidance techniques. As for martial skills, he possessed many. Still, to become a spirit master, one needed their spirit stat to exceed 100 points. Su Hong calculated silently. He was still short by 73.5 points. Then he calculated that 73.5 points in spirit meant he needed 735 points of martial value. Clenching his glowing fist, his eyes hardened with determination as he was about to go on a killing spree. At that moment, those two boys who were after Su Hong arrived there. One of the boys pointed toward the entrance and said that Su Hong had gone inside. They immediately walked toward the entrance, saying that everyone else was focused on watching Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan's training, and no one was paying attention to this side at all. A greedy smile appeared on one of the boys' faces. He called it a perfect opportunity, and suggested they rush in and ruthlessly beat that kid up. Just as they were about to move, one of them suddenly saw something, and shouted in alarm. The other quickly scolded him, telling him not to scream, otherwise Su Hong would notice them. Then both of them turned toward the large screen, which was showing Su Hong. They stared in disbelief. Su Hong was standing alone in the training arena. But he was not facing just one ferocious beast. He was challenging more than 10 ferocious beasts at once. And every single one of them was Tier 1 high stage. The sight left those two boys stunned. They could not believe what they were seeing and wondered if he was completely insane. The two boys panicked as they watched the screen. One of them urgently suggested going to find the instructor to save Su Hong, fearing that otherwise he would definitely die, but the other shook his head, saying it was already too late. At this rate, Su Hong would be torn to shreds in seconds. He said it seemed there was no way for them to get revenge anymore. At the same time, Su Hong stood calmly in the arena as a faint smile appeared on his face. His eyes sharpened as he raised his hand and challenged the beasts directly. He told them to come. In the next moment, the ferocious beasts roared wildly. Their massive bodies charged toward him from all directions, shaking the ground as they closed in. But Su Hong did not retreat. Instead he moved, his body twisted mid-air, effortlessly dodging a powerful strike. In the very next instant, as he jumped high, blue energy gathered in both of his hands. He used his void-breaking finger technique. A brilliant glow burst out as he prepared his counterattack. Surrounded by ferocious beasts on all sides, he did not retreat. Instead, his body twisted mid-air as blue energy beams surged violently from his palms. With a single rotation, streaks of blue light sliced through the air. His attacks landed one after another. Claws and fangs never even reached him. Blood sprayed as the beasts were torn apart mid-charge, their bodies slashed open by the glowing arcs of energy. The arena filled with flashes of blue light. Outside, the two students stared at the screen in complete disbelief. One of them muttered, asking if he was dreaming. He could not believe this was something a Tier 1 initial stage martial artist could do. Even a middle stage martial artist, surrounded and attacked by over a dozen high stage ferocious beasts, would definitely die. Yet Su Hong was dominating them effortlessly. Suddenly one of them leaned forward. He said that Su Hong's movement technique looked familiar. He said it was Lin Xinghe's flying swan startling cloud step. Hearing this, the other boy was too shocked, saying there was no way. He immediately rejected the idea, saying Su Hong was just a number 1 high school student. It was impossible for him to have access to such a high-grade movement technique. He wondered if Su Hong could possibly be from some great family. Then the other boy asked if it could be that he had seen Lin Xinghe use it once and learned it. Both of them were stunned thinking that. Then one of them exclaimed that the technique Su Hong was using was an A-rank movement technique. It was impossible to master something like that just by watching it briefly. He wondered how heaven-defying Su Hong's talent must be. The other boy swallowed nervously. He suggested that maybe they should forget about revenge. Even if they gathered more people, they would not be strong enough to defeat Su Hong. But the first student clenched his teeth tightly. Sweat rolled down his face as anger burned in his eyes. He said that whether Su Hong was the heir of a great family or some kind of monster genius, he could not swallow this humiliation. While shaking, the other boy raised a hand and pointed toward the screen, telling the first boy that before he went looking for trouble with Su Hong, he should take another look at the screen. Hearing this, the first boy froze and turned back toward the screen in silence. What he saw left him speechless. His metal bat fell from his hand. He muttered in disbelief that they had only been talking for a few minutes. Yet all the high-stage ferocious beasts inside were already completely dead. On the screen, Su Hong stood calmly atop the massive corpse of a giant serpent-like beast. Around him, the bodies of other monsters lay scattered across the battlefield. Standing among the corpses of fallen beasts, Su Hong calmly calculated his gains. Over a dozen Tier 1 high-stage ferocious beasts had only given him a total of 81 martial value points. That meant they averaged just 7 points each. He realized that the stronger he became, the harder it was to earn martial value. But suddenly his blue eyes sharpened as he noticed movement. From the dark upper level of the building, several ferocious beasts emerged. Their red eyes glowed ominously in the shadows. The air turned heavy with bloodlust. Without hesitation, Su Hong stood tall atop the corpse beneath his feet. Red light flickered throughout the building as more beasts stirred in the darkness. He declared that there was no time to rest. He said they should continue. In the next instant, the giant beast lunged downward from above, claws extended, tearing through the air toward him. But Su Hong did not panic. His expression remained steady. A golden glow ignited around his fist as energy gathered rapidly. Using his Vajra fist, he stepped forward and threw a powerful punch that collided with the descending beast. A burst of golden light exploded outward. The impact sent shockwaves ripping through the air as multiple beasts were struck at the same time. He landed in the middle of those beasts as golden energy spiraled around him, expanding violently. The ground beneath his feet cracked. Seeing his power, the remaining beasts hesitated. The saber-toothed and the giant scorpion-like monsters began to retreat. But Su Hong did not let them escape. He launched himself forward as a faint smile appeared on his face. He demanded to know where they thought they were going, and ordered them to hand over all their martial value. His body shot through the air at incredible speed as he reached out with one hand. He grabbed onto the thick tail of a fleeing scorpion beast. With a violent motion, he swung it around. The massive creature crashed into the surrounding beasts. The beasts' bodies were sent flying across the battlefield. The arena echoed with the sounds of bones breaking and monsters howling. Outside, the giant screen flickered with violent flashes of red and gold. The two boys stood frozen in front of it, and neither of them spoke. After a long moment, the first boy forced a smile and said he wondered when this cycle of vengeance would ever end. He said he had decided to forgive Su Hong. The other boy immediately agreed. He suggested they should slip away quickly before Su Hong noticed them again. Otherwise they might end up beaten half to death one more time. While they were going, they passed by a group of students gathering in front of the screen showing Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan's fight. Someone shouted that 9 Tier 1 high-stage ferocious beasts had been hammered to death by Wang Tiantuo in less than 10 minutes. Another voice added that Xiao Yan had stood completely still and killed a full 8 Tier 1 high-stage ferocious beasts. The crowd buzzed with shock. Just then, one man noticed the two boys and called out to them. The two boys stiffened and slowly turned around. The man asked if they were back already. He asked if they were supposed to be getting revenge and whether they had already beaten that kid up. The two exchanged nervous glances. One of them scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly, saying yes. Both of their expressions stiffened completely as they admitted the truth in their minds. If they had not been clever enough to retreat in time, they would have been lying on the ground like dead dogs right now. They complained that this training camp was outrageous. It was filled with heaven-defying monsters everywhere. Just then, the massive doors of the training ground opened with a loud sound as Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan came out. Seeing that, someone shouted that they had come out. Xiao Yan was surprised to see that Wang Tiantuo had killed so many ferocious beasts. She said that even with the overlord body, he must be exhausted. She asked how many contribution points he had earned. Wang Tiantuo glanced at his wrist display and announced that he had earned 280 points. Xian Han also checked her own screen and said she had 270 points. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd instantly fell into an uproar. Someone shouted in disbelief that it was far too many. A Tier 1 high-level ferocious beast was only worth 5 contribution points. If calculated that way, the two of them must have killed 50 or 60 high-level ferocious beasts. Wang Tiantuo then checked the results of the weight vests and said that the contribution points for the weight vest had been settled at 100 points. Xiao Yan looked at her display and said she only had 50 points from it. Around them, other students began checking their own scores. One muttered that he had only gotten 20 points. Another complained that he had carried a 1-ton weight and only received 30 points. Someone in the back whimpered that he had only gotten 10 points, nearly on the verge of tears. The gap between them was painfully obvious. Just then, Lin Xinghe appeared and asked Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan who had won their ferocious beast hunting competition. Xiao Yan pointed at Wang Tiantuo and answered that it was him. From the side, people remarked that Lin Xinghe's points must also be heaven-defying. A guy sighed that with those 3 monsters around, everyone else could only fight for 4th place. Hearing everyone, the 2 boys standing behind who had seen Su Hong's power smiled. They called all those people ignorant, because they knew that there was an even more terrifying monster in the training camp, someone standing above those 3 so-called monsters. On the other hand, at Su Hong's side, 1 hour later, the battlefield had turned into a gruesome scene. The walls and surroundings were splattered with blood, and the bodies of ferocious beasts lay piled across the ground. The air felt heavy, filled with the aftermath of intense battle. On top of those corpses sat Su Hong, his body covered in sweat. He exhaled in exhaustion and let out a long breath. After continuously killing ferocious beasts for over an hour, Even with his overlord body, he could feel the strain taking over. Even after everything, he was still far from reaching 735 martial value points. He then checked his training watch for points. Despite the exhaustion, he had gained 700 contribution points. He wondered what kind of rewards he could exchange for them at the martial art pavilion. His watch showed that for hunting ferocious beasts, he got 400 contribution points, and for the weight vest, he got 300 contribution points. The total stood at 700. After confirming it, he arrived at the martial art pavilion. Under the night sky, the grand building stood tall, glowing warmly with light. Inside the martial art pavilion, behind a long wooden counter, a receptionist in a pink suit lazily leaned back in her chair, resting her chin on her hand. Across from her, Su Hong stood calmly, flipping through a thick catalog. His eyes scanned the list carefully. A Tier 1 Vitality Pill was for 10 points. A Tier 1 Blood Recovery Pill was for 20 points. A Tier 1 Spirit Gathering Pill was for 30 points. Another Tier 1 Spirit Gathering Pill was for 50 points. He continued turning the pages and saw that an A-rank martial art, Explosive Calm, was for 2,000 points. Another A-rank martial art, Bone Nether Fire Fist, was for 280 points. Then another A-rank martial art, Startling Swan Heavenly Realm, was for 3,000 points. Looking at it, Su Hong thought that A-rank martial arts were extremely expensive. The cheapest one cost 2,000 points. Compared to that, the prices of the pills were still acceptable, especially since there were spirit gathering pills available here. The receptionist looked at him with mild curiosity and asked whether he had decided what to exchange for. She examined him briefly and assumed he was only at the Tier 1 initial stage. In her mind, she guessed he probably could not afford to exchange for anything significant. Ignoring her assumption, Su Hong then asked calmly whether the spirit gathering pills referred to the kind that could increase spiritual power. The receptionist said yes and explained that the spirit gathering pills were only effective the first time they were taken. The higher the grade of the pill, the better the improvement effect. Hearing that, Su Hong immediately checked the book. He saw that the highest grade of spirit gathering pill available there reached Tier 4, costing 500 contribution points. The catalog listed clearly, a Tier 4 Vitality Pill was for 100 points. A Tier 4 Blood Recovery Pill was for 200 points. A Tier 4 Energy Gathering Pill was for 300 points. And a Tier 4 Spirit Gathering Pill was for 500 points. After a brief moment of silence, Su Hong made his decision. He asked the receptionist to give him a Tier 4 Spirit Gathering Pill first. Hearing this, the receptionist froze. Her eyes widened in shock as she blurted out, telling Su Hong that a Tier 4 Spirit Gathering Pill cost 500 contribution points, not 50. Su Hong showed his point calculating watch and said that was right, a Tier 4 Spirit Gathering Pill. Still stunned, she quickly checked his contribution balance. The number displayed 700 points clearly in front of her. She was stunned seeing that he actually had a full 700 contribution points. Her attitude instantly changed. With a bright smile and sparkling eyes, she carefully brought out an ornate wooden box and handed it to him politely. She told him that it was his spirit gathering pill. He thanked her and then asked if they had any dual thunder and fire attribute alloy spears. Without missing a beat, she nodded enthusiastically, saying they did have them for only 200 points. She thanked him warmly for his patronage, calling him handsome with a cheerful expression. Outside, the night sky stretched wide and clear as Su Hong returned to his room. Inside, he placed his new spear with his old spear. His new spear was a C-rank dual thunder and fire attribute spear named the Thunder Fire Spear. Later that night, Su Hong reviewed his progress. His vitality and guidance techniques had improved again. He had also obtained 490 martial value points. A translucent system panel appeared before him, showing his stats. Currently, he had 135 vitality and 26.5 spirit. He had 5 guidance techniques and 3 martial arts. His martial value was 490 points. Su Hong sat cross-legged on his bed with the wooden box placed before him. The improvement he achieved in a single day was greater than what he had gained in an entire previous week. Still, after calculating carefully, he realized that his spiritual power stood at 26.5. Even with 490 martial value points, he was still 25.5 points short of reaching 100. He opened the box. Inside was the Golden Spirit Gathering Pill. He picked up the pill and looked at it steadily. He hoped this spirit-gathering pill could provide at least 25 points of spiritual power improvement. With determination in his eyes, he ate the pill, thinking that no matter what, he was going to become a spirit master. The next second, the Tier 4 spirit-gathering pill dissolved inside his body. The instant he swallowed it, its effects manifested immediately. A surge of vibrant green energy burst forth from within him. Spiritual power radiated outward, as streams of luminous energy flowed through his meridians, converging at his core. The energy spiraled steadily, filling his entire body with warmth and vitality. Su Hong felt the exhausted nerves throughout his body gradually relax. A deep sense of comfort spread from within, soothing every part of him. As the energy continued to circulate, his mind became astonishingly clear. His senses sharpened, allowing him to perceive everything around him with perfect clarity. The spiritual energy settled smoothly within him, strengthening both his body and mind. Finally, he opened his eyes slowly as a sharp glint flashed across them. After absorbing the effects of the pill, Su Hong quickly checked his system panel. His eyes widened as he saw the results. His spiritual power had risen to 50.5, increasing by a full 24 points. The astonishing improvement left him stunned, making him realize the incredible potency of a Tier 4 spirit-gathering pill. Su Hong carefully analyzed the numbers once more. With 50.5 spiritual power and 490 martial value points, his progress had reached 99.5%. He was only 0.5% short of breaking through. Thinking about it, he sighed inwardly. If he had known earlier, he would have hunted one more ferocious beast to obtain the remaining 5 martial value points needed for the breakthrough. A faint sense of regret crossed his face, but it quickly faded. Calmly leaning back on his bed, he accepted the situation. Since he could only collect martial value again tomorrow, there was nothing more to do for now. Closing his eyes, Su Hong decided to rest for the night. Meanwhile, at the training camp warehouse, rows of hunters gathered inside the vast hall. Weapons lined the walls, and the atmosphere buzzed with quiet discussion as the trainees held documents in their hands. Among the crowd, a group of men recognized someone familiar. One of them spoke with surprise, asking why Bu Jingfeng, who had been cultivating at Martial Dao University, had also been summoned there. Another man echoed the question with curiosity, wondering why Bu Jingfeng was serving alongside them like everyone else, despite his status among the geniuses. Bu Jingfeng scoffed arrogantly, his lips curling into a disdainful smirk. He declared that if he were still in high school, those so-called geniuses would not even be qualified to serve as his sparring partners. Nearby, several hunters laughed loudly as they examined the documents in their hands. One of them remarked confidently that the trainee under his supervision, Wang Tiantuo, possessed a vitality score as high as 340 points. He mockingly asked whether such a level had even been attainable back in their own days. Another man joined in the laughter, boasting proudly that the trainee he was responsible for also had vitality exceeding 300. Another guy added with confidence that his trainee was even a spirit master, implying that the strength of such a prodigy required no further explanation. Hearing this, Bu Jingfeng could not help but feel surprised. He questioned how the trainees under their charge could all be so powerful, while the one assigned to him was only at the Tier 1 initial stage with a vitality value of 123. As he spoke, he stared at the document in his hand. It contained Su Hong's profile, an 18-year-old student from Star City No. 1 High School. The report detailed that Su Hong was at the Tier 1 initial stage with a vitality value of 123. The others looked at the document in disbelief. One of them questioned how such a seemingly insignificant trainee could have been assigned to him. Another insisted that Bu Xingfeng's strength was the highest among all martial artists who had arrived that day, even superior to the three of them. They wondered aloud whether Grandmaster Qin had made a mistake by arranging a Tier 1 initial stage trainee for a sneak attack against another of the same level. At that moment, footsteps echoed through the hall. The murmuring ceased instantly, as Grandmaster Qin entered, accompanied by 2 of his attendants. With calm authority, Grandmaster Qin affirmed their doubts, saying this was right. Bu Jingfeng stood before Grandmaster Qin, with visible frustration. He complained that the arrangement was insulting, claiming that assigning him such an opponent was nothing more than giving him a piece of trash at the Tier 1 initial stage. But Grandmaster Qin looked at him calmly and explained that Su Hong was not as simple as he appeared. Despite having a vitality of only 123 points, his combat power was strong enough to rival that of a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist. Hearing this, the surrounding hunters were stunned. They could hardly believe that someone with such low vitality could possess strength equal to a high-stage martial artist. Shock filled their expressions as they wondered what kind of monster Su Hong truly was. Grandmaster Qin continued, revealing that part of Su Hong's intelligence was classified and therefore not included in the files they had received. He assured them that once he exchanged blows with Su Hong, he would naturally understand his true abilities. Still dissatisfied, Bao Jingfeng lowered his head and protested. He explained that his own vitality was nearly 500 points, and he was on the verge of breaking through to become a Tier 2 martial artist. Yet he was being ordered to bully a junior with only 123 vitality points, which he found utterly unreasonable. Grandmaster Qin's expression hardened. He sternly ordered him to stop complaining and fight as instructed. With decisive authority, he struck Bu Jingfeng lightly on the head, reminding him to go all out. He emphasized that it would be best if he defeated Su Hong so thoroughly that Su Hong would begin to doubt his own life. Hearing this, Bu Jingfeng hesitated before asking cautiously whether Grandmaster Qin held a grudge against the trainee. He warned that if he crippled Su Hong during the fight, he would not take responsibility. A sinister smile slowly spread across Grandmaster Qin's face. He coldly replied that Bu Jingfeng should beat Su Hong without restraint. Not only would he bear no blame if Su Hong were crippled, but he would also be rewarded for it. Bu Jingfeng felt a chill run down his spine, terrified by the Grandmaster's cruel smile. To him, Su Hong seemed pitiful, unaware of the brutal challenge that awaited him. A cold command echoed through the night, as Grandmaster Qin ordered everyone to stop wasting time and begin the operation immediately. In the next instant, all those hunters, now wearing masks, launched forward with explosive speed, their movements slicing through the air as they descended toward their target. The scene shifted to a quiet training city under the night sky, where faint lights glowed from buildings scattered across the skyline. The calm atmosphere was suddenly shattered, as the hunters stormed into action. Inside a building corridor, one of the masked hunters struck swiftly, while another attacker advanced relentlessly with a weapon in hand. From inside, voices rang out in alarm. Someone shouted, demanding to know who they were, while another voice declared that it was a sneak attack. Amid the chaos, a frightened voice pleaded desperately, asking if he could at least put on some underwear before the assault continued. Awakened by the commotion, Su Hong jolted upright in his bed. Shock filled his eyes as he realized that it was a sneak attack. The next second, he turned his gaze toward his door. Deep slashes suddenly tore across its surface. Bu Jingfeng, wearing a mask, broke through the door and jumped inside, gripping a weapon glowing with a fierce purple aura. With a confident smirk, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending a blazing arc of energy crashing down toward Su Hong. The violent impact shattered the floor as the purple energy exploded outward, forcing Su Hong to leap back to avoid the devastating blow. Regaining his balance amid the chaos, Su Hong quickly assessed the situation. A tense thought crossed his mind, as he recalled a disturbing rumor. There were whispers that the All Heaven's 10,000 races frequently hunted down human geniuses across the world to weaken the strength of humanity. He wondered if these attackers were among them. Without hesitation, he clenched his spear from the side, steeling himself for the battle. Though uncertain of the enemy's true power, he remained alert and prepared to defend himself. The next second, Bu Jingfeng jumped towards Su Hong, his blade radiating a dangerous purple glow. With a mocking tone, he declared that it was just as he expected. A mere Tier 1 initial stage brat stood before him. Running into him, he sneered, was nothing but bad luck. Su Hong was surprised to see that the attacker was a human martial artist at the Tier 1 high stage, not a member of the All Heaven's 10,000 races as he had initially suspected. A confident smile slowly spread across his face. The timing was perfect. This opponent was exactly what he needed. Determination filled his gaze as he tightened his grip on his spear. He believed that by defeating this enemy, he could obtain the final 5 points of martial value required to break through and become a spirit master. Meanwhile, Bu Jingfeng watched in disbelief. He could not understand why a mere Tier 1 initial stage martial artist would choose to confront his attack head-on instead of evading it. To him, such a decision seemed utterly reckless, as if Su Hong had lost his mind. In the next instant, their weapons collided with explosive force. A brilliant burst of energy erupted at the point of impact, sending shockwaves through the air. Bu Jingfeng's eyes widened as he was forced backward, stunned by the overwhelming power behind the strike. Realization struck him like a thunderbolt. This seemingly insignificant brat possessed strength far beyond his expectations. Bu Jingfeng admitted that his combat power was indeed capable of rivaling that of a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist. As he struggled against the pressure of the clash, he finally understood that Grandmaster Qin had spoken the truth. Bu Jingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the overwhelming force pressing against him. Panic surged through his mind as he realized something was terribly wrong. He shouted inwardly that this level of strength was impossible, and questioned how a Tier 1 martial artist could possess such terrifying power. At that moment, Su Hong remained calm. He acknowledged that his opponent was merely at the Tier 1 high stage, and reminded himself that he had already fought someone of that level before. With unwavering confidence, he tightened his grip on his weapon, and commanded the energy around him to press forward. A crimson aura erupted from his body as he raised his spear high. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his full strength and brought the attack crashing down. His strike descended like a blazing comet, smashing toward Bu Jingfeng with unstoppable force. The impact exploded with a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves across the battlefield and forcing Bu Jingfeng backward. Staggering from the overwhelming power, Bu Jingfeng trembled as he gripped his sword. Unable to contain his shock, he wondered if Su Hong was a monster. Bu Jingfeng decided to now get serious, as purple flames covered his blade. He steadied himself, gripping his glowing weapon. With a confident expression, he declared that a battle between martial artists was not merely about comparing who possessed greater physical strength. Su Hong watched closely, recognizing that it was a fire attribute martial art, something he had never encountered before. So he also activated his lightning attribute martial arts. Without hesitation, Bu Jingfeng unleashed his power. Purple flames surged violently, forming a blazing arc that tore through the air. With a mocking grin, he challenged Su Hong, questioning how he intended to withstand a B-rank martial art. With a thunderous roar, he executed his technique, Flame Slash, sending a massive wave of blazing power crashing towards Su Hong. Facing the incoming attack, Su Hong remained calm. Golden lightning crackled fiercely around his body as he raised his spear, gathering immense energy. As he assessed the incoming strike, he realized that the power behind it might be even greater than the void-breaking finger. A technique also ranked at B level. The clash of power erupted violently as the two attacks collided mid-air. Purple flames and golden lightning struck against each other, releasing a blinding burst of energy that illuminated the battlefield. The impact exploded outward with overwhelming force, sending shockwaves in every direction and shattering the ground beneath them. Amid the swirling dust and debris, Su Hong descended calmly from the air, smoke curling around him as the battlefield fell silent. Standing in front of Bu Jingfeng, he held his spear firmly, his expression composed and unwavering. Bu Jingfeng stared in shock, sweat running down his face as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. He realized that Su Hong had not used any martial arts at all. Instead, he had blocked his B-rank fire attribute martial art, using only thunder externalization. The realization struck him deeply, filling his mind with disbelief. Bu Jingfeng clenched his fists as he acknowledged the terrifying talent before him. It was no wonder Grandmaster Qin had instructed him to go all out. This opponent was far stronger than he had anticipated. Then, with a faint hint of mockery in his tone, Bu Jingfeng remarked that it was truly a pity that Su Hong still did not know any thunder attribute spear techniques. Otherwise he would not have been defeated so easily. Hearing this, Su Hong smiled, golden lightning crackling around his spear as he spoke with quiet confidence. He admitted that it was true. He did not know any thunder attribute spear techniques. However, what if he said this on top of it? Just as he said that, blazing crimson flames erupted from his spear as lightning wrapped around it, merging together. The fusion of lightning and fire ignited violently, surrounding his body in a brilliant aura. Flames roared along the length of the spear while arcs of thunder crackled fiercely, intertwining into a single devastating power. But Jingfeng watched in disbelief, asking how this was possible. Shock and fear spread across his face as his eyes widened. He realized that this was attribute fusion. The reason Bu Jingfeng was so shocked upon seeing Su Hong's attribute fusion was because it was a principle understood by every martial artist that attributes repel each other. Both Su Hong and Bu Jingfeng stood facing one another inside the damaged room, as Su Hong held his spear blazing with fire and streaks of lightning crackling. Across from him, Bu Jingfeng tightened his grip on his weapon, sweat running down his face. Shock filled his eyes as realization dawned on him. Attribute fusion. The power of thunder and fire. He had always believed it was nothing more than a legend. Just then, lightning flashed across Su Hong's eyes as golden sparks danced in his vision. Without hesitation, he attacked. His spear shot forward in a burst of flame and thunder. Seeing the incoming fast strike, Bu Jingfeng's eyes widened in alarm. He shouted in panic as Su Hong's spear tore through the air toward him. Reacting instantly, He roared out his technique. Flame slash. Purple flames spiraled around his blade as he swung with full force, unleashing a blazing arc of energy. The two attacks collided violently. Flames and lightning clashed in a blinding explosion of light. Bu Jingfeng wanted to deflect Su Hong's attack, but just as Su Hong's spear touched his sword, thunder crackled violently along the shaft while flames spiraled downward, gathering into a single devastating strike. The fused power of thunder and fire crashed toward Bu Jingfeng like a descending pillar of destruction. Caught in the center of the blast, Bu Jingfeng could only stare in disbelief. He admitted that this power was far too outrageous. Bu Jingfeng groaned in pain as he was blasted away, completely overwhelmed by the fused elemental force. Ripping through the wall, he went flying out of the room. When the dust slowly began to settle, the flame and thunder around Su Hong's spear calmed down. Amid the swirling smoke, Su Hong stood calm and steady as a notification popped up, stating that he had gained 7 martial value. A faint smile appeared on his face as he realized that the martial value required to become a spirit master. He finally had enough. A system panel appeared before him, showing his stats. Su Hong's vitality was 135, spirit was 50. His guidance techniques. Thunder guidance technique was at level 4. Extinguishing heaven guidance technique was also at level 4. Water marsh guidance technique was at level 3. Origin earth guidance technique was at level 3. And Spirit Wind guidance technique was also at level 3. His martial skills. Flying Cry Sweeping Clouds step was at basic 3%, Startling Thunderfinger was at perfect, and Raging Sea Spear technique was also at perfect. His current martial value was 497, but the number increased by 7. On the other hand, a few seconds earlier, outside the trainees' rooms, Grandmaster Qin and Bai Mu stood waiting. Grandmaster Qin looked calm and confident. He remarked that it was about time. In his view, Su Hong should have already been defeated by Bu Jingfeng. He had prepared several sets of arguments to persuade Su Hong to give up cultivating multiple guidance techniques simultaneously. Tonight, he was certain he would correct him. Just then, the rooftop of Su Hong's room exploded outward, as a body was blasted into the air, debris and fragments scattering across the night sky. Both Grandmaster Qin and Bai Mu looked up in shock, as the figure came hurtling down at terrifying speed. In the next instant, the body slammed violently into the ground right in front of them, cracking the pavement and sending dust and stone flying everywhere. The fallen man lay sprawled in the rubble, blood trailing from his mouth. His eyes were wide with disbelief, his face twisted in pain. Bai Mu gasped as she recognized that it was Bu Jingfeng. Grandmaster Qin's expression changed instantly as he stared down at the injured Bu Jingfeng. Bai Mu stared ahead in shock, sweat running down her face as the realization struck her. Bu Jingfeng was lying here now, which meant Su Hong had defeated him, before she could fully process it. Violent beams of energy tore through 3 more rooms' rooftops. Covered in golden, blue and purple light, 3 more figures shot downward like meteors, crashing into the ground with explosive force. The impact shook the surroundings. Grandmaster Qin and Bai Mu stood frozen as those new figures fell beside Bu Jingfeng. Those 3 were hunters who had gone after trainees like him. And now all of them lay there completely defeated. Suddenly a voice came from above. It was Lin Xinghe. With a faint chuckle, he addressed Grandmaster Qin and remarked that next time he should send someone stronger because this opponent had not been enough of a fight. Beside him stood Wang Tiantuo, and Xian Yang floated quietly inside a glowing golden sphere. Just then, Wang Tiantuo noticed that there were 4 hunters lying on the ground instead of the 3 they had defeated. Xian Yang questioned why there was 1 more body. Had someone actually won faster than them? From the rooftop above, Lin Xinghe spoke dismissively, saying that this 4th martial artist must have been too weak and was easily dealt with. Hearing that, sweat rolled down Bai Mu's face, because she knew that Bu Jingfeng was not weak. He was the strongest among the 4. Seeing them, Grandmaster Qin fell into deep thought. He stroked his beard while observing the situation carefully. He reasoned that Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe were both at Tier 1 late stage, and Xiao Yan was a spirit master. For them to win was normal. However, Su Hong was only at Tier 1 initial stage. Yet he had faced a quasi-Tier 2 martial artist and won even faster than Wang Tiantuo and the others. The more he thought about it, the more unsettled he became. He wondered how on earth Su Hong had done it. Was it a top-tier martial skill or a top-tier physique? Before he could continue analyzing, Lin Zhao came running toward them in panic. He shouted that something big had happened. Grandmaster Qin turned slightly and asked calmly if a trainee had been killed by mistake. Without showing any concern, he waved his hand dismissively and remarked that it was no big deal. After all, it was normal for a few people to die. But Lin Zhe rushed forward in panic and shouted that it was Su Hong. He quickly explained that when Su Hong was fighting Bu Jingfeng, he had used a fusion guidance technique. Hearing this, Grandmaster Qin paused slightly and murmured that it was a fusion guidance technique. He admitted that he had been wondering how Su Hong managed to defeat Bu Jingfeng. But the next second, Grandmaster Qin's expression changed. While releasing huge amounts of golden energy, he grabbed Lin Zhe's shoulders and demanded to know what he had just said, declaring that he could not simply spout such nonsense. Lin Zhe stated that Su Hong had truly fused the dual thunder and fire attribute guidance techniques and used them to defeat Bu Jingfeng. He insisted that he had seen it clearly on the surveillance. If no one believed him, they could go and ask Bu Jingfeng directly. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin fell silent. He looked at Bu Jingfeng, lying on the ground, who also stated that it was indeed the dual thunder and fire attribute fusion. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin's eyes burned with intensity, as he declared that the only genius martial artist of the human race who had ever researched and achieved dual attribute fusion had taken a full 19 years to accomplish it. Yet Su Hong, according to the Star City Association, had been in contact with the 7 guidance techniques for less than a month. The comparison left him deeply shaken. He clenched his fists and called Su Hong a monster, but immediately corrected himself, saying this was not merely a monster. This was a heaven-descended emperor star, a true dragon, appearing in the world. Beside him, Bai Mu pulled the trembling Lin Zhe backward, as he struggled to steady himself after Grandmaster Qin had shaken him completely. Bai Mu then asked Grandmaster Qin whether attribute fusion was truly that powerful. Could it really allow someone at Tier 1 initial stage to defeat Tier 2 Bu Jingfeng? Grandmaster Qin explained to her that back then, the martial artist who researched attribute fusion had been able to suppress and fight Tier 2 opponents while still at Tier 1. Hearing that, Bai Mu wondered aloud that with such formidable combat power, why it was not widely promoted for cultivation. Although the difficulty was high, what if the fusion succeeded? Grandmaster Qin answered with a grave expression that many people had tried in the past, but they discovered that attribute fusion was not only extremely difficult, it also carried a very high probability of crippling oneself. Even if someone truly succeeded in cultivating it, if they remained stuck at the Tier 1 martial artist realm for their entire life, what use would it be? But Su Hong was different. He had succeeded in fusing them in less than a month. Such comprehension was simply too heaven-defying. Moreover, he possessed 7 attributes simultaneously. If he were to fuse them all, Grandmaster Qin wondered with excitement how massive that power would become. Grandmaster Qin imagined the future. He said that if a monster like Su Hong were allowed to grow, he feared that one day Su Hong could stun the great emperors of the 10,000 races with a single move. Hearing this, Lin Zhe told Grandmaster Qin that he was boasting too much, far too much. Bai Mu pointed out that fusing 2 attributes was already extremely difficult. Fusing 7 attributes was nothing but pure fantasy. Grandmaster Qin coughed lightly and told them to forget his brief loss of composure. However, he continued seriously that if Su Hong were allowed to cultivate 7 attributes simultaneously, what if he became stuck while trying to fuse 3 attributes in the future and ended up delaying his breakthrough? If that happened, he, Qin Tianli, would become a sinner of the human race. At that moment, Lin Zhe suddenly remembered something important. He told Grandmaster Qin that Su Hong definitely possessed a special physique. His raw strength had even crushed Bu Jingfeng. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin's expression changed instantly, and he demanded to know why such an important matter had not been mentioned earlier. They analyzed the situation carefully. Bai Mu said that Su Hong only had 120 points of vitality, yet he had crushed Bu Jingfeng, who possessed nearly 500 vitality. Lin Zhe said that the vitality difference was almost 4 times. Such strength amplification even surpassed Wang Tintuo's barbarian god body. Hearing all that, Grandmaster Qin concluded that Su Hong's physique might also be a heaven-defying existence. After a moment of thought, he made a decision. They would organize a martial arts competition the next day. He wanted to comprehensively test Su Hong's combat power and vitality value. He ordered that Wang Tintuo's group of 3 be brought out to spar with Su Hong. With a serious expression, he stated that he wanted to see what kind of scene would unfold when a monster like Su Hong faced the strongest geniuses of the training camp.